Hi viewers, welcome to my channel. Today in this video you will get the complete idea about how to solve the Java MCQ questions to crack any kind of MCQ test in the upcoming.
And coming to the first question, what is the output of the given code? Here we have one main method is there. Within the main method we have one simple variable is there. The variable name itself is roll number, which is of the type of integer. Within that we have one integer value is available, that is 101. And we have one more variable is there, that the variable name itself is new roll number and it is of the type of float. And within this floating point reference variable new roll number, we are holding the integer variable. That means automatically it will be converting into floating point number. Whenever we are printing system.out.println, with the help of that system.out.println output statement, if you are trying to print this new roll number, definitely you will get the floating point representation of that integer value. We can easily typecast the integer value into the floating point value. Why? Because we are storing, actually the integer value is 101, we are holding it in the floating point number, and that too we are printing that floating point reference variable new roll number. Due to that reason, here in this output statement you will get 101 point, it will be representing in the format of floating point 101.0. that is the right answer out of all these four options. And coming to the next question, what is the correct order of the widening conversion from the below data types? So for example, we have some data types like byte, double, int and short. These are the data types that are available, and we have to identify the widening conversion of the given data types. We have two important concepts are there in the type conversion: widening of the data types and narrowing of the data types. Widening of the data types in the sense converting the lowest data types into highest data types. We can call it as widening. And narrowing in the sense converting the highest data type into lowest data type. Here the question is, we need to arrange the data types from lowest to highest. Widening in the sense expanding the data types from lowest to highest, we need to arrange out of available data types. Narrowing in the sense from highest to lowest, and widening in the sense from lowest to highest. Now if you are going to observe the data type sizes, the byte size is 1 byte, that means 8 bits, and as well as the remaining data type sizes, short is 2 bytes, int is 4 bytes, long is 8 bytes, as well as float is 4 bytes, double is 8 bytes, boolean is 1 byte and character is 2 bytes. Now out of all these data types, the given data types are byte, and second one is double, and third one is integer, and fourth one is short. We need to arrange them from lowest data type to highest data type. Why? Because within the question widening is the question. For example, narrowing in the sense from highest data type to lowest data type we have to arrange. Now out of all these elements, out of all these data types, the lowest data type is byte. It will be comes first. It is the first element. It is the first data type. Next, the second element, out of this four data types, the second data type should be short, and the third data type should be integer, and the fourth data type is double. This is the order that we have to follow, widening order, increasing the size of the data type. In this order we have to arrange the given data types. Now we have to check byte, short, int and as well as double order. Out of all these four options, the first option is short, int, byte and double. Short, int, it is not at all correct. Why? Because from highest data type to lowest data type conversion is available here. It is not at all right option. And coming to the second option, byte to int, we are missing short here, and from integer to short there is no meaning at all. It is also wrong answer with the help of widening concept. And coming to the third option, from byte is 1 byte and we can convert it into short, and short we can connect it with integer we can convert it into the double. So it is in the widening format. Out of the given data types, if you are going to arranging them in the widening manner, the output will be byte, short, int and double. This is the right answer. And coming to the last option, double, int, short, byte. reverse order. Reverse order means it is belonging to narrowing conversion of the given data types. If the given data types, if you want to arrange them in the narrowing convention, at that time from highest data type to lowest data type we have to arrange. But here the question is widening conversion. That's why due to that reason this option is also wrong option. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is third option. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the Boolean code? We have one main method is there. Within the main method, the first element itself is, it is a simple short type. The element name itself, the variable name itself is number. Within that number, we have 32767 is the digit that is available in this number, which is of the type of short. And in the second line, we have taken one more variable, that the variable name itself is number 2. And within that variable, which is also of the type of short, within that variable we are trying to hold number plus 1. That means whatever the value that is available in the number, for that value we are incrementing it with the help of 1, and we are trying to convert it into the short type, and again we are trying to store that into this number 2. Finally we are printing that number 2 with the help of print statement. What is the expected output from this entire question? That is the thing that we have to identify. So before going to process it, first we have to know what is the size of the short, so that what is the formula in order to arrange the range of the short data type. So the size of the short data type is 2 bytes, which is equivalent to 16 bits, and the formula in order to calculate the data type sizes is minus 2 power r minus 1 to, all of you please carefully observe, 2 power r minus 1 to 2 power r minus 1 minus 1. Here r is nothing but the number of bits of the data type. For example, short data type size is 2 bytes. 2 bytes are equivalent to 16 bits. Here r is indicating by this 16 bits. If you are going to replace this 16 instead of r, minus 2 power 16 minus 1 to 2 power 16 minus 1 minus 1, that is equivalent to minus 2 power 15 to 2 power 15 minus 1. Now whenever we are going to calculate 2 power 15, minus 2 power 15 means the value will be 32768 to 2 power 15, 32768 we are going to get here, minus 1 in the sense 32767. This is the capacity of the short data type, from minus 32768 to up to 32767. This is the range of the short data type. In between these numbers we can store any one of the number in the short data type. There is no problem at all. It will give the correct answer. For example, within the first variable number we are holding 32767. This is the number that we are holding in the short data type. And coming to the maximum capacity of the short data type is 32767. This is the maximum positive digit that we are going to hold in the short data type is 32767. That is available in the number. Now within the second line, what we are doing, within the second line we are taking one more number with the name number 2. It is also short data type. That means it has the ability to hold minus 32768 to 32768. In between this range, any number we can hold it in the short data type. But here within this number 2 we are trying to hold number. What is the number that is available? 32767 plus 1. 32767 plus 1 in the sense we will get 32768. It is the positive number, and that too we are trying to convert. We are typecasting it into the short type and we are holding it in the number 2 variable, which is of the type of short. But unfortunately the short maximum size is 32767. We are unable to hold 32768 into this short variable. Why? Because the capacity will be exceeded. At that time what will happen means, it will try to give the negative number. It will not, for example, if you are going to store the value in between 32767 means it will give the accurate output in this number too, but unfortunately whatever the short variable that is available number, that related value we are taking here and we are trying to add one more value to it. That value is 1. 32767 plus 1 in the sense we are getting 32768 and we are storing it in the short data type. But unfortunately the short data type maximum range is it can has the ability to hold a positive numbers up to 32767 only. It is unable to hold 32768. At that time what will happen? At that time you will get the negative representation of that value. Negative representation of that value in the sense up to 32767 it can hold, but it is unable to hold 32768. At that time it will rotate and it will try to print. Whenever the value is exceeding from this 32768, 32767, from here onwards, whatever the value that is available, for example, 32767 plus 1 in the sense, we are trying to store 32768 into the short data type, but it is not possible to hold it. At that time what will happen means it will print the negative value of that short data type. For this we will get minus 32768 is the answer. For example, if you are trying to hold 32767 plus 2, that means the maximum capacity of the short data type is 32767, but unfortunately we are adding two more we are adding 2 is the value for this particular number. 32767 plus 2 means it will become 32769, but short is unable to hold this number. At that time what will happen means it will try to, actually for 1 it will give, whenever we are adding one more value for this maximum value of the short, for the positive integer it will give the negative representation minus 32768. If you are going to add 2 in the sense, it will try to decrement the negative value minus 32767, that we are going to get the answer. If you are going to try to add 3, that means the value will become 32770. For this the output it is unable to hold in the short data type. Instead of it will give the negative representation, and that too within the negative representation. So it will try to decrement the negative value by 3. That means actually the negative value we can hold it in the short data type is 32768, and if you are going to decrementing it by 3 in the sense 8 to 7, 7 to 6, minus 3 to 766 is the output for the value that what we are going to hold in the short variable 32770. If you are trying to add 32771 in the sense, you will get minus 32765. If you are trying to add 32772 in the sense, you will get the answer 32764. Like that, instead of displaying that accurate value, why? Because the size is exceeded in the short data type. At that time it will try to print the negative value, and the negative value is depending upon the whatever the value that is exceeding with the size of the short data type. As per that exceeding value it will try to print the negative value. Here from this entire output there are 4 options are available. Just for the given number 32767 we are adding one more value, that is nothing but 32768, but it is not possible to hold it in the short data type. Why? Because the short data type range is minus 32768 to 32767 only. Whenever we are trying to hold this 32768 into the short data type, it will print the negative value of the short data type, the maximum size of the negative value of the short data type. The maximum size of the negative value of the short data type is minus 32768. Out of all these 4 options, the right option is D option. If you are trying to increment 2 with the maximum size of the short data type, then it will try to print the negative value by decrementing 1. if you are trying to add 3 to the maximum capacity of the short data type, then it will try to decrement the negative value by the 2. Like that, it will try to print the negative value if you are going to exceeding the capacity of the short data type. Here we are exceeding the short data type capacity by 1. Due to that reason, it will give the negative value of that short data type. The negative maximum capacity of the short data type is minus 32768. If you are trying to exceed the size of the short data type up to 2 means you will get the negative value minus 1. Negative value minus 1 in the sense 32768 minus 1, you will get 32767. That is the output that we are getting for the maximum size exceeding for the short data type. Like that, we can easily calculate it. The main thing is we have to remember this formula for integer, byte and as well as the short in order to calculate what is the maximum capacity of the each and every data type. So in this range we can hold the variable values into the given data type. Now out of all these 4 options, the right option is minus 32768. Now as per the explanation given in the previous problem, what is the expected output from this given problem? So within this given problem, within the main method, we have n is the variable which is of the type of short, and within this n variable we are trying to hold minus 32768. And what is the maximum capacity of the short variable? It can have the ability to hold the numbers from minus 32768 to up to 32767. 32767. Here within the number n we are trying to hold minus 32768. It is the highest value in the negative representation of the short. Okay, there is no problem, we can hold it. But coming to the next line, short n1 equal to n minus 1. Actually the n value is minus 32768. If you are trying to decrement it by 1 in the sense minus 32768 minus 1, that means it will become minus 32769. At the time, what will happen? Is it possible to hold that into the short variable n1? No, it is not possible. At that time, what is the output of n1? We are exceeding the range of the negative number by 1. At that time, it will try to print the positive representation of the given range of the short data type. The given range of the short data type is minus 32768 to 32767, and whenever we are exceeding the negative range by 1 in the sense, it will print the positive representation of that short. If you are exceeding the negative range by 2 in the sense, it will print the positive representation of the short by decrementing 1. If it is exceeding the negative range by 2 in the sense, it will print the positive integer by decrementing by 2. Like that, we have to follow the convention. And here the output for this program, if you are trying to execute this program, the output that we are getting here is, it is highly impossible to hold minus 32769 into the short variable. At that time, it will try to print the positive representation of the short variable. The positive representation of the short variable is 32767. That is the output that we are getting from this problem. For example, if you are trying to decrement it by 2 in the sense, then the value will become minus 32770. At that time, what will happen? It will try to print the positive number of the short maximum size. The maximum size of the short is 32767. Before going to print it, it will try to decrement it by 1. Why? Because we are exceeding the capacity of the short data type here in the negative number by 2. Due to that reason, we have to decrement 1 in the positive number. If you are trying to decrement 1 in the positive number in the sense 32766 is the answer for this minus 32770 in the short. If you are trying to hold minus 32771 in the sense, it is exceeded the capacity of the negative number of the short data type, and the capacity exceeding here is up to 3. Why? Because 68, 69, 70, 71. That means more than the capacity is available, and the capacity exceeding here is 3, and we need to decrement it by 1 and try to print the positive value of the maximum short type. The positive value of the maximum short type is 32767, and if you are trying to decrement it by 2 in the sense, you will get 32765. That is the answer that we are going to get for this negative value representation in the short. For this, if you are trying to print this in the short data type in the sense, we will get the answer here in this format. Like that, we have to analyze the things. Coming to the next question, if an arithmetic exception containing variables of integer, byte and short data types, what will be the data type of its result? Here in this question, in the arithmetic expression, if you are having different data types like int, byte and short, what is the result of that arithmetic exception? What is the data type of that result of that arithmetic exception, that expression that we have to identify? And here, if you are having similar kind of data types, means definitely you will get the result also in the format of similar data type. Let me try to take one example here. The example here I am taking, n is the variable which is of the type of integer, and if you are trying to hold some value in this variable 10, as well as I have one more variable is there, n1, and within that 20 is the value that is available. If you are going to perform n plus n1, it is the arithmetic expression, and we are performing arithmetic addition operation. Both are of the type of similar data type. Due to that reason, the result will be also in the format of integer only. Int, the output that we are going to produce here, which we are going to hold it in the resultant variable r, which is of the type of integer. Why? Because both n and n1 are belonging to similar kind of data type, that is integer. But here the question, if you are having the arithmetic expression which is having different kinds of data types, int, byte and short, and before going to explain this question, you have to understand what is the capacity of the byte and what is the capacity of short as well as integer. So out of these three data types, integer is having highest capacity when compared to the remaining two data types. And in the arithmetic expression, if you are having different kinds of data types, means the entire expression evaluation, after completion of that entire expression evaluation, what kind of variable is having highest data type, as per that highest data type, that entire arithmetic result will be converting into that data type only. So here we are providing int, byte and short. Out of these three data types, integer is having the highest size when compared to the remaining two data types. That's why due to that reason, the entire arithmetic expression result will be converting into integer type. And here, out of all the four options, the right option is integer. And in order to explain it clearly, let me try to take one more example so that you will get the clarity. Within this example, all of you please carefully observe. We have one integer number is there, int n. Within that we have some integral value is available, 10, that I am storing in the integer variable. Let me try to take one more variable, int n1. It is not of the type of integer. Let me try to take with a different data type, double n1. Within that I am trying to hold some floating point number 32.13, and if I am going to perform n plus n1, what will happen? Here we are performing arithmetic addition operation in between n and n1 operands. N is of the type of integer and n1 is the type of double. That means the entire result of this arithmetic expression will be producing in the format of double. As per the explanation given by me, if you are providing different data types in the arithmetic expression, if the different data types are involving in the arithmetic expression, after evaluation of that entire arithmetic exception, the data type which is having highest size, the entire arithmetic exception result will be converting into that data type size. Here, out of these two data types, double is having highest data type size. All of you please observe, integer of the capacity 4 bytes and double is having the capacity of 8 bytes. So that the entire result of this entire arithmetic expression will be converting into double type, and we have to hold it in the double variable. Let me try to take one resultant variable double r equal to n plus n1. N plus n1 in the sense n is of the type of integer and n1 is of the type of double, and after completion of this entire arithmetic expression evaluation, the output will be producing in the format of double. That's why we are holding it in the double variable r. For example, instead of holding it in the double variable r, if you are taking the data type of the resultant variable integer, what will happen? All of you please carefully concentrate. N is of the type of integer 10 plus n1 is of the type of double 32.13. After evaluation of this entire arithmetic expression, we will get the output in the format of 42.13. What we are doing here, instead of storing it in the double reference variable r, we are trying to store it into the integer reference variable. That means there is a possibility of lose some value here. So integer in the sense, it is not at all displaying the precision values, it is only concentrating upon the integral part of the given digit. So with the help of integer, if you are trying to hold this entire arithmetic expression, means you will get the incompatibility error. The error will be in the format of incompatible types, possibly lose conversion from, it may be double or float, from double to float or double to integer or float to integer. There is a possibility of losing some value here. We are going to get incompatible type error. If you are trying to store this entire arithmetic expression value into this resultant variable r, which is of the type of integer, at the time of compilation, definitely you will get the error which is in the format of incompatible type. So that be careful while at the time of solving these problems. If you want to store this entire arithmetic expression result into the resultant variable r, you can do one important scenario. That means only if you want to print the integral part of the result, we have that flexibility. How can you do? Means with the help of typecasting. Now instead of storing that entire arithmetic expression directly, n is the integer part, there is no problem, n is of the type of integer, but n1 is the type of double. We can typecast it, we can narrowing it, that means we can downcast the data type. Double we can downcast it into integer type, there is no problem at all. So the double value we are going to downcast it, explicitly we are mentioning it, we are trying to convert it to integer type, and the double variable reference variable name itself is n1. Here n in the sense you will get 10 plus whatever the double variable that is available n1, we are trying to downcasting it into the integer type. That means it will consider the integral part of that, that particular number 32. 10 plus 32. Now here both the variables n and n1 are belonging to integer category. N is by default integer type, and n1 we are forcefully, actually initially n1 is of the type of double, we are forcefully typecasting it into integer. We are explicitly typecasting it to integer due to that reason. In this entire arithmetic expression, all the variables that are participating in this entire arithmetic expression are of the type of integer. There is no problem, so that we can hold it into the integer resultant variable. Int r. Within the resultant variable, if you are going to hold this entire arithmetic expression, you will get the answer 42. It is very simple. Be careful while at the time of getting this type of questions. If the arithmetic expression is the combination of different data types, at that time, out of all the different data types, the data type which is having maximum size as per the data type, the entire arithmetic expression result will be converting. What will be the output of the below code? Here we have one class is there, the class name is tester, and within that class we have one method is there, the method name itself is check temperature, which is of the type of boolean. The return type of this method is boolean. We need to return boolean value from this method, and it has one parameter which is of the type of integer. This is the instance method. Without invoking it, it will not at all coming into the picture. Now coming to the execution, in this entire Java program, the execution will be starting from the main method of the Java class, and this is the main method, public static void main. Within that main method, the first line that is available here is we are creating the object of the class. Yes, we have created one object and the object name itself is tester. With the help of the tester object, within the if condition, we are calling the instance method of the class. The instance method name itself is check temperature. And while at the time of invoking that instance method from this tester object, we are passing one important value. That the temperature value that we are passing here is 110. That 110 value will be passing to this method as a parameter that will be available in this temperature. Now within this check temp method, we are trying to check if the temp greater than 100. Yes, the temperature value that we are passing is 110. That the 110 is available in this temporary variable. 110 is always greater than 100, so that from this entire instance method, the return value that we are getting from this entire instance method is true. And based upon the result of that entire instance method, here in this if condition, we are getting the status of the check temperature method in the format of true. If of true means condition will be true, so that it will enter into the if condition. Within the if condition, whatever the line that is available, that will be printed. Data is valid. So that out of all the four options, the right option is data is valid. This is the right option. For example, instead of 110, if you are trying to pass 80, then what will happen? And with the help of tester object, if you are trying to call tester.checktemp of, at the time of invocation of that instance method, now I am passing 80. Now that the 80 will be available as a parameter in this check temperature, and within this check temperature, within the if condition, we are checking the condition. What is the condition? That 80 is greater than 100. No, 80 is not at all greater than 100. It is always less than 100. Due to that reason, it will not enter into this if condition. It will check else condition, and within the else, if the condition is not at all true, then it will enter into the else block. Within the else block, the return value that we are getting from the entire instance method is false. So that the status that we are getting here in this if condition is false. As per the false condition, if of false means it is not at all executing the if condition, it will enter into the else block. So that with respect to the 80 value, within the else block, whatever the message that is available, that will be printed. Data is invalid. But here in this question, we are passing 110. Due to that reason, we will get the output data is valid. Out of all these four options, the right option is B option. Data is a valid. It is the right answer. Coming to the next question. Within this question, we have one class is available. The class name itself is test. Within the class tester, we have two important members are available. One is instance method. The method name itself is demo method. Demo method is the method that is available. It is an instance method, and the second method is main method. And the Java execution will start from main method. Within the main method, we have created the object of the tester class, and with the help of the tester class object, we are invoking the demo method, so that the demo method will be coming into the picture, and it is a normal method without having any parameters. That's why at the time of invocation of the demo method, we are not at all passing any parameters. And within the demo method, we have an integer variable is there. The variable name itself is var1, and within that we have the value that is available is 1000. And coming to the next variable, which is of the type of floating point, and the value that is available in this floating point var2 is 20.00. And coming to the third variable, which is of the type of double, and the variable name itself is var3. Within that, the default value that is available is 0.01. And here we are performing one important arithmetic expression evaluation, and we are finally storing that entire result into the var3. That means the final output that we are going to hold it in the var3. And what is the arithmetic expression evaluation that is available here? var2 in the sense you will get 20.00 plus var1 in the sense 1000 into 7.0 by 100. 7.0 by 100 means the value that we are going to get here is 0.07. 0.07 is the output from this entire expression. 0.07 we are going to get here, and that 0.07 we are multiplying it with var1. Within the var1, the value that is available is 1000. 0.07, sorry, here the dot is not available. 0.07 into 1000, in the sense you will get 70. 70 is the value after end of this entire arithmetic expression evaluation. Here you will get 70.0. That is the output that we are going to get here after completion of this entire expression evaluation. Now that 70.0 we are adding with var2. var2, in the sense within the var2 we have the value 20.00. 20.00 plus 70.0, in the sense finally you will get the value 90. That will be available within the var3, which is of the type of double. The entire arithmetic expression evaluation we are typecasting into the double. Due to that region, it will hold the precision values also. And finally the output that we are going to get here is 90.0. And at the time of printing the statement, we are printing the var3 variable name itself also. var3 colon 90.0 is the output. Instead of this entire var3 reference variable, we will get the 90.0. var3 colon 90.0 is the right option. Out of this all the four options, the right option is B option. It is very simple. Coming to the next question, identify the number of instance and local variables present in the student class given below. We have one class is available. The class name is student class, and it has some variables as well as one user defined method. The method name itself is find grade. Totally the members that are available in this class are, we have some variables and one user defined method. And out of this entire context, we have to identify how many number of instance and local variables are present in the student class given below. Before going to understand this question, first of all you should have some basic idea regarding what do you mean by the local variables as well as class level variables and instance variables. When can you say a variable is an instance variable? The variables which we are defining in the class level without using the keyword static are instance or object specific variables. If you are going to observe within this class, we are defining two variables. We have defined two variables in this class. One is roll number and second one is student name, which are in the class level. Those are not at all available in any one of the block of the class. If you are going to consider, this find grade is one of the block of the class. Likewise, we can provide so many methods in the class. We can simply call them as subparts of the class. I did not provide the two variables, roll number and student name, within the block of the class. I am providing them in the class level. After opening the class place, I am providing them in the format of class level variables, but I did not use the static keyword here. Due to that reason, these two variables are comes under the category of instance or object specific variables. The variables which we are defining in the class level without using the keyword static or instance, without using the keyword static, we can call them as instance or object specific variables. As well as the variables which we are defining in the class level, within the same class level, if you are going to define the variables, that too by using the static keyword, we can call them as static or class specific variable. But unfortunately, within this entire code, there are no some other class level variables which are having the keyword static. We are having two class level variables, that too without using the static keyword. Due to that reason, these two variables are comes under the category of instance variables of the class. And next, the variables which we are defining in the block of the class, that means in the subpart of the class, some subpart in the sense it may be function or the method within the class. If you are going to define that variable within the block of the class, or if you are passing them as a parameters or the arguments of a particular function or the method, we can call them as local variables. If you are going to observe within this class, we are passing one parameter for this method. We can consider it as an argument of the method. That means it is a local variable. It's under the it comes under the category of local variable. Till now we have identified one local variable. As well as we have one more local variable is there. The local variable name itself is grade, which is available within the block of the class. We have one block is there in the class, one method is there, one sub function is there in the class. The sub function name itself is find grade, and within this block we have the one more variable is available. The variable name itself is grade. Due to that reason, this variable is also comes under the category of local variable, and the scope of the local variables are available within that block or within that function or within that method only. We are unable to get the scope of that variable outside of the block. The entire scope of that local variables will be available based upon the context of that local variable. If it is defining in one method, the scope of that variable is available within that method only. If you are going to define one variable within some other method, the scope of that variable is with respect to that another method only. Due to that reason, finally from this entire class, if you are going to observe, totally 4 variables are available here. These are the 2 variables and one more variable is marks and the 4th variable is grade. Out of all these 4 variables, 2 variables are comes under the category of instance variables and 2 variables are comes under the category of local variables. Without understanding the theoretical concept regarding the types of variables in the class, it will be very difficult to understand this question. And out of all the 4 options, if you are going to observe, within this class we have 2 instance variables are there and as well as 2 local variables are there. This is the right option. If I am going to provide one more variable, let us assume I am going to provide one more variable, public, and here I am going to take static keyword, static, public static, otherwise let me try to take it with the help of text. If I am going to take one more variable, public static int age of the student, then if you are going to define this variable in this class level, then it comes under the category of static variable. Totally within this class, along with this line, 2 instance variables, 1 static variable, 2 local variables. If you are going to define one more variable within this method, means it also comes under the category of local variable only. But from this entire class till now, we have 2 instance variables and 2 local variables are available. I hope with this you got the complete idea regarding this question. Please read this important theoretical portions of types of variables. Without knowing the basic details of the types of variables, it is highly impossible to understand the question. Thank you. Coming to the next question, what is the output of the below code? We have one class is there, the class name itself is tester. Within the class, 2 members are available. One is instance method, the method name itself is subtract. It is expecting 2 parameters, and as per the 2 parameters, it has the return type integer and it will return some output in the format of a minus b. Whatever the parameters that we are passing, those parameters subtraction will be happening here, and finally the output will be returning from this subtract method. And we have one main method is there. Java execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, we have 2 variables are there, a and b. A value is 10, b value is 20, and we have created the object of the class. The object name itself is tester. With the help of that object only, we can call this method. Why? Because it is an instance method. It is not at all static method. Without having the object of the class, it is not possible to invoke this instance method. Tester dot subtract of, at the time of calling this method, we are passing 2 parameters. The first parameter that I am passing here is 20, that is with respect to the b, and the second parameter that I am passing is a. Within that, we have 10 is the value that is available. And at the time of calling this subtract function, it will go to this code, and within this code, within the a variable, you will get the b value. That means you will get 20 here. Within the a, you will get 20, comma, within the b, you will get 10. Now, within this subtract function, what is the operation that we are performing? A minus b. A minus b in the sense 20 minus 10. 20 minus 10, you will get 10 only, positive value that we are getting, and we are returning it in the format of integer. Due to that reason only, the entire method invocation, we are holding it in the one resultant variable result. Within this result, the subtract method return the output in the format of integer value, that is 10, that will be available in this result variable. Finally, we are printing that result variable. Out of all these 4 options, if you are going to observe, what is the option that is having the positive integer value 10? That is the exact output. Out of these 4 options, the exact output is C option. This is the right option. Very simple question. Coming to the last question, what will be the output of the below code? We have one class, the class name is tester. Within that, we have 2 members are available. One is user defined method. The method name itself is add. It has to expect 2 parameters, and within that method we are performing simple arithmetic operation, and finally we are returning the output from this method. As well as we have one main method is there. This is the predefined method in the Java class. The execution will start from the main method. Within the main method we have 2 variables are there. A is 10 and B is 20, and we have one resultant variable. In order to hold the result, we have taken one sum variable. Within that sum variable, initially the value that is available is 0, and if you want to invoke this instance method, definitely we have to create the object of the class. Without creating the object of the class, it is not possible to call this instance method. Due to that reason only, I have created one object for the class tester equal to new tester. With the help of the object of the class, I am invoking the instance method. At the time of invocation, I am passing 10 and 20 to that add method. That means at the end of this line, it will enter into this method, and within the A you will get 10, and within the B you will get 20. 10 plus 20 means finally the output that we are going to get here is 30. That will be returning in the format of integer. But unfortunately, at the time of calling this add method, I did not hold it in any one of the resultant variable. Without holding it into the resultant variable, we are unable to get anything from this add method. Why? Because within the add method, we did not print the output. We are returning the output from this add method. Definitely at the time of calling it, we have to hold it in any one of the resultant variable. But unfortunately, I did not hold it in the resultant variable. And after completion of this method calling, I have printed one simple message, system.out.println. Within that, I am printing the sum variable value. If you are going to print the sum variable value, whatever the value that is available at the time of declaration of the sum, that the same value will be available here. Why? Because I did not hold the result of the add method in the sum variable. Due to that reason, at the time of printing this statement, the sum value we are going to get here is 0. If you are trying to hold the entire method invocation result into the sum variable, sum equal to tester.add of a comma b, in the sense add method will perform addition operation upon 10 and 20, and it will return the output in the format of integer, so that we can hold it in the sum. And finally, if you are going to do like this, within the sum you will get the 30 value. But unfortunately, that line is not at all available here. Simply we are invoking the add method without storing the result of that add method in any one of the resultant variable. Due to that reason, within the sum, the initial value that is assigned to the sum 0, that will be printed here. It is a very simple question. You have to be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. What will be the output of the below code? We have one class is there. The class name is demo. Within the class, we have one class level instance variable is there. The instance variable value is 20. As well as within the same class, we have one default constructor is there with respect to that class, and within the default constructor, whatever the instance variable that is available, we are updating the instance variable value from 20 to 40. That is the functionality that is happening in this demo class. As well as we have one more class is there. The class name itself is tester class. Within this class, the main method is available. This is the main class. Execution will start from this main class. Within this class, we are trying to create the object of the demo class. After completion of the object creation of the demo class, we are trying to print demo.value. That means with respect to the object of the demo class only, we can invoke the instance variable of that demo class. Due to that reason only, we are creating the object of the class, and with the help of that object, demo.value, in the sense what is the output that we are going to get here, that we have to identify. Before going to analyze this question, first of all, you should have some basic idea related to what do you mean by the constructor. A constructor is a special method which is always coming into the picture while at the time of creating the object of the class. And within the class, the constructor name is always as the class name. That point you have to keep in your mind. In this demo class, we have one constructor is there. It is the default constructor. It is the default constructor with the class name demo. Within this constructor, the functionality is we are updating the instance variable value. Initially, the instance variable value is 20. We are updating it to 40. And that too, the constructor is always coming into the picture while at the time of creating the object of the class. This point is very, very important. The constructor is always coming into the picture while at the time of creating the object of the class. Now, within the main class, in this line, the execution will start from main method. Within the main method, the first and foremost line that is available here is we are creating the object of the demo class. While at the time of creating the object of the demo class, the demo class constructor will be coming into the picture. This is the constructor calling. And it will come into the picture. That means it will call this default constructor of the demo class, and within the demo class, whatever the instance variable that is available, that instance variable value we are updating it to 40. After completion of the execution of this line, we have created the object of the demo class. At the same time, we are calling the demo class default constructor. With the help of that default constructor, we are updating the value of the instance variable from 20 to 40. Due to that reason, if you are going to print the next line, system.out.println demo.value in the sense value is the instance variable, object specific variable with respect to the demo class. Demo.value in the sense here you will get the updated value of that value variable. You will get 40 here. Why? Because while at the time of creating the object of the demo class, we have invoked that demo class constructor. With the help of demo class constructor, we have updated the value of the instance variable that is available in the demo class. Without having this constructor, you will get 20 only. Why? Because at the time of invocation of this class object, there is no default constructor that is available in the class, and without having the default constructor itself, JVM itself, it will create one default constructor, but within the default constructor there is no functionality at all in order to update the value. Without providing this demo class constructor explicitly, you will get 20 only, but we have provided it explicitly. Due to that reason, within that demo class constructor, we are updating the value of the instance variable that is available in the demo class. Due to that reason, you will not get 20 here, you will get 40. Out of all these options, C option is the right option. It is a very simple question. The only thing that we have to observe here is you should have some basic idea related to when the constructor will be coming into the picture. Constructor will be coming into the picture while at the time of creating the object of the class. Whatever the functionality that we are performing in the constructor, that will be with respect to that object. The modification that has been done here with the help of demo object, due to that reason, the updated value of the value reference variable is printing here. The output is 40. In the next question, what will be the output of the below code? We have one demo class is there. Within the demo class, two instance variables are there, var1 and var2, as well as one parameterized constructor is available. The constructor name itself is as the class name demo, and it has two parameters. The two parameters are v1 and v2. Whatever the values that we are getting within this v1 and v2, we are updating those values with respect to the variable 1 and variable 2. That is the functionality that we are performing with the help of this demo class parameterized constructor. And coming to the tester class, this is the main class. Why? Because within this class only we have the main method is available. The JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first line that is available is we are creating the object of the demo class. While at the time of creating the object of the demo class, we are calling the default constructor of the demo class. But unfortunately, there is no default constructor that is available in the demo class. We have explicitly mentioned one parameterized constructor. Without having any constructor means the JVM itself, it will be considered there is one default constructor that is available in the Java class, but explicitly we have mentioned one parameterized constructor. At that time, JVM will not do anything. It will try to check is there any default constructor that will be available in the demo class. Why? Because already we have mentioned one parameterized constructor. Along with the parameterizer constructor, definitely we have to mention the default constructor also. If you want to create the object of the class with the help of default constructor, definitely we have to provide the default constructor explicitly within the demo class. Without having any constructor means the JVM itself, it will create the default constructor. Already one parameterizer constructor is available, so that there is no possibility. We have to provide the code for the default constructor within the demo class, otherwise you will get the compile time error, that the error is compilation error. Class tester has no default constructor, that is the error that we are getting. And as per the definition of the constructor is always coming into the picture while at the time of creating the object of the class. Yes, we are calling the default constructor of the class while at the time of creating the object of the class, but unfortunately there is no default constructor that is available in the demo class. We have one explicit constructor is available, that too it is a parameterized constructor. It is not at all suitable for the default constructor. Due to that reason you will get the compilation error, and the error is class tester has no default constructor. It is very important question. All of you please carefully observe this question. Thank you Mahendra. Coming to this question, consider the below circle class. Within the circle class, we have one instance variable is available. The instance variable name itself is radius, and it has one parameterizer constructor with the same class name, circle of. It has one parameter, that too the parameter type is double. And within the parameterizer constructor, whatever the parameter that we are passing, that we are assigning it to the instance variable. That is the functionality that is happening in this parameterizer constructor of the circle class. And which of the following options will create an object of the circle class? This is the most important thing that we have to identify. Before going to create the object of the circle class, first of all you should have some basic idea related to how to create the object of the class in the Java. The syntax that we have to follow here is the class name space object reference equal to new class name. This is the syntax that we have to follow in order to create the object of the class. For example, circle is the class in the sense circle C equal to new circle. That is the way that we have to create the object of the class. In the similar format, here within the circle class we have parameterized constructor is there. At the time of creating the object of the class, definitely we have to invoke this parameterized constructor, otherwise you will get the compilation error. Now try to check out of all the four options which option is the right option. We should not call the third option. Why? Because we should not use this third option, circle C equal to new circle. At the time of creating the object of the class, we are calling the default constructor of the circle class, but unfortunately there is no default constructor that is available in the circle class. This is wrong option. And coming to the second option, circle, there is no reference variable. Circle equal to new circle of, we are calling the parameterized constructor, but there is no uses. We are not at all holding that object in the any one of the reference variable with respect to the circle class. It is also wrong answer. And coming to the fourth option, circle C equal to new circle of, we are passing two parameters. We are calling two parameterized constructor with respect to the circle class, but unfortunately within the circle class we have only one parameterized constructor is available. It is also wrong option. And coming to the first option, circle C equal to new circle of 10.5. That too we are passing the double value with respect to the circle class. It will invoke that parameterized constructor of the circle class and it will execute the parameterized constructor of the circle class. This is the right option when compared to all the four options. The first option is the best and suitable option in order to create the object of the circle class. I hope you understand this question. You understood the question. Thank you. Coming to this question, which of the following are true about the constructors in the Java? We have to identify the multiple options here. The first option is the name of the constructor should be same as the class name. Yes, it is correct. There is no doubt at all. The constructor is a special method. The constructor name is as like as the class name. We have to use the class name as a constructor name. The first option is right. If you don't define a constructor of the class, a default parameterless constructor is automatically provided by the Java compiler. Yes, definitely. If you are not at all having any one of the constructor within your class, if you don't provide the constructor within your class, definitely the JVM at the time of compilation of your Java program, it will create one default parameterless constructor within your class. Automatically that parameterless default constructor will be available within your class if you are not at all providing any one of the constructor within your class. This is also right option, there is no doubt at all. Now coming to the third option, the default constructor initializes all the instance variables to the default values of the data types. Yes, absolutely. For example, for this I will take one simple example. We have one class is there. The class name is sample. Within the sample class, if you are having some instance variables int a comma b. There are two instance variables, but I did not assign any value. And while at the time of creating the object of the class, it will invoke that sample class default constructor without providing any constructor. Means within the Java class, the JVM will provide, the Java compiler will provide one default constructor, and virtually this is the code that is available. Without providing it also, the code will be available in this default constructor is, it will try to initialize the instance variables. It is going to try to initialize the instance variables. A equal to the default data type of the integer. The default value of the data type of the integer is 0, that will be assigning here, as well as for the b also the default value of the integer is 0, that will be assigned. The default constructor initializes all the instance variables to the default values of the data types. The default value of the integer data type is 0, that is assigning to the both the instance variables a and b with respect to the default constructor of the class. Otherwise, if the variables are of the type of float, that means the default value of the float 0.0 will be assigned. For example, the instance variables of the type of Boolean, the Boolean default value will be assigned. If the instance variables of the type string, then the default value of the string will be assigned. Like that, the default constructor will initialize all the instance variables. Initializing in the sense assigning the value to the instance variables based upon the data type that are associating with the instance variables. Third option is the right option. And coming to the fourth option, what is the fourth option? The fourth option indication is a constructor cannot have an access modifier. No, the constructor should have some access modifiers also. At the time of definition of the constructor, we can provide the access modifier, like access modifiers that are available in the Java are public, or we can provide private, or we can provide default in the sense we need not to mention it explicitly, simply we can leave the that space. We need not to provide any default keyword there. Public, private, default and protected, that we can use for the constructor, there is no doubt at all. But here the fourth option is we should not use access modifiers while at the time of defining the constructor. In the constructor definition, access modifiers we cannot use them. It is not at all correct option, it is wrong option. We can use access modifiers in the constructor definition. Out of all the four options, option 1, 2, 3 are the right options and option 4 is the wrong option. It is a very important question with respect to the constructors. Please try to analyze the things. Thank you. Coming to this question, what will be the output of the below code? We have one tester class is there. Within the tester class, two instance variables are available. Two instance variables, number 1 and number 2 are available. Initially, we did not assign any value to the variables. That means whatever the data type that is associating with number 1 and number 2, that data type default values will be available. The data type default values will be integer in the sense the default value of the integer is 0, 0. 0, 0 is available in the number 1 and number 2. Why? Because at the time of declaration of these instance variables, we did not assign any values to those instance variables. Okay. The next thing is we have one parameterizer constructor is there. The constructor name is as like as the class name. It has two parameters and these are the local variables. What is the functionality that we are performing in the parameterizer constructor? We are assigning the local variables values within the local variables itself. Here number 1 value we are holding it in the number 1. Number 2 value we are holding it in the number 2. We are not at all reflecting the class level instance variables. If you want to reflect the class level instance variables, we have to use this keyword. This in the sense the current class reference variable. I will tell it later. First of all, within this constructor, whatever the values that are available in the number 1 and number 2, we are reassigning the same values to the same number 1 and number 2 variables. And that too, these two variables are local with respect to this constructor. And coming to the main method, within the main method, the execution, the Java JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first line is we are creating the object of the tester class. While at the time of creating the object of the tester class, we are invoking the parameterizer constructor, and that too we are passing two parameters. The two parameter values are 20 and 40. The two values will be passing to this parameterizer constructor. That means within the number 1 and number 2, you will get 20 and 40. The same 20 and 40 we are assigning to the same local variables number 1 and number 2. There is no uses of storing or reassigning the same values to the same variables. After end of this line, with respect to the same object tester, we are invoking the instance variables. We are calling the instance variables of the class. The instance variables of the class are number 1 and number 2. These are the class level instance variables. Due to that reason, instance variables means object specific. Definitely we require object. With the help of that object, if we are going to call number 1 and number 2, tester dot number 1, tester dot number 2, here we are going to get 0, 0. Why? Because we did not update the values of the instance variables that are available in the class. The instance variables that are available in the class are number 1 and number 2. The default values that are available in the instance variables are 0 and 0. Why? Because the data types that are associating with the help of these two variables are integer. The integer default value is 0, 0. Those are available, and this is the output that we are getting if we are going to print that number 1 and number 2 with respect to the tester object. For example, instead of performing this particular operation in the parameterizer constructor of the tester class, if I am going to perform the operation like this dot number 1 equal to number 1 and this dot number 2 equal to number 2. Instead of the available code, if you are going to update the code in this format, means here this code functionality is completely different when compared to the available code functionality. This code functionality meaning is as per the current class object. This is indicating the current class object. Actually, we are invoking this parameterizer constructor with the help of tester object, tester class object, tester object. That object will be available in this entire constructor. The object reference will be persisting in this entire constructor, so that how to get that object means within the Java there is a keyword, special keyword. This is indicating the current class object from where we are getting, from which object we are getting, that will be holding in this reference variable. With the help of the current class reference variable, we are calling the current class number 1. That means we have two variables that are available in the current class, number 1 and number 2. These are instance variables. With the help of the current class reference variable, this dot number 1 means, then here you will get that instance variable number 1. Within that number 1, we are updating the local variable value 20. That will be available, that will be updatable in the class level instance variable. Now the value will become 20 in the number 1. As well as this dot number 2, in the sense here we are not at all updating the value of the local variable number 2 into the number 2 local variable. We are calling this dot number 2 in the sense the class level instance variable we are calling it, and within that we are updating the value with the local variable number 2. So that within the class level instance variable, the value that will be updated here is 40. After completion of the execution of this code within the parameterizer constructor, if you are trying to print tester dot number 1 and tester dot number 2, you will get the output. Why? Because with respect to the same object we are printing number 1 and number 2. With respect to the same object, while at the time of calling the parameterizer constructor with this code, the values of the number 1 and number 2 were updated. The updated values will be available here, 20 and 40, that we are going to get with respect to this available code, this particular code. Whatever the code that I have provided here explicitly, with the help of this code you will get the output 20 and 40. Why? Because we are updating the instance variables of the class with the help of this keyword. This in the sense current class object. With the help of the current class object, we are calling the instance variables, and we are updating those variables with the help of local variable values 20 and 40. If is there any naming ambiguity between local variables and class level variables, it is better to call them. If they are instance variables, means we have to call the instance variables with the help of this keyword in the constructor context. So that here this dot number 1 indicates it is a class level instance variable, number 1 indicates it is a local variable. This dot number 2 indicates the class level instance variable number 2, and number 2 is indicating that it is the local variable. If is there any naming ambiguity between class level static variables as well as local variables, means at that time class level static variables, if you want to access, you can call them with the help of class name, tester dot number 1, tester dot number 2, like that you have to call them, and you can hold the local variables values into the static variables. That all the things, but we are unable to use the static keyword within the tester. Why? Because tester is a constructor. Within the constructor context, it is the object specific context. Within this context, we should not use the static keyword. That is the complete separate context. Here, with the available code, the output that we are going to get here is 0 0 0 0, in the sense out of all the 4 options, you are going to get third option is the right option. If you want to get 20 and 40, here you need to modify the code within the constructor. How to modify the code? Very simple. Instead of calling local variable number 1, this dot number 1 equal to, within that we are holding the local variable value, this dot number 2, that means we are calling the instance variable of the class, within that we are holding local variable value 2. If you are going to modify the available code with respect to the updated code, instead of this code, if you are going to provide this code, you will get 20 and 40 output. But here the thing that we are doing, simply we are updating the local variable value within the local variable itself. That will be persisting within this constructor only. We are unable to get the updated value of that local variable number 1 and number 2 outside of the context of the constructor. And here we are printing tester dot number 1 and tester dot number 2. Number 1, number 2 are the both are instance variables, while at the time of printing that instance variables, what is the value, default value that is available, that will be printed here. So the default value that is available in the number 1 and number 2 are 0 0. Due to that reason, you will get the output 0. How many object and references have been created in the scenario given below? For example, within the, as per the given scenario, how many reference variables are there as well as how many objects are there? If you are going to observe, totally 4 reference variables are there. The reference variable names are student 1, student 2, student 3 as well as student 4. Totally 4 reference variables are there. We have to identify in which option we are having 4 reference variables. So in the option 1 and as well as option 3, we are having 4 reference variables. That means it is the expected option. 1 and C are the expected options to get the right answer. And coming to the second and third last option, within that only we are having 3 reference variables. Those are not at all the expected right answers. That's why I am going to eliminate option 2 and option 4. And coming to the option 1 and C, if you are going to observe, how many objects are there? In the option 1, totally 4 objects are there. In option 2, only 2 objects are there. We have to check it. How many objects are there in with respect to that reference variables. Coming to the main method, within the main method, the first line itself is student. We are creating the object of the student class, and that too the reference variable that we are having S1, student 1. With respect to the student 1, we have created one object. Let us assume this simple rectangular box is considering as an object. With respect to the one reference variable S1, till now only one object is available at the end of this line. And coming to the next line, student S2, student 2, we are taking one more reference variable S2. With respect to this student reference variable student 2, we are creating one more object. That means it is pointing to some other object. There is no relationship between S1 object and S2 object. till now 2 reference variables are there and 2 objects are available. And coming to the second line completed. Coming to the third line, student. For the student class, we are taking one more reference variable, that the reference variable name itself is S3, and for this S3 we are holding student1 reference variable. Student1 reference variable is pointing to one object, that the student1 reference variable we are holding it into the S3. That means indirectly this S3 reference variable is also pointing to the same object. That means at the end of the third line we are having 3 reference variables, but the objects are 2 only. For the first object, S1 and S3 are pointing to these 2 reference variables. S1 and S3 are pointing to the first object. Why? Because indirectly within the S3 we are holding the reference variable S1, student1. Student1 is holding the object that was created in the line number 1. Due to that reason, both S1 and S2, which are pointing to the same object, S2 is pointing to some other object. After end of the third line, 3 reference variables are there, only 2 objects are available. And coming to the last line, student, with the help of student class, we are creating one more reference variable S4, but unfortunately within the S4 we are storing null. Null means nothing. There is no reference to any one of the object. That means there is no object concept at all. It is a null reference variable. It is an empty reference variable. At the end of all the lines in this given code snippet, totally we have 4 reference variables S1, S2, S3, S4, which are nothing but student1, student2, student3, student4, and the object count is 1 and 2. Only 2 objects are available and 4 reference variables are available. Out of all these options, now we can easily eliminate the first option also. First option is also wrong. Why? Because here in the first option, 4 objects and 4 reference variables are there in the available code snippet. No, it is not at all correct. Coming to the third option, C option, we have 2 objects, yes, 2 objects are available and 4 reference variables are available. This is the right answer as per the given code snippet. I think with this you got the complete clarity regarding how many reference variables are there as well as how many objects are there in the given question. Thank you. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the following code? We have one class is there, the class name is trainee. Within the class we have one instance variable, class level instance variable is there. The instance variable name itself is id. Initially we did not assign any value to this id. The data type that is associating this id is integer. The default value of the integer is 0, that will be available in the id. And coming to the next class, demo, it is the main class. Within that we have main method is available. The JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, we are trying to create one reference variable for the trainee class. Trainee is the class name. For that we are creating one reference variable trainee, but with the help of that reference variable, we are not at all creating the object of the trainee class. We are storing the null. That means there is no use of this reference variable. Within this reference variable, we are holding null value. And at the end of this line, we are trying to print system.out.println trainee.id. Trainee is the reference variable. We can accept it. Why? Because with the help of the class name trainee only, we have taken this reference variable. With the help of that reference variable, we can have the flexibility to call that id of the trainee. There is no problem at all. There is no syntactic error also. Trainee.id. But unfortunately, for the trainee class, there is no object. If you want to call id, id is the instance variable of the trainee class. That means we have to call this id with the help of the instance variable. That means the variable which is having the object of the trainee class. With the help of that object only, we have to call that id. Without calling the id variable with the object specific reference variable, we are going to get runtime error. Runtime error means here there is no syntax error. In the first line, we have taken one trainee reference variable. Within that we are holding null. There is no syntax error. Within the second line, we are printing system.out.println. With the help of trainee reference variable, which is of the type of trainee class, we are invoking the id of the class. But there is no syntax error. There is no problem at all. But at the time of running this program, you will get runtime error. The runtime error is we are going to get null pointer exception. Why? Because the trainee reference variable, within the trainee reference variable, there is no object which is belonging to the trainee class. and that too we are invoking the object specific variable with the help of trinary reference variable, but unfortunately within the trinary reference variable null is the value that is available. With that null value, it is not possible to access the trinary class related instance or object specific variable. Due to that reason, while at the time of running this program you will get the runtime error, and that too that runtime error exception is null pointer exception. We should not invoke id with respect to the null pointer related reference variable trinary. If you are going to modify this line, let me try to modify this first line in the main method. Trinary is the reference variable. Within that, if you are going to hold the trinary class object, then there is no problem. We can have the flexibility. Why? Because within this reference variable, we are holding the trinary class object, so that with the help of that reference variable trinary, we can call the id of the trinary class. id is the object specific variable which is with respect to the trinary class. We can call it. At that time, if you are going to modify this line, instead of the available code, if you are going to write this updated code in this given program, you will definitely get the answer, and the answer is 0. Why? Because with respect to the id, the value that is available is 0. But the thing is, within the available code, the reference variable is holding null pointer, null value, and with the help of that reference variable, we are calling the instance variable of the trinary class. There is no syntactic error, but you will get the runtime error. That the runtime error is null pointer exception error. It is a exception, runtime exception. All of you please carefully keep this point within your mind. Thank you, Mahendra. Now coming to the next question, how many objects will be eligible for the garbage collection after execution of the below code? You have one main method is there. Within the main method, totally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code is there. After execution of all the 6 lines of the code, how many objects are eligible for the garbage collection? Garbage collection in the sense, how many variables are useless? That means without having the memory, how many variables are existing in this particular code snippet. Now coming to the first line, let us take, we have created one object with respect to the student class. The object reference name itself is S1. It is initially pointing to, it will create some memory, and this is the memory that was created with respect to the S1 reference variable. It is pointing to this memory. And coming to the next line, we are trying to create one more reference variable S2, which is pointing to some other object. With the help of this S2 reference variable, we are holding some other memory location, and we are allocating some other memory to this S2 reference variable. As well as within the line number 3, we are taking one more reference variable S3, which is pointing to some other memory location. Totally 3 reference variables are there, which are pointing to 3 different memory locations. There is no relationship between one memory location to another memory location at the end of the 3 lines. And coming to the 4th line, within the 4th line, we have taken one reference variable S4, which is of the type of student class. Within that reference variable, we are holding the S2 reference variable, student2 reference variable. That means we are holding the student2 reference variable in the S4, which is indicating that indirectly this S4 is also pointing to the same object memory that was created by the S2 reference variable. At the end of the 4th line, till now 4 reference variables are there. S1 is pointing to the first memory, S2 is pointing to the second memory, S3 is pointing to the third memory, S4 is pointing to the second memory that was created by the S2. And coming to the 5th line, whatever the memory that is holding by the S3 reference variable, we are making it null. That means S3 is pointing to this memory location and we are making it to null. S3 is pointing to the null. That means it is useless. It is not at all pointing to any memory location and it is garbage collected. S3 is garbage collected till now. And coming to the 6th line, within the 6th line, within the S1, we are holding S3 reference variable. Initially, S1 is pointing to the first memory location, and within the S1, we are trying to hold S3. S3 is holding null. That means it is not at all pointing to any memory location. In the similar fashion, S1, whenever we are pointing it to S1, whenever it is holding S3, it is dereferencing from the memory that was created in the S1 reference variable. And it is now pointing to the S3 and S3 is pointing to the null. That means S1 is also not at all pointing to any memory location. It is also garbage collected. Now totally 2 objects are eligible for the garbage collection, that the 2 objects are S1 and S3. At the end of all the 6 lines, if you are going to come outside of this main method, the output for the above code is totally 2 objects are eligible for the garbage collection. Out of all these options, C option is the right option. It is very simple. Be careful while at the time of exhibiting each and every line and analyzing each and every line. Thank you, Ananda. Coming to the next question, consider the account class. Which of the following statement is true after executing the line number 1? Here, the line number 1 is available. At the end of the execution of the line number 1, which of the following statement is true? There are 4 statements are available. We have to identify which statement is true according to the end of the line number 1. And coming to the class, within the account class, we have an instance variable is there. The instance variable name itself is balance, which is a class level instance variable. We can call it as a object specific variable. And within the same class, we have the main method. In Java class, the execution starting point will starts from main method. Within the main method, the first and foremost line that is available here is, for the account class, we are creating one reference variable, AC1. AC1 is the reference variable. We are creating it. Initially, it is null. Next, for the account class, we are creating one more reference variable. That reference variable name itself is account2. It is also null. Initially, it is also null. At the end of the first 2 lines, we have 2 reference variables are available. Initially, they are not at all pointing to any memory location. Both are null only. And coming to the third line, within the account 1, we are trying to store one object. We are trying to map account 1 reference variable to one object memory location. Account 1 is pointing to an object. Let us assume it is object. Account 1 is pointing to the object. At the end of the third line, account 1 is the reference variable which is pointing to one object. Now coming to the fourth line, account 2 is pointing to another object. So we are creating one more object and this object is referenced by the account 2. At the end of the 4 lines, 2 reference variables are there, that the 2 reference variables are pointing to 2 different object memory locations. And coming to the fifth line, account 2, within the account 2 reference variable, we are holding account 1 reference variable. That means account 2 reference variable which is pointing to some memory location, that will be dereferenced, and within the account 2 we are holding account 1 reference variable. That means indirectly account 2 is also pointing to the same object that was created by the account 1. And coming to the next line, this is the most important crucial line. At the end of this line, we have to decide what is the right option among all the 4 options. And coming to this line, account 1, whatever the account 1 that is available, account 1 is the reference variable which is available. For that account 1, we are pointing to some new memory location. That means we have to take one new memory location, and account 1 till before the line, before this line, account 1 is referring account 2, account 2 and account 1 both are referring to the same object. But within this particular current line, within this particular current line, account 1, it is dereferencing from the account 2. That means there is no relation between account 1 and account 2. They are not at all pointing to the same object. Account 2 is pointing to this object, and here account 2 link will be deleted here, account 1 link will be deleted here, and within the account 1 reference variable we are storing one more object. That means account 1 is pointing to some specific object. There is no relationship between this object and this current object. Account 1 is pointing to this object, account 2 is pointing to some other object. There is no relationship between account 1 reference variable and account 2 reference variable. Both are pointing to 2 different objects. Now we have to identify which option is the right option. Here in the first option, account 1 and account 2 are pointing to the same object. It is wrong. At the end of the line number 1, it is wrong. And now coming to the next option, account 1 and account 2 are pointing to different objects. Yes, it is right answer. Now coming to the third option, account 1 is pointing to 2 different objects at the same time. No, account 1 is not at all pointing to two different objects at the same time. Account 1 is pointing to only one object that was created in the line number 1. And coming to the last option, account 2 is pointing to two reference variables at the same time. No, account 2 is pointing to the one specific object that is available in the program memory. It is also wrong option. Now out of all these four options, option number 2 is the right option. Account 1 and account 2 are pointing to two different objects at the execution, at the end of the execution of line number 1. It is very important. All of you please be careful about this question. Now coming to the next question, consider the account class. How many objects will be eligible for the garbage collection after the execution of the below code? We have one account class is there, within that one instance variable is there, as well as the main method is there. The execution of the Java program will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first line itself is, we have one reference variable account 1 with respect to the account class. Initially it is null. Account 1 is there, it is the reference variable, it is initially null. And coming to the next line, account 2 is the another reference variable. At the end of the second line, account 2 is the another reference variable which is having null only. It is also null. It is not at all pointing to any memory location. And coming to the line number 3, in the line number 3, for the reference variable which is available in the line number 1, for that reference variable we are allocating some memory. For account 1, I am allocating some memory. This is the memory that I am allocating for the account 1. Now, coming to the next line, for the account 2 which is created in the line number 2, for that account 2 also we are allocating some other memory location. Yes, account T is pointing to some other memory location. There is no relationship between account 1 reference variable and account 2 reference variable. Both are pointing to two different memory locations. And coming to the next line, account 2 equal to account 1. That means account 2 which is pointing to some memory location, we need to dereference it. We need to delete that link from account 2 reference variable to that memory location. That means it is ready to garbage collection. Here it is eligible for the garbage collection. Please keep this point within your mind. And within this account 2, we are holding account 1 reference variable. We are holding account 1 reference variable. Account 1 reference variable holding in the sense, indirectly account 2 is also pointing to the same object that was created by the account 1 reference variable. At the end of this line, account 1 and account 2 both are pointing to the same object that was created by the account 1. Now coming to the next line. With respect to the account 1 reference variable, we are assigning account 1 reference variable to the some new memory location. Now whatever the memory that is holding by the account 1, that will be removed, and this account 1 is pointing to some new memory location. Account 1 is pointing to some new memory location. Yes, this is the memory location that is pointing towards account 1. At the end of this line, account 1 is pointing to this memory location, account 2 is pointing to this memory location. Now coming to the last line, account 2 and account 1, both the memory locations we are trying to make them as null. That means we are dereferencing the memory locations from both the account 1 and account 2. Try to remove this link in between account 1 and this memory location, as well as account 2 and this memory location. Now here totally 3 objects are available: object 1, object 1, object 2, object 3. All these 3 objects are eligible for the garbage collection. Why? Because there is no relation, there is no link in between the reference variables and that objects. All these 3 objects are eligible for the garbage collection at the end of this code. Why? Because both the account 1 and account 2 we are making them as null. We are dereferencing from the memory location, and already 3 memory locations are available. All the 3 memory locations are eligible for the garbage collection at the end of this execution of the program. Out of all the 4 options, first option is the right option. 3 objects are eligible for the memory location. Why? Because there is no link in between the reference variables and this memory locations. With this, you got the complete idea regarding this question. Thank you. Coming to the last question, which of the following statement is true? Now there are 4 statements are available. We have to identify which statement is the true. You cannot be certain at what point of time garbage collection will occur? Yes, it is absolutely correct. We are unable to decide at what point of time the garbage collection will occur. It is the right option. And the second one is, an object without reference will be immediately garbage collected. No, it is not at all possible. Even though the object is not at all pointing to any one of the reference, it will check the complete execution flow of the program. At the end of the execution flow only, the object memory will be garbage collected. It is not at all correct option. Coming to the C option, an object will be eligible for the garbage collection after the execution of the method is over. Yes, absolutely correct. At the end of the execution of the method, if you are going to finish that method with respect to that object, it may be eligible for the garbage collection. Yes, it is right option. And coming to the last option, garbage collection ensures programs will never run out of memory. No, there is no relation between garbage collection and program run out of memory. It is also wrong option. Now the right options from the given statements are option A and option C. I hope with this you understood the concept. Here, what is the output of the below code? Two classes are available in the below code. One is class A and second one is class B. Within the class A, we have an instance method is there. The instance method name itself is display message. And that too, it is the private method. Private method in the sense, it is available within the class only. We are unable to access this private method outside of the class. Is there any member which is private with respect to one class? Means it will be accessible within the class itself. It is unable to access outside of the class. That point you have to remember with respect to the private access modifier. And here for the display method, for the display message, we are using private access modifier. That means we can't access it outside of this class here. And we have one more class is there. The class name itself is class B. And within this class B, we have the main method is there, and the execution starting point is from this main method. And within the class B, we are trying to create the object of class A. There is no problem. We can create the object of the class A, and the object reference name itself is message. And with the help of that object message, we are invoking the instance method of the class A. But unfortunately, within the class A, the method display message, which is of the type of private method, it is the private member in the class. Private member in the class means it is not possible to access it outside of the class. Due to that reason, if you are trying to access the display message from class B, even though we are creating the object of the class A in the class B, it is not possible to invoke the display message from class B. Why? Because it is the private member of the class A. Due to that reason, you will get the compile time error. The error is the method display message from A is not visible in the class B. That is the thing that we are going to get. Here the right option is B. And coming to this question, what is the output of the below code? Within this code also we have two classes are available. One is class A and second one is class B. And we have to identify within the class A, we have one instance method is there. The method name itself is display message, but here the instance method access modifier is public. Public in the sense we can access it at anywhere. It is an instance method. If you are having the object of class A in another class, it is easy to access this display message at any instant of time at any class. There is no problem at all. Why? Because it is a public instance method. If you are having the object of the class A, we can access it at anywhere in the entire context of the Java programs. And coming to the class B, we have main method is there. The Java execution starting point is from the main method of the Java class. Within this main method, we are creating the object of the class A. Yes, we can create. Why? Because class A is available in the same file location. We can create the object of the class A. And with respect to that object, the object name itself is, here the object reference is message. With the help of that object reference, we can have the flexibility to call the instance method of the class A. There is no problem at all. It will invoke the instance method of the class A, and within the class A, we have the instance method display message. Within the display message, one simple output statement is the welcome. That message will be printing with the help of this display method. And out of all the four options, the right option is option A. It is a very simple question. We will get this option A. Why? Because the method that we are invoking from the class B with respect to the class A reference variable is public method. Due to that reason, you will get the output from that method, and the output is welcome. That welcome message we will get as an option and out of all the 4 options, the right option is first option. And coming to the next question, which of the following statement is correct statement? We have three statements are available. Out of the 3 statements, we have to identify which of the following statement is correct. The first statement itself, public methods of the class can be accessed anywhere in the program. Yes, if is there any method in the class which is having public access modifier, we can access it at anywhere. There is no problem at all. Public means there is no restriction at all. We can access it anywhere. There is no problem at all. That's why option 1 is correct option. And coming to the second option, private methods of the class can be accessed only inside the class. Yes, exactly correct. So the private members, it may be method or the variable, we can access them within the class itself only. We are unable to access them outside of the class. It is also the correct option. And coming to the last statement, methods created without any access modifiers will have the default access. Yes, without having any access modifier. Totally 4 access modifiers are there in the Java: public, protected, private, default. Without providing any one of the access modifier means by default it is a default access modifier. We need not to mention it explicitly. Here the statement is members created without any access modifier will have default access. Yes, it is also the right option. Now all the 3 statements are correct statements. We have to identify which option we are having. All the 3 statements are correct. So if you are going to consider first option, only 1 and 2 are correct options. It is not at all right option. And coming to the second option, all 1, 2, 3 statements are correct. Yes, it is the right option. And coming to the third and fourth, only 1 and 3 as well as 2 and 3. These are also wrong options. From the above statements, the right option is second option. It is very simple. You have to have some basic idea related to the access modifiers and their scopes. That's all. Coming to the last question, from the given code, we have to identify the exact output. We have an important class is there. The class name itself is purchase. Within this purchase class, we have 3 instance variables are there. One is mobile name, second one is price, and third one is stock. All these instance variables are private. Private means we can access them within the class itself only. We are unable to access them outside of the class. If you want to set the mobile name, price as well as the stock of the mobile, we have setter methods are there. With the help of setter methods, outside of the class we can set the mobile name, price and stock. As well as in order to retrieve the mobile name and price and stock, that respect to getter methods are also available. All the setter methods and getter methods are by default public in the class. And coming to the other member that is available in the class is purchase model. Purchase model is the one of the instance method. With the help of this purchase model, we can purchase the stock. From the available stock, we can purchase the stock. Now the execution will start from the main class. The main class that is available here is tester, and within the class main method is available here. Within the main method, we are trying to create the object of the purchase class. Yes, we can create the object, and after creation of the object, with the help of that object reference variable, we are trying to call the set mobile name setter method from the purchase class. Yes, set mobile name is the setter method which is available in the purchase class, which is of the type of public. There is no problem. We can access it, and that it is an instance variable. That's why we are accessing it with the help of object of that purchase class. And while at the time of setting the mobile name, I am passing the mobile name here Moto. At the end of this line, within this private variable mobile name, the mobile name that is available is Moto. And coming to the next line, with the same object we are calling set price. To set the price of the mobile, we are calling setter method, and what is the price that we are passing here? 200. That will be setting as a price of the mobile. Next, directly without setting the stock of the mobile, we are directly calling the purchase mobile. We are calling the purchase mobile method. It will go to the purchase mobile method. Within this purchase mobile method, stock equal to stock minus 1. Actually, stock is an instance variable without having any value. It is a class level variable, and that too it is of the type of integer. Without having any value means the data type that is associating with that variable will be deciding the default value of that variable. Here stock is of the kind of integer due to that reason by default the stock that is available integer default value is 0, that will be available in the stock. Here within the purchase model, stock equal to stock minus 1. Stock in the sense 0, 0 minus 1 in the sense we will get minus 1. From this method we will get minus 1 as the output, and after that we are trying to print system.out.println. We are printing mobile.getStock. Mobile.getStock means it will go to the getStock method in the purchase class, and from this purchase class it will try to print the particular stock variable. This dot stock in the sense, sorry, here this is the getter method. GetStock in the sense it will go to this method. Within this method it is returning the stock. Actually the updated value that is available in the stock is minus 1, that is returning from this getStock method, and finally we will get minus 1 in this line. After execution of this entire program you will get minus 1 is the answer. That means minus 1 stock is available in this mobile store in the purchase class. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is minus 1. This is the right option. It is very simple. All of you please be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions.
What will be the output of the below code? We have one class is there. The class name itself is tester. Within the class we have main method is available. Within the main method of the class we have one string is available. The string reference name itself is str. Within the string we have sequence of characters are available. The message that is available in the given string is how are you with the question mark. And if you are going to construct one string along with this message, str is the string reference variable, how are you is the message that is available in the string. The string index position will start from 0 and it will end with 11. Here h is available in the 0 index position, o is available in the first index position, w is available in the second index position. For the white space also it will have its own index position that is available in the 3. 2 white spaces are there in this entire message how are you. The two whatever the white spaces that are available, for that white spaces also we need to allocate the memory. Totally the entire length of the string here is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And coming to the maximum index position of this entire string message is 11. Here in the next line we are trying to print system.out.println. Here we are printing system.out.println str.caret. Caret in the sense character position at a particular specific index position. Whatever the character that is available in the given index position, that character we have to print with respect to the given string. That is the indication of str.caret. str in the sense the available string reference variable. Within that we have to identify one character at specified index position. The index position that we are passing here is str.length. What is the length of the entire string? The length of the entire string will be 12. That will be passing here. And now the entire message will be converting into str.caret of 12. 12 in the sense there is no character that is available in the index position 12. Here we are getting index out of bound exception. Due to that reason you will get runtime exception, that the exception is index out of bound exception. Try to identify out of all the 4 options in which option we are having runtime error, index out of bound. Within the fourth option we are having that exception. That's why out of all the 4 options the right option is 4th option. Thank you. Coming to the next question, what is the output of the below code? We have one more class is there, the class name itself tester. Within the class we have the main method is there. The execution flow will be starting from the main method of the Java program. And within the main method we have one string variable is there. The variable name itself is number, and within that we have series of characters 1, 0 which is available in the format of string. The 10 we are storing in the format of string in the number variable, and we have one more variable is there, int n equal to 20. It is of the kind of integer type. Due to that reason it is acting as like as a digit, and we are performing system.out.println num plus number 1. Here it is the combination of string plus integer. Here before going to get the output from this statement, we have to have some basic idea related to what will happen if you are going to apply plus arithmetic operator in between the 2 integers. If you are going to apply plus arithmetic operator in between 2 integer operands means we will get addition operation. it will perform arithmetic addition operation, and finally the output is also in the format of integer. But coming to, whereas if you are going to apply the same plus operator in between int and string means it will perform concatenation operation. Concatenation operation means it will combine the both the things in the format of strings. It will try to concatenate, and finally the output is also providing in the format of string only. It may be in between int to string or string to string. What is the indication of string concatenation? For example, S1 is the string which is available, within that ABC is available, as well as S2 is the another string, within that DEF is available. If you are trying to perform S1 plus S2 indicates it is performing the concatenation operation. The final string is available in the format of ABC DEF. It is trying to concatenate the both the strings. In the similar format, if you are trying to apply, if you are trying to perform plus operation in between integer and string, it will perform concatenation operation. Let me try to take one integer variable is there, int a equal to 10, as well as one string variable is there, string b equal to, for example, 20 is there. If you are trying to perform a plus b, in the sense here there is no arithmetic operation. The plus is acting as like a string. Why? Because here a and b are two different data types. Due to that reason, it is of the category of string. If you are trying to add something to the string means it is performing concatenation operation. That means you will get the output in the format of 10, 20. Here in this output, within this line, 10 plus 20, 10 is the string, 20 is the integer. If you are performing arithmetic operation, plus operator in between string and integer, in the sense it will perform concatenation operation, and finally the output will be 10, 20. That is the output that we are going to get. Here, out of all the 4 options, the right option is B option. It is very simple question. Be careful while at the time of attempting the questions in this format. Here number is a string type and n is the integer type. That's all. And coming to the next question, we have one class is there. The class name itself is tester. Within that main method is available. We have 2 strings are there, S1 and S2. Within the S1, ABC is available. Within the S2, ABCD is available. And we have an output statement is there. Within that output statement, we are performing S1 equal to S2. Here equal to is acting as like as a assignment operator. Whatever the value that is available in S2, that we are assigning into the S1, and finally the output will be printing with respect to the S1. In the S2 we have ABCD, and that will be storing into S1, so that the S1 output will become ABCD, and finally that will be getting as a output. Here out of all the 4 options, B option is the right option. And for this I will give one more example. For example, we have one integer variable is there, int a, without assigning any value. If you are trying to print system.out.println a equal to 10, in the sense, here what is the meaning of this entire statement? Initially we have one variable a is there, but unfortunately there is no value within that a variable, and while at the time of printing that a variable, we are assigning some value into that a. What is that value? 10, that we are assigning into a. Finally the output will be available in this a variable, and the output we are going to get here is 10. In the similar fashion, here before going to print S1, we are trying to assign S2 value into S1, and finally we are printing S1. Due to that reason, the S2 value is ABCD, that will be storing in S1, and finally the output will be getting in the format of ABCD. B is the right option. It is a very simple question. Thank you. And coming to the next question, we have one class is there. Within the class main method is available. Within the main method, we have one string literal is there, S1. Within that string literal, we are storing ABC. Within the S1, we have the message ABC, as well as we have one more string reference variable is there, S2. Within the string reference variable, with the help of string class, we are trying to assign ABC is the value that we are holding in the S2. And coming to the first output statement, we are printing S1 dot equals of S2. That means we are checking the content of the both the strings S1 and S2. In the S1 we have ABC is available. In the S2 also we have ABC only. Equals method, main importance is equals method is always checking the content only, whether the both the reference variables are having equal content or not, similar kind of content or not. Yes, in the S1 we have ABC, and as well as in the S2 also we have ABC. Due to that reason, both the strings are equal with respect to the content of the both the strings. Here you will get true. There is no doubt at all. You will get the true as per the first output statement. And coming to the second output statement, here we are not at all checking the content of the strings. We are checking the references of the string. That means object locations of the strings. Equals, double equals is always preferring that it will check the content as well as the object type also. Here reference types it will check. S1 is the string literal, S2 is a separate object. There is no similarity in between S1 and S2. Why? Because S1 is pointing to some memory location, it is a string letter, it is pointing to some memory address location 1000, and as well as S2 is some separate string reference variable, it is pointing to some memory location 2000. Here we are performing the operation double equals in order to check the memory locations. 1000 is not at all equivalent to 2000. That is the thing that is happening in the second output statement, so that it is not at all checking the content of the strings, it is checking the memory location address references of the two strings. Due to that reason, even though the string 1 and string 2 are having same content, we are getting false. Why? Because the respective memory locations are different. Due to that reason, here in the second output statement you will get false. We need to identify in which option we are having true as well as false. In the first option we are having, within the first output statement you will get true, and within the second statement you will get false. It is the right option. And coming to the next options, false, true, 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 false, false. These are all wrong options. The right option is A. It is very simple. Be careful. There is lot of difference in between equals and double equals. Equals is always checking the content irrespective of the memory locations. Double equals mainly focus upon the memory location of the both the reference variables. Thank you. Coming to the next question, we have the tester class is there. Within that main method is available. Within the main method, first we have one string variable is there. The variable name itself is passenger first name, and within the passenger first name we are holding James is the passenger name. Okay. Within the second line, string P1 is the reference variable that we are taking. Within that reference variable, from the passenger first name we are trying to convert all the letters that are available in the passenger first name into uppercase, to uppercase. To uppercase is the special method. It is a inbuilt method that is available in the string class. With the help of it, we can convert all the letters in the given string into uppercase. Now within the P1, whatever the characters that are available in the passenger first name, that all the characters will be available in the uppercase. Within the P1, all the letters are uppercase but the same content. And coming to the first printf statement, it is very important. Within the first printf statement, P1 dot equals of passenger first name. Within the P1 we have James, and which is equivalent to passenger first name. Within the passenger first name is also we are having James. But unfortunately here there is a difference in between the case of the first passenger name and P1. There is lot of difference. All the letters in the passenger first name are in the passenger first name, the first letter is uppercase and remaining all the letters are lowercase. But in the P1 all the letters are uppercase. There is lot of difference in the case sensitivity. Here equals method is always not tolerating the case sensitivity. Along with the content, it will check the case sensitivity also. Both the strings should have the same case as well as the same content. But unfortunately, within the first string, we are having James. Within that, so many letters are lowercase. And coming to the second string, P1 is within that all the letters are uppercase. So that equals method will check the content along with the case sensitiveness. Due to that reason, here there is no mismatch in the case sensitiveness. Due to that reason, even though content is same, there is a difference in between the case sensitivity. Due to that reason, here from this method, from this output, we will get false here. And coming to the next output statement, system.out.println P1 dot equals ignore case. Equals ignore case is the one of the special method. It is also inbuilt method in the string class. With the help of this equals ignore case, just we are going to check the content only. Even though there is lot of difference in between the case sensitivity, there is no problem at all. The letters are in uppercase or lowercase or some other case, there is no problem at all. The only thing is the primary focus is in content only. It is not at all checking the case sensitiveness. Due to that reason, here in this option P1, which is equals ignore case, don't bother about the case sensitiveness, and we are matching it with the help of passenger first name. Within the passenger first name also content is in James, and within the P1 also James, but case sensitiveness difference is there. Don't bother about it. We are ignoring the case sensitiveness. Due to that reason, here in the second output statement we are going to get true. The final output is false and true. We need to check in which option we are having false and true. In the third option we are having false and true. This is the right option. It is very simple. Be careful about equals and equals ignore case. Equals ignore case will ignore the case sensitiveness. Equals will check both the content as well as the case sensitiveness also. Thank you. Coming to the last question, we have one class tester. Within that class, main method is available. Within the main method, one string reference variable is available. Input within that, welcome to string functions. That is the message that is available in the input reference variable. And we are directly converting that into uppercase without holding it into any one of the reference variable. Input dot to uppercase. To uppercase is the method which will help us in order to convert all the characters in the given string into uppercase. But here to uppercase is always returning and it is expecting some other string to hold the convention. But unfortunately we did not hold it in any one of the reference variable. Due to that reason, even though we are performing that modifications upon the input string, that modifications are not at all reflecting. Why? Because we are not at all holding that to uppercase method in any one of the reference variable. Due to that reason, if you are going to print system.out.println of input in the sense, whatever the given string that is available, exactly that string related message we are going to get as a output. There is no difference at all. Welcome to the string functions, that is the message that we are going to get. For example, instead of this particular line, if you are going to perform the same to uppercase operation upon the given input string, and if you are going to hold it in the available input string, means at that time within the input string the updations will be available and the updated message you will get in the uppercase convention. But here we are using lowercase convention only. Why? Because we are not at all storing it in any one of the reference variable. Finally, we got the output in the format of welcome to string.
So which of the following are valid array declarations? So there are so many options are available. Out of all the statements, totally 7 statements are there which are using to declare the array. Out of all the 7 statements, we need to identify what are the right statements in order to declare the array. If you are going to consider the first statement, at the time of declaring the array, we should not provide the size of the array with the array reference variable. We have to provide the size of the array with the help of new object. Without using new, we should not allocate the size, so that the first option is not at all correct. The first statement is wrong. We should not declare the array in this format. And coming to the second one, we are defining one array. The array name itself is myArray2, which is of the type of integer, and we are not at all deciding the size of the array. No problem at all. In the next line, if you want to provide the size of the array, we can provide it and we can initialize the elements with respect to the given array. It is the right statement. And coming to the third statement, so this is the simple syntax. Here we are declaring the array as well as we are defining the size of the array. So the array name itself is myArray3, which is of the type of integer, and the size of the array with the help of new keyword we are allocating the memory. 5 blocks we are allocating for the array, that's why the size of the array is 5, new int of 5. It is also right syntax. And coming to the fourth statement, int myArray4, and at the time of creating this array we should not pass the size here. We need to pass the size, we need to decide the size of the array with the help of new keyword. We need to allocate the memory for the array with the help of new keyword. It is wrong statement, we should not use it. And coming to the fifth statement, here we are defining the array. The array name itself is myArray5, and we can provide the square braces at front of the reference variable or at the end of the reference variable of the array. There is no problem at all, so that it is a valid syntax. We can provide the square braces at front of the array name itself also. There is no problem at all. Equal to new int of, it is of the type of integer, and we are allocating 5 blocks for this array. The memory of this array is, it can has the ability to store 5 elements. It is the right syntax, there is no doubt at all. And coming to the sixth option, we are defining one array with the name myArray6, and the array type is integer, and without providing the size we are allocating the memory for the array. It is not at all correct. If you want to allocate the memory for the array, if you want to decide the size of the array, definitely with the help of new keyword we need to provide the size of the array. Here we did not provide any number in order to decide the size of the array. Due to that reason, it is not at all correct option. So if you want to allocate the memory for the array, definitely we need to decide the size. Here we did not decide the size of the array, that's why this sixth option is not at all correct. And coming to the seventh option, we are defining one array. The array name itself is myArray7, which is of the type of integer, and I don't want to allocate the memory for this array, and as well as I don't want to set the size of the array. That's why simply I am storing null value into the array. There is no problem at all. In the next line, if you want to allocate the size of the array, my array 7 equal to new int of, you can assign the size. Otherwise, if you want to store the elements with the help of curly braces, we can store all the elements into the array. Due to that reason, 7th statement is also right option. And out of all the 7 statements, the right statements are, the correct statements are second statement, third statement, fifth statement, as well as 7th statement. We have to check in which option we are having this all the statements. So within the first option we are having first statement, it is not correct. Within the second option we have second statement as well as fourth statement. Fourth statement is not correct. So we are going to eliminate the first and second option, and coming to the third option, second statement, third statement, fifth statement, as well as 7th statement. Yes, it is the right option. And coming to the last statement, in this option there is no second option. Due to that reason, it is wrong answer. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is third option. With respect to the given declarations of the array, in the third option, whatever the statements that we are providing, this option is right option. These are the possible ways to declare the array: second option, third option, that means second statement, third statement, fifth statement, and 7th statement. All these statements are valid statements. I hope with this you got the complete clarity regarding how to declare the array, what are the possible ways, what are the correct ways to define the array. Thank you. And coming to the next question, which of the following statement is a valid? So we have 4 statements are there. I think it is the multiple choice question. We have to choose multiple answers, and here the complete statements are belonging to 2-dimensional array declaration. And coming to the first statement, the array name itself is score. We are using 2 square braces. That means we are defining the multi-dimensional array. That too, it is a 2-dimensional array, which is of the type of integer. And at the time of declaring the multi-dimensional array, it may be 2-dimensional array or 3-dimensional array. So definitely we need to define the size of the array. While at the time of defining the size of the array, within the 2-dimensional array, the first square brace is indicating that number of rows in the array, and as well as second square brace is indicating the number of columns in the array. Out of this 2 square braces, we have to mention, if you want to decide the size of the array, the rows is mandatory. We have to mention at least how many rows that you want to maintain in this 2-dimensional array. So without mentioning the column also, there is no problem at all. This is the right syntax, there is no doubt at all. Please go through the 2-dimensional array declaration syntax so that you will get the complete idea. And coming to the second statement, within the second statement, we are defining one array with the name score, which is of the type of integer. Here also it is a 2-dimensional array, and we are mentioning the number of rows that are with respect to this score array is 2, and as well as number of columns 2. There is no problem. We can decide. That means it is a 2x2 matrix array. There is no problem at all. At the time of declaration of the array, we can decide the size with the help of number of rows and number of columns. There is no problem at all. Second statement is also valid statement. And coming to the third statement, if you want to define the 2-dimensional array, the row is mandatory. If you want to decide the size of the array, the row is mandatory. But the row size is not at all mentioning in this array declaration, and we are mentioning the column size. It is not at all correct syntax. We have to mention out of these 2 square braces, the row size is mandatory and column size is optional. You can provide or we can ignore it. But here we are mentioning the column size, but unfortunately we did not mention the mandatory size, that is nothing but row size. Due to that reason, this third option is not at all correct option. And coming to the fourth option, it is also one simple array with the name score, which is of the type of integer. Here the size of the array, in the size we are providing the row size, we are not at all mentioning the column size. There is no problem at all. It is also right statement. Now out of all the 4 statements, out of all the 4 options, the third option is not correct, and the remaining all the 3 options are correct options. First option, second option, and as well as third option. A, B, D are the right options with respect to the given question. Thank you. Now coming to this question, what will be the output of the below code? We have one class is there, tester. Within that main method is available. Within the main method we have one array is there. The array name itself is array, ARR. Within that array we have the list of elements are available from 0 to 9, and before going to close the array declaration syntax, we are providing all the elements without deciding the size. Whatever the elements that are providing in this array, as per that element count, the array size will be defining here. This is also valid, and it is the correct syntax in order to define the array. There is no problem at all.
and within this array we have these many number of elements are there from 0 to 9, and the index positions with respect to the array is the array index position will start from 0 and the final array index position is 9. And coming to one variable, we have one variable is there, and within that we have 6 is the value that is available. And within this statement we are performing one expression evaluation, and that expression evaluation is n equal to array of n. Array of n in the sense the n value is 6. Array of 6 in the sense here within the 6th index position the element that is available is 6, that will be available here. That means 6 by 2 in the sense you will get 3, that will be available within this entire expression. Is irrespective instead of this expression we are going to get 3 here. And next, array of 3, within the array of 3 we are having 3 is the element that is available within the array index position 3, and within this n value, now the updated n value will become 3 now. And within the last statement we are printing one simple expression, system.out.println array of n. Now the updated n value is 3, that will be available here. Within the array index position 3, whatever the element that is available, the element that is available is 3 by 2 in the sense if you are going to perform division operation, 2 2's 1, and we are going to get the coefficient 1. Here within this system.out.println statement, the output that we are getting here is 1. Out of all the 4 options, the 1 is available in the D option, so that D is the right option. It is a very simple question. We have to know how to process the array elements with respect to the given index position. That is the only concept that we have to get the complete idea regarding this question. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below code? We have tester class is there, within that main method is available. We have 2 variables are there, sum is 0 and count is 0. And we have an array is there, the array name itself is sales, within that number of elements are available. So sales is the array, within that totally 12 elements are there. The length of the array will become 12 and the index position will be starting from 0 and end of the index position is 11. And coming to this particular for loop, here the for loop main intention is for index 0 from starting position, from the starting position to index less than the length of the array. The length of the array is 12, that means up to 11th index position we are going to process the complete array. With the help of this for loop we are processing the complete array from 0 index position to 11th index position. Within that for loop, what is the functionality that we are providing? With the help of the sum variable, we are trying to calculate the sum of each and every value which is available in the given array. The first element is 6, that we are adding with the sum. That means initially the sum value is 0 plus 6 in the sense we will get 6. And coming to the next iteration, the index value will be incremented, and within the second index position the element that is available is 9, and that element will be added to the updated sum value 6 plus 9 in the sense we will get totally 15. Like that all the elements we are going to perform sum operation with respect to this for loop, and at the end of this for loop within the sum you will get 124. Try to count all the elements that are available. Try to calculate the sum of all the elements in the given array with respect to this for loop, so that you will get the sum value 124. At the end of this for loop, the next line is with the help of floating point average, we are taking one average is the variable name which is of the type of floating point, and whatever the sum that we are getting, the sum value is 124. We are converting it into float, that means 124.0 by the length of the array. Sales is nothing but the array name, and the length of the array is totally 12 elements. 120.0 by 12 in the sense you will get the floating point representation of this division operation, and 124.0 by 12 in the sense you will get 10.33333. Why? Because the floating point maximum precision values up to 6 precision values that we are getting here. So the result of this average operation is we will get 10.333333. So this is the value that is available in the average. After completion of the average calculation, we have one more for loop is there. It is the for each loop, and with the help of this for each loop, within the sales array, whatever the element, sale in the sense for each and every element which is of the type of integer. Why? Because sales is the integer array. Within that sales integer array, for each and every element which is with respect to the reference variable name is sale, for each and every sale we are calculating some operation in the for loop. What is that operation? If the first element, the sale is nothing but you will get the first element in the sales array. Whatever the sales array that is available, within that sales array the first element will be available in the sale in the first iteration, and we are going to check the condition. If sale, what is the first element value? 6 greater than average. What is the average value? 10.333, so and so. So 6 is not at all greater than 10.333, so that you are not in a position to enter into this if condition. You will come outside of the if condition, and within the same for loop, the end of the statement that is available in the for loop is break. That means we will simply come outside of this for loop. With the help of first element itself, we are come outside of the for loop, and whenever we are come outside of the for loop, we are trying to print. So the last two statements that are available in this entire main method is system.out.println. We are printing the average sales. The average sales are 10.333. This is the answer that we are getting. As well as system.out.println sales above the average. Here initially the counter value is 0. With respect to the first element, the counter value is not at all updated. Why? Because that 6 is not at all greater than 10.333. Due to that reason, the counter value does not updated here. Due to that reason, within the counter variable you will get 0 itself only. So that with the help of these two statements, within the first statement you will get 10.333 up to 6 precision values that we are getting, and as well as counter variable value will become 0. We have to check out of all the four options, what is the right option. Within the first option 10.0 and average is 0, it is not at all correct. 10.33 so and so, and the average is 6, it is also not right option. And third option is the right option, and fourth option is not, it is also not at all correct option. For example, without providing this break statement, what will happen? Try to analyze the code. Now it will check each and every element in the sales array. For the first element, it is not at all greater than average. Due to that reason, counter variable will not updated. And coming to the next element, 9 is also not greater than 10.333, so that counter variable will not update. For 7 also it will not update. For 10 also it will not update. But for the 11 it will be updated, so that the counter variable value will become 1. And for 9 it will not update. For 7 also it will not update. For 12 it will update, so that the counter variable value will become 2 here instead of this particular one. And coming to the 14 also it will be updated, not 2. Now the value will become 3. For 15 also it will update, from 3 to it will become 4. For 13 also it will update, the counter variable value will become 5. For 11 also it will update. Why? Because all these values are greater than that average value 10.333. Due to that reason, finally within the counter variable, the updated value that is available is 6. So without providing this break statement, if you are going to iterate this for loop, means within the sales above the average, within the count you will get 6. With respect to this code, without having the break statement, the option 2 will right option. But here we are providing the break statement. Due to that reason, for the first element in the sales array itself, we are come outside of this for loop. Break indicates we will come outside of the entire for loop. Due to that reason, there is no updation in the counter variable value. Due to that reason, we are getting 0. It is a very important question. All of you please be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below code? We have tester class is there, main method is available. Within the two-dimensional array is there. Within the two-dimensional array, the main elements are totally 3 elements are there. 1, 2, 3 is belonging to one element, 2, 3, 6 are belonging to another element, 7, 6, 5 are belonging to one more element. That means within this array totally 3 elements are there, and within each and every element there is a inner array is there, sub array is there. Now the length of this A array will become 3. So the length of the A array will become 3, and with respect to the first index position of the array, that means A of 0, if you are going to consider A of 0 in the sense the first element in the array, as per the first element in the array, and within the first element group of some sub elements are there, that means A of 0 dot length, within this 0 index position of the array, the length of this array will become now 3. Why? Because 3 sub elements are there in this element with respect to the array index position 0. A of 0 dot length will become 3, as well as within the first index position. Here let me try to provide, this is the 0 index position element in the array, as well as this is the 0 index position, this is the first index position, and this is the second index position. The total length of the array will become Three elements are there, but each and every element is a sub array. Within the sub array, with respect to the a of 0 index position, the length of the sub array is 3. A of 1 index position, the length of the sub array is 3, as well as a of 2 index position, the sub array length is 3. So this is the thing that we have to understand. After that, we have some variable is there. I am taking it as 0. And if you are going to represent all the elements in this 2-dimensional array in the format of array matrix array representation, so here within the first row you will get all the elements with respect to the a of 0 index position. 1, 3, 4 will be available here. And with respect to the second row, you will get all the elements 2, 3, 6 in the second row. Within the third row, you will get 7, 6 and as well as 5. And here, this is the 0 index position with respect to the row, 0th row, first row, second row, as well as the 0th column, first column, second column. Now a of 0, 0 in the sense you will get first element, a of 0, 1 in the sense you will get first element, 3 is the element, as well as a of 1, 2 in the sense you will get 6 is the element, as well as a of 2, 1 in the sense you will get 6 is the element that we are going to identify. Now sum is the variable, within that 0 is the element that is available. Okay, 0 is the value that is available. Now coming to this for loop, very important. For int I equal to 0, one counter variable I equal to 0, I less than a dot length. A dot length in the sense you will get 3 here. That means this I value will be, this for loop will be iterating from 0 to 2. Why? Because we are providing I less than 3. That means 0, 1, 2. 3 less than 3, condition fail. Due to that reason, it will iterate the loop up to 0, 1 and 2 index positions. And within this outer for loop, we are having one more inner loop is there. Within the inner loop, if you are going to consider for int j equal to 0 and j less than a of 0 dot length. A of 0 dot length in the sense within the first row itself, totally 3 elements are there. That means within the inner loop, with respect to this j equal to 0, j less than a of 0 dot length in the sense, it will be iterating up to all the 3 elements in the first row of the array. Now what is the condition that we are providing within the inner for loop? If a of ij, initially the first iteration, the I value will become 0 and j value will become 0. 0, 0. A of 0, 0 in the sense, a of 0, 0 index position we are getting, 1 is the element that we are getting. 1 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, break statement will not at all performing, and we will come outside of this for loop. We don't want to execute it. Why? Because 1 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, the control flow will be transferring here. Actually within the sum we have 0 is the value that is available. Sum equal to sum plus a of ij. Within the a of ij, 0, 0 index position, the value that is available is 1. That means the updated sum value will become 1 now. Next, coming to the next iteration, within the inner for loop, the j value will become 1 now. Whenever the j value will become 1, with respect to the j value, we will check the condition now. If a of ij, I value will become 0 only. Why? Because we did not iterate the outer for loop. We are in the updation of inner for loop. That's why within the second iteration of the inner for loop, the I value will become 0. Now I value become 0 and j value will become 1. A of 0, 1 position. A of 0, 1 position, we have 3. 3 is the element that is available. 3 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, this condition will fail. It will not enter into the break statement. It will not enter into the if condition. We will come outside of the if condition and we will check the condition here. Sum equal to sum plus a of ij. Within the 0, 1 index position, the element that is available is 3. So now we are adding it with the available sum value. Available sum value is 1. 1 plus 3 in the sense the sum value will become 4 now. Next, coming to the next iteration, the j value will become 2 now. So 2 in the sense within the inner for loop condition, if a of 0, now j value will become 2. A of 0, 2. Within the a of 0, 2 index position, the element that is available is 4. And 4 modulus 2 is always equivalent to 0. 4 modulus 2 is always equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, we are come outside of the loop. Inner loop. We are come outside of the inner loop. From here onwards, we are come outside of the inner loop and we are entering into the outer for loop. Within the outer for loop, till now the I value is 0, it will be incremented by 1. Now the I value will become 1. That means we are entering into the next row. First row execution completed, we are entering into the second row. And with respect to the second row, again the inner for loop will be executing one more time. Now within the inner for loop, the j value now 0. Now with respect to the a of ij, now the I value will become 1 and j value will become 0. Within the a of 1 0 position, the element that is available is 2, and 2 modulus 2 is always equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, break statement will be performing, and without going through the remaining elements in this first index position of the array, we are come outside of this entire inner loop and we are entering into the outer for loop. And within the outer for loop, the I value that is available in the previous iteration is 1, that will be updated. Now the I value will become 2. 2 less than a dot length. 2 less than a dot length in the sense, so a dot length is 3, 2 always less than 3, the condition will be true, it will enter into the inner for loop. And within the inner for loop, the j value is 0. Now as per 2 0 index position, that means the cursor will be available in the third row. 2 0 index position, the element that is available is 7. So 2 0, a of 2 0 in the sense you will get 7, the element that we are getting here is 7. 7 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0. This condition will fail, it will not enter into the if condition, and we have to perform sum operation. Sum equal to sum plus a of ij. A of ij in the sense 2 0 position. In the 2 0 position, the element that is available is 7. Actually the updated value of the sum is 4. For that 4 we are going to add 7. 4 plus 7 in the sense the output that we are going to get here is 11. The 11 is the updated value that is available in the sum. Next, coming to the inner for loop, the iteration will be continued. So now the j value will become 1. That means we need to check the condition, if condition, with respect to a of 2 1. A of 2 1 in the sense 2 1. With respect to the 2 1 index position, the element that is available is 6. So 6 modulus 2 is always 0. Due to that reason, we are come outside of this entire for loop with the help of break statement. And whenever we are come outside of the for loop, now the I value that is available is 2. Whenever we are going to increment it, that will become 3. 3 less than 3. 3 less than 3 in the sense condition will fail. That means it will not enter into the for loop. The for loop condition will fail. Due to that reason, you will come outside of the 2 for loops. Finally, we are going to print the simple system.out.println. We are printing the sum value. The updated sum value that is available in this entire program is 11. That is the output. The sum equal to 11. Within the second option, we have the sum 11. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is B option. Very easy program. All of you be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of programs. Coming to the next question, what is the output of the belong code? So we have tester is the class. Within that main method is available. We have an array is there. The array name itself is there. Within that we have number of elements are there. So this is the A is the array. Within that 12, 15, 16, 17, 19, 23 are the elements. The length of the entire array is 6. The index position will start from 0 and end with 5. Now coming to the for loop iteration. Within the for loop, int I equal to a dot length. The length of the array will become 6 now. 6 minus 1 in the sense 5. Now the I value is 5. That 5 is always greater than 0. Due to that reason, we are going to enter into the for loop. Within the for loop, what is the condition that is available? If I modulus 3, what is the I value? 5. 5 modulus 3 is not at all equivalent to 0. Due to that reason, we are going to enter into this if condition. Within the if condition, I minus minus. Now I will be decremented. It will become 4 now. After completion of this for loop, within the if condition execution, we are entering into the next statement. Within the next statement, we are directly printing system.out.println a of I. With respect to the index position 4, whatever the element that is available, that will be printed. 19. That is the first thing that we are going to get as a output. We have to check out of all the 4 options in which option we are having 19 is the first element. Within the C option, we are having 19 is the first element. It is the right option. We will check remaining all the elements also. Now coming to the next iteration. Within the next iteration, I minus minus. I minus minus means from the 4th index position, the I will become 3. As per the 3rd index position, if you are going to check the condition, if I modulus 3 not equal to 0, the current index position is 3. Due to that reason, the I value will become 3. 3 modulus 3 is always 0. It is not at all equivalent to 0. That means here the if condition is failed. Due to that reason, we are not entering into the if condition. We will simply come out of this if condition. We will print the one statement system.out.println a of I. With respect to the index position 3, we have to print the element. What is the element that is available? 17. That will be printed next. Yes, 17 is the element, next element. 19 is the first element, 17 is the second element. Now, coming to the next iteration, the I value will become minus minus. That means from the third index position, it will enter into the second index position. With respect to the second index position, we are checking the condition within the for loop. If I modulus 3, 2 modulus 3, 2 modulus 3 is always 2. So 2 is not at all equivalent to 0 due to that reason. So minus minus I in the sense we are going to decrement the I value, it will become 1 now. At the end of this if condition, the I value will become 1. Now with respect to the first index position, a of I in the sense with respect to the first index position, what is the element that is available in the array? 15. That will be printed. So the third element that we are going to print here is 15. After that, I minus minus in the sense you will get here the first element. Within the first element, so 0 is less than greater than 0 condition paid. Due to that reason, we will simply come out of this entire for loop. Finally, the entire output from the given program is 19, 17 and 15. This is the right option when compared to the remaining all 4 options. It is a very simple question, be careful. And coming to the next question, what is the output of the below code? We have the tester class is there. Within the tester class, main method is available. And within the main method, we have 2-dimensional array is there. The array name itself is input array. Within that, totally 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elements are there. Due to that reason, the input array length will become 4. And each and every element is a sub array. For each and every element, if you are going to consider the first element within the input array of 0 index position, here the index positions with respect to the input array is, this is the 0th index position and this is the first index position. This element is available in the second index position and the last element is available in the third index position. As per the input array of 0 index position, the length of the elements, totally 4 elements are there. Within the input array of first index position, total elements are available 2. As well as input array of second index position, we are having only 1 element, and within the array index position 3, input array of third index position, totally 4 elements are there. Due to that reason, so the subarray's length will become 4, 2, 1 and as well as 4. Now we have one counter variable is there in the next line. The counter variable value is 1. Okay, so the variable name itself is total. And coming to the next line, we have 2 for loops are there. One main outer for loop and inner for loop. What is the functionality of outer for loop? If you are going to observe, with respect to the outer for loop, int I equal to 0, that we are going to start from 0 index position, I less than input array dot length. Actually the length of the input array is 4. Here this I value will be iterating up to, that means this entire outer for loop will be iterating up to the length of the array elements. Totally the length of the array elements are 4. The index position will be starting from 0 and the maximum index position is 3. That means first iteration, within the first iteration the I value will become 0, within the second iteration the I value will become 1, third iteration 2 and in the fourth iteration 3, and if we are going to iterate one more iteration, within the fifth iteration we are going to get 4. I value is 4. Whenever the I value will become 4, 4 less than input array dot length. Input array dot length is 4. 4 less than 4. At the time the condition will be failing. That means this entire outer for loop will be repeating up to from 0 index position to third index position with respect to the input array. Okay. Now coming to the inner for loop. Within the inner for loop, what is the condition that we are taking? We are taking one more variable, int j equal to 1 and j less than input array of I index position. For the first iteration of the outer for loop, you will get 0 here. Input array of 0 dot length. Input array of 0 dot length will become 4. 4 minus 1 in the sense. So we are going to iterate this loop. That means especially this inner for loop is meant for in order to iterate all the elements with respect to the array index position 0. Within this first row, it is going to iterate all the elements. The main intention of this inner for loop is it is trying to iterate all the elements in the inner for loop. And that too within that elements we are skipping one element. That element is within the 0 index position, we are not at all considering the elements. So we are ignoring all these elements. Int j equal to 1, j less than input array of I. In the first iteration we will get 0. Input array of 0 in the sense you will get the length of that input array of 0 is 4. So that 4 minus 1 means it will iterate up to 4 minus 1 in the sense 3. So up to this location the array will be iterating. We are going to ignoring the last element in the array also. So with respect to this for loop, we are iterating all the elements with respect to each and every row of the array. With respect to the first iteration of the outer for loop, we are going to executing inner for loop with respect to all the first row elements. And within the second iteration of the outer for loop, we are trying to perform the operations upon the second row elements. And within the third iteration, we are going to perform third row related operation. Within the fourth iteration, we are going to perform the last row related elements. Here within the inner for loop, we are neglecting the zero index position with respect to the column. That means we are neglecting the first column as well as we are neglecting the last element in the respective row. We are neglecting the last element in the respective row. So how we are neglecting the last element in the next row? As per the required, as per the current position, as per that length of that array, if you are going to consider within the array index position, input array of 0 index position, the length of the array is 4. Within that, we are neglecting the first element as well as the last element. And what is the operation that we are performing within this inner for loop? As per the total, we have total. Within the total, we have 1 is available. Total equal to total into input array of ij. Input array of ij in the sense, within the first iteration of the inner for loop, you will get within the 0 index position, I value is 0 and j value is 1. Why? Because j is in the first iteration, you will get j value 1. So with respect to the 0 and 1 index position, the element that is available is 2. And we are multiplying it with the help of total. Total value is 1. 1 into 2 in the sense you will get 2 that will be available in the total. Now up to here 2 is the value that is available in the total. And coming to the next iteration in the inner for loop, the j value will become 1. The j value will become 2. As per that 2, we are going to check within the 0 and 2 index position. The I value is 0 and j value is second 2. Within the 0 and 2 index position, input array of 0 2. Input array of 0 2. As per that 0 2, the element that is available is 3. And we are multiplying it with the total. The updated total value that is available is 2. 2 into 3 in the sense you will get 6 here. And coming to the next iteration within the inner for loop, the j value will become 3 now. 3 less than input array of I dot length. Input array of I dot length in the sense input array of 0 dot length. The value is 4. 4 minus 1. 4 minus 1 means here you will get 3. And we are in the third iteration. Due to that reason, j value will become 3. 3 less than 3, condition failed. That means we are not at all executing the inner for loop. We will come outside of the inner for loop and we will enter into the outer for loop. Now with respect to the outer for loop, the j value will become the I value will become 1. Now the I value will be updated and it will become 1. As per that, it will execute the inner for loop. And within the inner for loop, what is the condition that we are checking? J equal to 1, j less than input array of I in the sense now it will become 1. Input array of 1 dot length in the sense the length that we are getting is 2. The length that we are getting here is 2. And within the first condition, within the first iteration, within the inner loop, the updated total value is that is available is 6 as per the previous iteration. 6 into input array of the I value is 1 and the j value is 1. With respect to the 1 1, what is the value that is available? So input array of 1 1. Input array of 1 1 in the sense 1 1 in the sense you will get 4. This is the element that is available. But here, what is the length of this element? What is the length of this input array of 1 index position? The length of the input array of 1 index position is 2. 2 minus 1 in the sense, you will get 1 here, not 2. And with respect to the first iteration itself, within the inner for loop, j value is 1. 1 less than, for this entire context you will get 1. You will get 1. 1 less than 1, condition fail. Condition fail. Due to that reason it will not enter into the inner for loop, it will go to the outer for loop. That means we are skipping this entire first row in the input array. We are not at all performing the operation with respect to the first row in the array. And coming to the next iteration, the I value will become 2. Now the I value will become 2. The I value is 2. 2 less than input array dot length. Input array dot length is 4. 2 less than 4, condition always true, it will enter into the inner for loop. Within the inner for loop, now the j value is 1 and j less than input array of with respect to the I value. With respect to the I value means the I value is 2. Input array of 2 dot length. Input array of 2 dot length is 1. 1 minus 1 in the sense you will get 0. 0. That is the value that is available here. 1 is always greater than 0. It is not at all less than 0. So here j value is 1 less than input array of I. Input array of I in the sense 2. 2 dot length in the sense you will get 1. 1 minus 1 means 0. 1 less than 0 is the condition that we are checking here. 1 is always greater than 0. It is not less than 0. So that the inner for loop will not at all come into the picture. Now the I value will be incremented one more time. Now the I value will become 3. In the previous iteration we are ignoring the next row in the input array. We are also ignoring one more row in the input array. We are not at all performing the operation with respect to the second row and third row. And coming to the next row, the I value will become 3. The index position value will become 3. 3 less than 4. Yes, always condition is true. So that we are going to enter into the loop. Within the loop, we have one more inner loop is there. With respect to the inner loop, j equal to 1. J less than input array of I. Input array of I in the sense you will get 3. Input array of 3 length is 4. 4 minus 1 in the sense you will get 3. And j value is 1. 1 always less than 3, condition true, so that we can enter into the loop. And within the loop, what is the operation that we are performing within the inner loop? Total. The updated total value is 6 and the I value is now 3 and j value is 1. Input array of 3 1. Input array of 3 1 index position, the element that is available is 3. We are going to multiply it with the help of the updated total value. 3 into 6, so you will get 18 here. Now within the total, that updated value that is available is 18. Next, whenever we are going to iterate the inner for loop one more time, now the j value will become 2. 2 is always less than 3, so that we can enter into the loop. And here now the I value is same 3, but the j value is 2. With respect to the input array of 3 2, input array of 3 2, the element that is available is 4. We are multiplying it with the help of the updated value of total. 18 into 4 in the sense you will get 72 here. And next, one more time try to iterate the inner for loop. Now the j value will become 3. 3 less than 3, condition is always false, so that it will not enter into the inner for loop and it will come outside of the outer for loop, inner for loop, and it will enter into the outer for loop. Within the outer for loop, the I value that is available is 3, that will be incremented, so that now the I value will become 4. 4 always less than 4. Here 4 less than 4, that is the condition that we have to check. 4 is not at all less than 4. 4 is equivalent to 4. Due to that reason, the outer for loop is also not at all coming into the picture. It will not at all execute the code which is available in the outer for loop. We will simply come outside of the two for loops, and finally we are printing the total value. The total value that is available, the updated total value that is available is 72. That we are printing here. The result is finally 72. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is first option. Here simply the operation that we are performing within the first row, the elements that we are multiplying, 2 into 3 6, and as well as within the last row 6 into 3 18, 18 into 4 72. That is the value that we are getting. We are ignoring the first column in this entire input array, as well as the last column in the sense as per the size of the each and every row we are ignoring. As per the size of the second row, the last element is 4, that's why we are ignoring, and the first element is always ignorable. Why? Because we are not at all taking j value is 0, that's why
we are ignoring the first element, as well as per the length we are ignoring the last element also. And here the first element and the last element itself is 9, we are ignoring it. And coming to the last row, we are ignoring the first element. Why? Because j value is 1, and we are ignoring the last element in the respective row, that is 2. And apart from that, whatever the remaining that are available, we are multiplying all the elements. 2 into 3 6, 6 into 3 18, 18 into 4 72. Finally the answer is, within the resultant variable total, the value that is available is 72. It is very simple. All of you please be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. Thank you. And coming to the last question, what will be the output of the below code? We have tester class is there, main method is available, numbers is the array, within the totally 4 elements are there. So due to that reason, the length of the numbers array will become 4. The length of the numbers will become 4, and the first element is available in the 0 index position, and that it is a subarray. It has 4 elements, as well as second element is available in the first index position, third element is available in second position, and last element is available in the third index position. With respect to the first element, if you are going to consider within this numbers array, with respect to the 0 index position, the length of the element is, it is a subarray, within that we have 4 elements are there. And with respect to the first index position of the numbers array, the elements that are available are 2. Due to that reason, the length of the numbers of one index position will become 2, and the numbers of 2 dot length will become 1. Within that second index position, only one element is available, and numbers of 3 index position, within this 3 index position we have 4 elements are there. Due to that reason, the length of the array will become 4. This is the line that is indicating that this entire array numbers, within that these many number of elements are there, and with respect to the each and every row we are find out in the length of the array. And coming to the next line, int total equal to 0, we are taking one simple integer variable, within that we are holding 0. And coming to the next line, we have two for loops are there. One is outer for loop and second one is inner for loop. And if you are going to observe, the outer for loop is meant for in order to traverse the numbers array from 0 index position to up to numbers dot length index position. That means it will traverse the entire numbers array from 0 index position to third index position. Why? Because if you are going to take fourth index position, there is no fourth index position. 4 less than, if I am going to take fourth index position, 4 less than numbers dot length, the numbers dot length is 4, 4 less than 4, the condition will fail. Due to that reason, we are not at all performing the fourth index position related operation with the help of this outer for loop. We are going to iterate this outer for loop from 0 index position to third index position. And coming to the inner for loop, we have one more for loop is there within the outer for loop, that is inner for loop. Within the inner for loop, j equal to 0, j less than numbers of I dot length. That means it is meant for each and every row in the given numbers array. For each and every row, how many elements are there? With respect to the numbers of 0 index position, with respect to the first iteration of the outer for loop, the numbers of I will become 0, 0 dot, numbers of 0 dot length become 4. It will iterate all the elements in the first row with respect to the numbers array. As well as for the second iteration of the outer for loop, it will iterate all the elements in the second row. And coming to the iteration of the third, if you are going to iterate the outer loop third time, means it will iterate all the elements in the third row. As well as if you are going to iterate the for loop, outer for loop fourth time, means it will iterate all the elements in the fourth row that is available. Now within this first iteration, if you are going to consider, what is the condition that we are providing? If I equal to 0, within the first iteration both I value will become 0, and within the inner loop also j value will become 0. For the first iteration, the I value is 0 and it will enter into the loop, and for j equal to 0, within the first iteration of the inner for loop also the j value will become 0. Here the condition is j 0 less than the number of elements which are with respect to the I index position. I index position in the sense 0 index position, 4 elements. So 0 less than 4, condition true, that's why it will enter into the inner for loop, and this inner for loop will be iterating up to third index position, up to all the elements that are available in the first row. Totally how many elements are there in the first row? 0 to index position, first index position, second index position, third index position. Totally 4 elements are there. Up to 4 iterations it will iterate the inner for loop, and within the first iteration the j value will become 0, 0 less than 4,
Due to that reason, it will enter into the condition. Here the condition is if I equal to 0, I value is 0 and j value is 0. At that time, what will happen? We are going to continue the iteration. We are going to continue the iteration of the inner for loop without performing the next operation. And whenever we are going to continue, the j value will become 1. Now instead of 0, the j value will become 1. 1 less than 4, condition true, so that it will enter to the loop. Now within the inner for loop, what is the condition that we are providing? If I equal to j, I value is 0 but j value is 1. 0 is not at all equivalent to 1. At that time, it will not continue the loop. It will, that means this if condition failed, due to that reason, the next operation will be performing. What is the next operation? Total equal to total plus numbers of ij. Numbers of ij in the sense I value is 0 and j value is 1. Numbers of 0 and 1 index position. What is the element that is available? 2. That will be added to the total. Initially the total value is 0 and whenever we are going to add it to 2, so it will become 2. The updated total value will become 2 now. Next, we are going to iterate the inner for loop one more time. Now the j value will become 2. It is not at all 1. It will become 2. 2 less than 4, condition true, so that it will enter into the inner for loop. Within the inner for loop, the logic that is available is if I equal to j. I value is 0 but j value is 2. 0 is not at all equivalent to 2. Due to that reason, we are not at all executing this if condition. We have to perform the next operation. Now the updated total value that is available is 2, and here the operation that we are performing, total equal to total plus numbers of ij. Now the j value is 2. With respect to the 0 and 2 index position, with respect to the 0 and 2 index position, what is the value that is available? 3. That will be added to total. Now the total, the final updated value will become 3 plus 2, 5. That is the value that is available. And next, the j value will be iterating and the j value will become 3. 3 less than 4, condition is always true, so that it will enter into the loop. Now the j value is 3. 0 is not at all equivalent to 3. I value is 0 and j value is 3. It is not at all equivalent to, both are not at all same. Due to that reason, this condition will fail and we are going to enter into the next condition, next statement. Within the next statement, the updated total value that is available is 5, and for this 5 we are trying to add 0 3 element. What is the 0 3 element? Can you please identify? 0 3 6. 6 is the element. 6 plus 5 you will get 11. 11 is the updated value that is available in the total. Likewise, if you are going to iterate the inner for loop one more time, now the j value will become 4. 4 less than 4, condition fail, so that it will enter into the outer loop. Now within the outer loop, now the I value will become 1. Instead of 0, it will become 1. As per 1 index position, we are going to iterate the for loop as per the number of elements that are available in the first row. How many number of elements are there? As per that, all the elements we are going to perform the same operation that what we have performed in the previous iterations. So now the overall idea of this entire problem is, if both the index positions are same, means we are going to ignore that element. Here if you are going to observe 0 0, I is 0, j is 0, at that time we are going to ignore this element, as well as 1 1. Due to that reason, we are going to ignore this element. And coming to the 2 2, there is no element in the third row, so that we need not to consider it. And coming to the 3 3, within the last row, within the third row, within the third column, the element that is available is 2. We are ignoring it. We are ignoring totally 3 elements, 3 4 2, and apart from the 3 elements remaining, whatever the elements that we are available, we are adding them to the total. If you are going to add 2 plus 3 plus 6 plus 2 plus 9 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Try to calculate it. 2 plus 3 5, 5 plus 6 11, 11 plus 2 13, 13 plus 9 22, 22 plus 2 24, 24 plus 3 27, and plus 4 31. The right answer is 31. At the end of these two for loops, if you are going to perform the simple output statement operation, system.out.println, if you are going to try to print the total value, within the total, the updated value that is available is 31. Try to check out of all the 4 options in which option we are having the result 31. Within the last option we are having the result 31. Which of the following code snippet not have any naming convention violation? That means we have to identify the correct statement which is following correct naming conventions in the Java. We have 2 important naming conventions are there in the Java. One is a Pascal case convention and second one is camel case convention. What do you mean by the Pascal case convention? The first letter of the identifier should start with uppercase letter if you are having single word. Otherwise, if the identifier is the combination of multiple words also, for each and every word we have to make it as capital letter. For each and every first letter of the word we need to make it as capital. So this is the rule that we are following in the Pascal case, and especially we are applying this Pascal case for class names, interface names, enumeration names and exception names which are available in the Java. So the only thing that we have to remember with respect to the Pascal case is whatever the identifier it is the combination of single word or combination of multiple words. Each and every word first letter should be capital. Then it will follow the Pascal case convention. And it is especially we are applying it for classes names, interface names, enumeration names and exception names. And coming to the camel case convention, if the identifier is a single word, so that if you are having only single word, if you want to provide it in the camel case convention, all the letters in that word should be small. Otherwise, if the identifier is the combination of multiple words, at the time what we have to do, if the identifier is the combination of multiple words, then all the letters in the first word should be small. After that, every word first letter should be capital. Like that, we need to provide the camel case convention. Now, this camel case convention especially we need to use it for all the method names in Java, variable names references, as well as array name references, object references, and so on so. So here, camel case convention, let me try to take one real-time example. Within the string class, we have so many inbuilt methods are there, like caret, to uppercase, to lowercase, as well as equals method. These are all so many inbuilt methods are there. Caret is the method, it is the combination of 2 words like char and et. Due to that reason, in the first word all the letters are small with respect to the camel case convention, and the next letter et, within that et the first word first letter should be capital. So the first letter in that word should be capital. Due to that reason only, within the caret all the letters in the char are small, and within the et the first letter of the word is capital. As well as some other methods, if you are going to take next int, in the next int also it is the combination of multiple words. Within that next is the word which is providing in the small case letters, and int is the another word which is providing within that int the I is capital, which is available in the scanner class. Like that, we are applying camel case convention for all the methods, variable names, array names, object references in the array. Now here, out of all the following statements, which statement is not at all having any problem with the naming convention? We have to identify the right statement with respect to the right naming convention. If you are going to consider first one, public, it is a keyword, we can follow lowercase convention. All the keywords are in the Java, we need to follow lowercase conventions. Public is the access modifier which is of the type of keyword. It is in the format of lowercase. Yes, it is okay. And class is also keyword, it is in the lowercase convention, there is no problem at all. And coming to the class name, here the class name is PMD demo. It is the combination of 2 words, so that every word first letter should be capital. Within the PMD, P is capital, within the demo, D is capital. Due to that reason, this first statement is following correct naming convention with respect to the Pascal case. Within the Java class, the class name we need to follow Pascal case convention, as we are following here. And coming to the next statement, public class PMD demo. Here, if you are going to observe, within the PMD we are using lowercase convention PMD, as well as within the next word demo we are using D capital. Here in this particular class name we are following camel case convention, but we should not apply camel case convention for the past classes which are available in the Java. So at the time of defining the classes, we have to use Pascal case convention. Instead of small p, if you are going to provide capital P, means it is acceptable. It comes under the Pascal case, but it is not at all comes under the Pascal case. It is belonging to camel case. Due to that reason, this is not the correct statement with respect to the correct naming convention. And coming to the next statement, public int in the sense it is returning something. That means we are taking one method. The method name itself is PMD demo. All the methods in the Java we have to follow camel case convention, but unfortunately It is following Pascal case convention. Pascal case convention in the sense every word first letter should be capital. Within the PMD word first letter is capital. Within the demo first letter is capital. It is belonging to Pascal case, but all the methods in the Java we have to follow camel case convention. Due to that reason, it is also wrong answer. And coming to the next option, so public is a keyword. All the letters in the public are small. Class is the keyword. All the letters are small. There is no problem at all. And coming to the next important class name, PMD demo is a combination of multiple words. First word, first letter capital. Second word, first letter is capital. There is no problem. It is following Pascal case convention. Within the Java, all the classes will follow Pascal case convention. Due to that reason, this statement is right. And coming to the next statement, public is the keyword, no problem. Void is the keyword, no problem. It is also in the lowercase convention. And coming to, it is a method. It does not return anything. And the method name, here we are following camel case convention. In the first word, all letters are small, and coming to the next word, the first letter is capital. It is following camel case convention. That it is a method. There is no problem. In the Java, method names are all following camel case convention. It is the right statement. And coming to the last statement, public float. Float is the keyword. Public is the keyword. There is no problem. Lowercase convention. And coming to the method, here it is a method with open brace and closure brace. So, but the method is following Pascal case convention. We should not follow Pascal case conventions for the methods in the Java. It is not at all right way to write the program. So, due to that reason, this statement is also wrong. Out of all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 statements, first one is correct, fourth one is correct, fifth one is correct. Remaining all options are not at all. So they are not at all correct with respect to the naming conventions in the Java. Here these statements are violating the naming conventions, but we have to identify the statements which are not at all violating the naming conventions. So first one is correct, fourth one is correct, fifth one is correct. With this, I think you got the complete clarity regarding what is Pascal case, what is camel case, what is lowercase convention, and how we are writing the programming constructs with respect to all these naming conventions. Thank you, Mahendra. And coming to the next question, how many static variables, local variables, and instance variables are present in the code given below? Here we have one class is there. The class name itself is car. Within the car class, first we have to identify how many variables are there. Irrespective of the type of variables, try to identify how many variables are there. One vehicle number is the variable, color is the variable, number of cars is also one of the variable. Totally 3 variables are there which are in the class level. And coming to the method, we have one constructor is there. The constructor name itself is car. Within that we have 2 parameters are there available. First parameter is vehicle number, second parameter is color. These are also the variables which are of the type of strings. So that totally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variables are there. And here we are assigning the values of the local variables into the class level instance variables. I will tell it later, don't worry about it. And coming to the next method, display method. Within the display method we have one more variable is there. The variable name itself is name. Totally we have 6 variables are there. Out of that 6 variables we have to categorize them. How many variables are static variables, how many variables are local, and how many variables are instance variables. First you should know what do you mean by instance variable, what is static variable, and as well as what is local variable. The variables which we are defining in the class level, we can call them as based upon 2 categories. Within the class level, here totally 3 variables are there. Out of these 3 variables, the variables which are not having static keyword, we can call them as instance variable. Try to identify how many variables are there in the class level without having the static keyword. So 2 variables are there, vehicle number without having static keyword, and color is the another variable which is not having the static keyword. Due to that reason, these 2 variables are belonging to instance variable. And within the same class level, if is there any variable which is having the static keyword, that is belonging to static variable. So within this class, 1 static variable is there, and as well as 2 instance variables are there. Now what about local variables? Local variables in the sense, those are with respect to the particular block of the class. Those may be in the format of parameters or arguments of a particular function, or particular a constructor, or particular block. So all the arguments are the parameters are the variables which we are defining in the block of the class. That means within any user defined method we can call them as local variables. If we are going to identify here, within the car constructor we are passing two arguments. These two arguments are belonging to local variables. One local variable name is vehicle name and second local variable name is color. These two belonging to local variable. As well as here in this display method also we are passing one more argument. That argument name itself is name. It is also comes under the category of local variables. So the variables which we can call them as local variables. So the variables which we are passing them as arguments to a particular method or function, we can call them as local variables. Otherwise within a method or within a block, if you are going to define some variables, means we can call them as a local variables. From this entire class, if you are going to identify, totally two instance variables are there, one static variable is there. Both the instance and static variables are in the class level. Especially instance and static variables are available in the class level only. We should not provide them within the method or within a particular block of the class. So these are all available in the class level. Within this code snippet, two instance methods are available. One static method, one static variable is there. Two instance variables are there which are in the class level, as well as three local variables are there. Two local variables are available in the format of parameters or the arguments for the car class constructor, and one variable name itself is name, which is acting as a argument or the parameter for the display function. So here out of all the four options we have to identify in which option we are having one static variable. So within the first option and within the third option we are having one static variable, and we need to identify two instance variables. In the first option we have two instance variables, in the third option also we have two instance variables. But coming to the local variables, within this code snippet totally three local variables are there. Within the C option we have three local variables. Finally C is the right option. Within this we have one static variable, two instance variables and three local variables. Out of all the four options, C option is the right option. It is very simple. And coming to the next question, which of the following is or are correct? So coming to the first statement, static members can only be accessed by the static methods. It is not at all correct. Static members, we can access them within the static methods as well as non-static methods. There is no problem at all. Due to that reason, this is wrong option. Coming to the next option, non-static members can be accessed by the static methods. No, it is not possible directly. We should not access non-static members directly within the static methods. We have to create the object of the non-static members, so that with the help of the object reference only we can access them in the static methods. But here directly providing one statement. What is the statement? Non-static members can be accessed by the static methods. It is wrong option. It is not possible directly without having object. Why? Because non-static in the sense those are object specific members. Object specific members, if you want to access them in the static method, means definitely we have to create the object of those members. Without having object, it is not possible. Coming to the third statement, static blocks get executed only once. Yes, it is 100% correct. Within the code, if you are going to provide within the Java program, if you are going to provide the static block, means even though we are having the main method, the first block that is going to execute by the JVM is static block. Due to that reason, and that too it will be executed only one time. It is correct option. There is no doubt at all. Coming to the next option, static variables and methods can be accessed without creating an object of the class. Yes, it is not required. Static variables are the methods which are shareable by the class. Those are not at all object specific. The name itself it is indicated. Those are shareable by the entire class. So we need not require objects in order to access them. It is a right option. Static variables and methods can be accessed without creating any object of the class. Out of all the four options, option C and D are the right options. Now coming to the next question, choose the correct option based upon the code given below. So here we have one class is there. The class name itself is person. Within the person class, two class level variables are there, name and age, which are of the type of instance variables, non-static variables. Why? Because there is no static keyword available in these variables. Due to that reason, these two variables are comes under the category of instance variables. And as well as along with this instance variables, we have one static block is also there. That means out of the entire code snippet, the static block will be coming into the picture. It will be the first statement that will be executed by the JVM. Along with the static block, we have the constructor with respect to the person class. Within the constructor, whatever the instance variable is there, within that instance variable, initially it does not have any value. That means whatever the data type that is associated, the data type here, these two variables are not instance variables. One is instance variable, first one, name is the instance variables, and age is the static variable. Why? Because we are using the static keyword. Sorry for the mistake. And now within the static block, we are trying to access the name variable, but unfortunately name is of the type of instance variable, non-static variable. That means it is object specific variable. Without having object reference, without having object support, it is not possible to directly access it in the static block. We should not access non-static variable directly into the static context. Remember that point. As well as we have one constructor person. Within the constructor, we are directly accessing the age, no problem at all. Why? Because age is of the type of static. Static means we can access it in both the static context as well as object context. Here the person is the constructor of the class. It is having the object context. Even though it is having object context, there is no problem. We can directly access the static variable in the object context. And as well as within the same class, we have one user defined method is there. The method name itself is getIs. Now at the end of this class, we have one more class is there. The class name itself is account class. Within that, main method is available. The JVM execution will start from the main method, but unfortunately within this entire code snippet, we have one static block is also there. If the code is the combination of static block and main method, means the first and foremost statement or the block that will be executing is static block. Now even though we are having the main method, it is not the starting point of this entire code snippet. The starting point is from static block. Now what is the code that we are providing in the static block? Within the static block, we are trying to create the object, we are trying to access the non-static variable into the static block. It is not possible to access non-static object reference variable into the static block directly, so that within the line number 1 you will get the compilation error identified. So out of all the 4 options, within the first option you can identify compilation error, you will get it. Yes, it is 100% correct. Compilation error in the line number 1. As a non-static member, that is nothing but name, we cannot be accessed inside the static block. It is 100% correct. As per the explanation given by the previous question, within the previous question, whatever the explanation that I was given in the previous question, as per that explanation, we should not access non-static members directly into the static context. But static members, we can access them directly into the non-static context. There is no problem. This is the error that we are getting. And remaining 3 options are wrong options. For example, if it is a static variable, means definitely we can access it. There is no problem at all. If it is a name is a static variable, we can directly access it. So within the name you will get John when it is a static variable. After completion of this static block, definitely it will enter into the main method. Within the main method, it will ask the getAge method. GetAge method is a instance method. That's why with the help of anonymous object we are calling that getAge method. It will go to the getAge. Before going to getAge, it will call the constructor of the class. Within the constructor, initially age is having 0. Why? Because the default data type of value will be available in the age variable, that is integer. The value that is available here is 0, and with the help of this constructor we are assigning some value 20. So that finally within the age you will get 20. After that constructor invocation, that particular method will be coming into the picture. With the help of this method, we are simply returning the age of the person, so that you will get the age 20 when if the name variable is of the type of static variable, but it is non-static variable. That's why we are getting the error in the line number 1 with respect to the static block. Option 1 is correct. Now coming to this question, what is the output of the code given below? We have one class is there. The class name is computer. Within that we have 2 important class level variables are there. One is id, which is of the type of static, as well as counter is the variable. Initially it is having 0 is the value, and it is also of the type of static. That means these two variables are shareable among all the objects of the classes. Even though if you are going to try to update those variable values id or counter in one object, that updatable value will be reflecting in all the objects of the class. That point you have to remember with respect to the static variables. If suppose the variables which are comes under the non-static variables means those are object specific variables. If you are going to update those variables values with respect to one object means those updations are not at all reflecting upon another objects. You will get the initial values of the object specific variables. But here we are taking static variables due to that reason. If you are going to update them in one object, those updatable value will be reflecting upon the remaining all the objects. That is nothing but all the static variables are shareable among all the objects in the class. Now we have two static variables are there, as well as one constructor is there. The constructor name is as like as the class name, that is computer. Within the constructor, what is the operation that we are performing? Whatever the id static variable is available, within that id we are performing counter pre-increment. Initially the counter value is 0. Whenever we are going to pre-increment it, so that the 1 is the value that we are getting, and we are trying to hold it in the id variable. That is the operation that is performing in the computer constructor. And next we have one user defined method is there. The method name itself is getId, which is of the type of instance method. Why? Because there is no static keyword, and it has the return type also. The return type is integer. Due to that reason we have to provide the return statement in the method. The return statement is we are returning the id of the computer class. Whatever the id static variable is there, we are returning that id value with respect to this instance method. There is no problem. We can directly access the static variable in the non-static context. This is the code that is available in the computer. And coming to the main class, the main class name itself is tester. Within that main method is available. The Java execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first line itself is we are trying to create the object of the computer, so that at the time of creating the object of the computer class, the computer class related constructor will be coming into the picture. And within the constructor, what is the operation that we are performing? We have id is the static variable. Within the id we are performing pre-increment of 0 plus 0 in the sense plus 0 in the sense counter value is 0. That means you will get 1, that is updating in the id. Now the id value will become 1. Next, coming to the next line, we are trying to create one more object for the same class, while at the time also the same constructor will be coming into the picture. Here in this time the updated counter variable is 1, and again we are applying pre-increment. That is nothing but id equal to plus 1 in the sense the value that we are going to get here is 2. That means counter value will become 2. That we are holding it in the id variable at the end of the second object creation. And coming to the third object creation, while at the time of creating the third object also we are calling the same constructor. Now within this constructor, the counter variable is a static variable. Due to that reason it will be available for the next object also. The counter variable updated counter variable value is 2, that is available here. Now the operation that we have to perform is id equal to plus 2. Plus 2 means pre-increment of 2 in the sense you will get 3, that will be available in the id. Here one thing you have to remember, irrespective of the objects, both the counter variable is always persisting that updated value irrespective of the objects. Why? Because it is of the type of static. Now coming to the last line, while at the time of printing system.out.println, with respect to the first object or second object or third object, if you are trying to call the method getId, now with respect to the getId, what is the thing that we are returning? We are returning the updated id value. The id value that is available in all the three objects are 3 only, due to that reason. So here the id value that is available in all the three objects are 3 only. With respect to the first object you will get 3, with respect to the second object you will get 3, with respect to the third object also you will get the 3 only. Why? Because it is a static variable, so that you will get 3 as a output. Out of all the 4 options, second option is the right option. Or suppose this counter variable is of the type of non-static. At that time what will happen? If I am going to modify the code, if the counter variable is of the type of non-static variable, at that time what will happen? So if you are going to perform the operations, both the variables, if you are going to make them as non-static variables, those are object specific. Now with respect to the first object, the counter variable value is 0, plus 0 in the sense 1, that will be available in the id. With respect to the first object, the id value is 1. And coming to the next object, for the next object, that I updated counter variable not at all persisting. Why? Because this counter variable 1 is with respect to the first object. And coming to the next object, now again the counter variable value will become 0 only. Why? Because it is not static, it is instance. Due to that reason, within the second object also, with respect to the second object call, within the id, again you will get 1 only. That means we are performing plus 0 only. With respect to the second object also, within the id you will get 1 only. And coming to the third object also, you will get the counter variable 0 only. Why? Because with respect to the new object, it is not at all getting updated counter variable value. It will get the original counter variable value. Due to this reason, for the third object also you will get 1 only. That means with respect to the first object, second object, third object, if you are trying to print that id value, you will get 1 only. So but here there is no option. Why? Because the statement is completely different. Here we are using static keywords, that's why we will get that answer. The answer is 333. 333 is the right answer. Why? Because the two variables are static variables. Thank you. Now coming to this question, predict the output of the code given below. We have two classes are available. One is printer class. Within the printer class, we have one static block is there, as well as one simple user defined method is there. The method name itself is display, which is accepting one string argument, and which is of the type of static. It is a static user defined method which is available in the printer class. As well as we have one more class is there. It is the main class. Why? Because within this class only we are providing the main method. Within this class we have one static variable is there, public static int. The static variable name itself is sample variable. Within that, the value that is available is 1. And within the same class we have one static block is there. Within the static block we are simply printing static block in the tester class. This is the message that we are printing. And coming to the main method, within the main method the actual code is available. Now the code that is available in the main method is whatever the sample variable is available, we are simply incrementing the value of the sample variable. That means it will become 2 here. As well as we are creating the reference variable for the printer class, but we are not at all storing the object of the printer class. We are simply holding null value in the reference variable of the printer class, which is of the type of printer. And we are simply printing one message, system.out.println in main, and after that we are invoking the method which is available in the printer class, so that we are getting some output. Now out of this entire programming context, we have to identify what is the correct execution flow, so that what is the output that we are expecting from this entire code snippet. Here the JVM will first enter into the main class. Out of these two classes, the main class is tester class. Why? Because within this class only main method is available, and the class name that we are going to save the file with respect to tester only, tester.java. That means at the time of compilation it will generate two .class files. One is with respect to the tester class, another one is with respect to the printer class. Okay, well and good. And within the tester class, if you are going to observe, we have static method is there, a static block is there, as well as main method is there. If the class which is having both static block as well as main method, out of this entire context, first static block will be executed. Without having static block means the JVM entry point is from main method, but within this tester class we have static block is available, and if the combination of static block and main method means the JVM preference will be given to the static block only. Due to that reason, within the tester class, first it will execute the static block of the tester class. You may get the doubt here, sir, already within the printer class also we have one more static block is also there. when it will be coming into the picture. I will give the clarity, don't worry about it. Now first, within the tester class, within the main class, out of these two context, one is main method context, another one is static block context. The JVM first preference is for static block context, so that the first message that we are going to get here is static block in the tester class. This is the first message that we are going to get. Try to check in which option we are having this message. Static block in the printer class, it is not correct, that is not the first message. Static block in the tester class, yes, it is the right message. Static block in the tester class, it is also right message. Static block in the tester class, that means out of all the four options we can eliminate the first option. Why? Because the first statement that we are going to print here is static block in the tester class. Now what is the next statement? Here the next statement is, after completion of the execution of the static block, it will enter into the respective main method of the class. Within the main method, we have one statement is available. What is the statement? Whatever the static variable that is available, we are post increment that variable. That means at the end of this expression, the variable, sample variable value will become 2. Here at the end of this line, the variable value will become 2. Well and good. Next, what is the line that we are performing? We are simply creating one reference variable for the above class printer, but we are not at all holding the object of that printer class. If you are trying to hold the object of the printer class, means at that time definitely this class execution will be coming into the picture, but we are not at all calling the default constructor of the class. Why? Because if you are trying to create the object of the printer class, means definitely you can invoke the default constructor of the printer class. Even though it is not available, JVM will provide that the particular default constructor. But here we are not at all creating the object of the printer class. We are simply holding null value in the printer class. Due to that reason, it will not enter into the printer class execution. It will not at all going through the printer class to execute the context. Coming to the next statement, system.out.println int main. This is the statement that will be printed. Now check it. Second statement will be in main. We need to check. But here in the second statement, it is executing that. The second statement that is available here is static block in the printer class. It is wrong option. And third option, within the third option, the second statement is in main. It is expecting the right option. Now coming to the fourth option is also in main. It is also expected answer. Now we need to check what is the execution flow in the next line. Within the next line itself, with the help of the printer class reference variable, we are calling the printer class context. Printer class context means we are entering into the printer class area. And that too, within the printer class we want to call one method. What is the method? Display method. And before going to call this method, whenever we are trying to entering into printer class area, out of the entire context, it may have main method or some user defined method or some other functions, whatever may be the context that is available in the printer class. Out of that entire context, if is there any static block available, that will be executed first. Here our intention is we want to call display method in the printer class, but before going to call that display method in the printer class, it will execute the static block of the printer class. Due to that reason, the next message that we are going to get here is static block in the printer class. Try to check it where it is available. It is available in the third statement. The third statement, within the third option, the start statement is static block in the printer class. But here in the fourth statement, the value of the sample variable is 2. It is not right. It is not correct. So that third option is the right option. How it is right option means we have to check the last statement also. So after completion of the execution of the static block of that printer class, then only it will invoke the display method. So that let me try to go to the display method. Within the display method, whatever the string operation that we are performing here, what is the string operation that we are performing? The value of the sample variable is here. With the concatenation, we are concatenating the variable value. The updated value that is available is 2. It will be available in the format of string and we are passing it to this method, and it will be available in the message variable. That message we are printing here. That means the final output that we are getting from here is the value of the sample variable is 2. That is the message that we are getting in this particular context. So the last message is the value of the sample variable is 2. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is C option. For suppose, instead of storing the null value here, if you are trying to create the object of the class new printer, what will happen? New printer. So at that time itself, without going through the main method printing message, at the time of creating the object of the printer class itself, we are calling the printer class default constructor. But unfortunately, printer class default constructor is not available in the printer class. Even though it is not available, the JVM itself, it will create one virtual default constructor in the class. But before going to create it, we are trying to entering into the printer class area. At that time, out of the entire context, it will give the first preference to the static block. Due to that reason, the message that we are going to get here is static block in the printer class, that will be getting before in main method. Instead of getting this message, if you are going to change the code like printer p equal to new printer, if you are trying to create the object of the printer class, means definitely the first message that we are going to get here is static block in the printer class. Why? Because with respect to the object of the printer class, we are invoking the default constructor of the printer class. That means we are entering into the printer class context, but unfortunately there is no default constructor. No problem, JVM will create one default constructor. Before going to create the default constructor, it will execute the static block. Why? Because we are entering into the printer class constructor. Due to that reason, first it will give the preference to the static block. After completion of the execution of the static block, printer class default constructor will be created here. But here we are not doing that entire thing. We are simply holding null value in the printer class. Due to that reason, here it is not at all entering into the printer class context. We are printing in main method as the second message. If you are going to provide this object new printer, means the context will be somewhat different. That is nothing but you will get second option. Static block in the tester class, you will get it first. Next, if you are trying to create the object of the printer class, means at that time printer class static block will be executed, it will be printed. After completion of that statement, it will print the in main method, and finally it will call the printer class display method. At that time it will not call one more time. Why? Because static block will be coming into the picture only one time. If you are trying to enter into the printer class context, means here we are in the second time to enter into the printer class context. Already, while at the time of creating the object of the printer class, we have already entered into the printer class context. At that time, this static block execution has been already completed, so that it will not execute one more time. Just it will call the display method and it will print the respective message only. If you are going to modify this line, you will get second option. But here we are storing null value. Due to that reason, we are going to get the option 3. C is the right option. Thank you. And coming to the last question, what will be the output of the below code? We have tester class is there. Within the tester class, we have one instance variable is there. The instance variable name itself is var. Within that, the default value that is available is 0. Why? Because the default value of the integer is 0. And within the same class, we have one parameterizer constructor is there. The constructor name itself is tester. Within that, we are passing one integer argument, and we are simply printing this dot var. Here we are not at all printing that local variable. We are printing this dot var. This dot var, in the sense, you will get the instance variable value. The instance variable value that is available here is 0, that we are getting in this constructor. And as well as we have the main method. The execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first line itself is we are creating the object of the tester class. While at the time of creating the object of the tester class, we are invoking the parameterizer constructor of the tester class, and that we are passing 20 as the parameter, and that will be available in this var variable. The value that is available here is 20. But here the statement that we are printing is system.out.println of this dot var. This dot var means it is not belonging to local variable, it is belonging to class level variable. Within the class level variable, the value that is available is 0. It is a non-static variable. Here we are calling it with the help of this keyword. Here we will get 0. At the end of this line, the output that we are going to get here is 0.
But what about the next statement? Within the next statement, system.out.println this dot where. This is the keyword, we should not use it in the static context. This is a instance context. That too we need to use it in the constructors, or we can use it in the instance methods. We should not use it in the static method. But here we are using this in the static context. Due to that reason you will get the compile time error. That means without getting the output here in this program, if it is a right statement means you will get the answer 0, and whatever the right statement output is available, that will be printed. But here within this last line we are getting error, that is compile time error. What is that compile time error? Cannot use this inside the main. Why? Because main is a static context. Within the static context we should not use this keyword. It is instance variable. We should not. This is restricted in the static context. That point you have to keep in your mind. Here the output is compile time error. Instead of this, for example, if you are going to use tester, what will happen? Tester is the object, so that we can call the object specific variable value. Here within, instead of this, if you are going to use tester class object, then here also you will get 0. That means in the both the statements, in the first statement you will get 0, while at the time of creating the object of the class we call the parameterizer constructor. Within that constructor we are calling the class level instance variable, we are getting 0 here, as well as in the next statement also with the help of the class object, if you are going to call that variable you will get the 0 1. At that time without using this, if you are going to use tester class object, you will get 0 0. Or otherwise, let me try to modify some other code. So instead of this keyword, if I am going to use only var in the sense, here it will print the local variable value. What is the value that we are passing? 20. That means instead of 0 you will get here 20. But here with the help of tester class object, tester.var means you will get 0. 20 0 is the option for. Instead of providing this simply var calling means you will get 20 here, 20 and 0. Now here also we are using this keyword, and here if you are trying to use tester means no, here what we have to do is, whatever the variable that is available, whatever the value that is available, 20, if you are going to assign to this dot var equal to 20, if you are going to add one more line here within the constructor, the line is this dot var equal to var. If you are going to add one more line here, the var value is 20, it is local variable, we are trying to store it in the current class object, so that you will get the output 20 here, as well as with the help of within the main method tester.var, in the sense here also you will get the 20. If you are going to write the code in this parameterizer constructor, you will get 20 20. Like that, all the possible scenarios we can do with the help of this program. I think with this you got the complete idea regarding how to access the variable inside the method, outside the method. If it is an instance method, how to access it in all possible scenarios. Here what is the output of the below code? We have one class is there, the class name itself is room. Within the class we have one instance variable is there, the instance variable name itself is room number, which is of the type of integer, and that too the accessibility of this room number is private. So it is an instance member. Due to that reason, without having the object we are unable to access it. That point you have to keep in your mind. It is object specific variable. And as well as within the same class we have one parameterized constructor is available with the same class name room. Within that one integer parameter is there, and within this parameterized constructor the content that is available is one simple output statement, that is nothing but room created, as well as for whatever the instance variable that is available in the room class, for that instance variable, this means the current class object. With respect to the current class object we are calling that room number, and within that room number whatever the parameter we are passing, while at the time of calling this parameterized constructor with respect to the room class, whatever the value that we are passing, that value we are holding it in the this dot room number. This is the content which is available in the room class. And coming to the next class, we have building class is there, we have another class is there. Within the building class we have one variable is there, it is also instance variable, and that too it is of the type of room class. Whatever the class that is available above, it is of the type of that room class, and it is a public variable.
and within the same building class we have one default constructor is there. Within the default constructor, what is the content that is available? Whatever the instance variable that is available, this dot, this in the sense current class object, this dot room equal to, here within this room reference variable we are trying to hold the room class object, and that too while at the time of creating the room class object we are calling the parameterizer constructor of the room class. This is the content that is available in the default constructor of the building class. As well as we have one more constructor is there, it is a parameterizer constructor. Within that, so we have one reference variable is there, room, which is with respect to the room class. Within this parameterizer constructor, the content that is available is one output statement, that is building created, and as well as whatever the instance variable that is available in the building, this dot room equal to whatever the variable that we are getting, we are holding it in the this particular instance variable room. And finally, within the same building class, main method is available, public static void main method. So the execution, the JVM execution will start from the main method. This is the starting point of the execution. Within the main method, out of this entire context, from this line onwards, we are going to start the execution. Within the main method, we have building class. We are trying to create building class object. Building class is available here. We are trying to create the object of the building class. The reference variable that we are taking here is B. Within this building class reference variable, we are holding the building class object, and that too while at the time of creating the building class we are calling the default constructor of the building class. That means the control flow navigation is transferring from here to the building class default constructor. We are having that building class default constructor. Within this default constructor, what is the activity that we are doing? Within this building default constructor, whatever the reference variable that is available, whatever the instance or non-static or object specific variable that is available with respect to the building class, within that non-static variable, with the help of this keyword, this in the sense whatever the object, through the object reference we are calling the constructor, due to that region that the same object nature will be available in this building default constructor. With the help of that object nature, this dot room, that means for the available reference variable we are trying to create one more object, but here the object is of the type of room. That means we are holding the room class object, that too while at the time of holding this object we are calling the parameterizer constructor of the room class. That means from here onwards the control flow navigation will be transferring to this room class parameterizer constructor, and within the room class parameterizer constructor, whatever the value that we are passing, 20, that will be available in the n. That means the n value will become 20 here. And within this parameterizer constructor of the room class, we are printing one simple output statement. What is the statement that we are printing? System.out.println room created. That is the message that we are going to get as a output. Out of all the 4 options, we have to check in which option we are having room created message is available. Out of all the 4 options, within the third option we are having this message, so that the output will be the C option. It is the right option with respect to the code snippet given below. And after completion of this line, we are setting whatever the room number instance variable that is available in the room class. For that instance variable, with the help of the current class object context, this dot room number equal to, we are assigning that n value. The n value is 20, that will be available in the room number, but unfortunately we did not print it, so that we will not get any output here. So finally the entire output from this entire program is room created, only the message that will be printed here. It is very simple. Be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. Thank you. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? We have one class is there. The class name itself is computer. Within the class, one class instance specific object is available. That means it is the object specific variable with respect to the class. The object specific variable name itself is id. It is a non-static variable, and which is of the type of private. That means it will be accessible within the computer class only. We are unable to access it outside of the computer class. Even though we are trying to create the object of the computer class in another class, we are unable to access this private variable. Why? Because it is private with respect to the class, we can access it within the class only. And we have one more class is there. The class name itself is student, and within the student class we have one user defined method is available. That it is an instance method. It is not at all the static method. Why? Because we are not at all having static keyword in this method declaration. And with the method name itself is assessment. Within this method we have one parameter is there. The parameter is, which which is of the type of computer class, and the reference variable is C. And the context that is available in this method is system.out.println student appeared for the exam using PCID is with the help of that reference variable C dot ID. We are calling the ID, but ID is belonging to the computer, which is of the type of private. We are unable to access it directly outside of the class context. That means we are unable to access this ID variable outside of this computer class. Here we are doing it. That means it will be not at all available here, and you will get the compilation error. So the compilation error is, so ID is the private and we cannot be accessed directly in another class. That is the message that we have to check. We need to check out of all the 4 options in which option we are having that message. In the 4th option we are having that message compilation error, ID is private and it cannot be accessed directly in the another class. That is the right option. And how the execution flow will be transferring into this assessment method means, so within the same student class we have one main method is also available. Actually from this entire code snippet, the execution will start from the main method of the student class, and within the main method of the student class, the first and foremost line that is available is we are trying to create the object of the student class. While at the time of creating the object of the student class, we are calling the default constructor of the student, but unfortunately there is no default constructor that is available in the student. Automatically the JVM, Java Virtual Machine, will create one default constructor which we are unable to identify it. So nothing is there, nothing will be happen here. One simple default constructor invocation will be happening with respect to this object, but unfortunately that default constructor is not at all available. Automatically JVM will create one default constructor. It will not provide any content within the default constructor. And coming to the next line, we are trying to create the object of the computer class, and that too while at the time of creating the object of the computer class we are calling the default constructor, but unfortunately within the computer class there is no default constructor. At the time JVM will create one default constructor by default. So after end of these 2 lines, we have 2 reference variables are there, S and C. S is belonging to the student class and C is belonging to the computer class. And coming to the 3rd line, with respect to the student class reference variable S dot, we are calling the student class method, that is nothing but assessment. There is no problem. Assessment is of the type of instance method, so that we can call it. And while at the time of calling the assessment method, we are passing one parameter. What is that parameter? We are passing computer class reference variable, and we can easily hold it in the assessment parameter. So within this parameter C, you will get the computer class object, and with respect to the computer class object, we are trying to print student appeared for the exam using PCID with the help of that computer class object that will be available in C now, C.id. But unfortunately ID is of the type of private. We are unable to access this private ID variable value into the outside of the class context. Due to that reason, you will get the error ID is private and cannot be accessed directly in another class. For example, if you are going to make it as public, what will happen? If you are going to make it as public, at the time what will happen? There is no problem. We can access this ID value outside of the class. Why? Because we are having the computer class object which is available in the C reference variable, so that with the help of that C reference variable we can call the ID, and within the ID it is a class level variable, and the type of this ID is integer type. Due to that reason, without having any value means the default value of the data type will be available in that ID. The default value of the integer is 0, that will be available in the ID. If you are going to make it as public means the output that we are going to get here is, so the student appeared for the exam using PCID 0. So whenever we are going to observe all the 4 options, within the first option itself we are having that message student appeared for the exam using PCID 0. That will be getting as a output if you are going to make this ID as public. Without making it as public means there is no use at all. It is a private variable. We can access it within the class only. We are unable to access it outside of the class. Due to that reason, the exact output for this program is we are not at all getting first option. We are going to get the last option. ID is a private and we cannot access it directly outside the that means we are unable to access directly in the another class. That is the message that we are getting. Very simple. And coming to the next question, observe the below classes, replace the missing code. Here the missing code is available in the slide. So that find sum is the function. It will calculate the variable sum as the sum of all the objects of array B. Okay, we will check it properly. And we have two classes are available. Class B, it is the first class. Within the class B, we have one instance variable is there. It is not at all static variable. It is non-static variable. That's why it is an instance or object specific variable. The variable name itself is number. And within the same class B, we have one parameterized constructor is also available. Within the parameterized constructor, we have one integer reference variable is there, B. Whatever the value that we are getting in this B, that will be storing within the number with respect to the B class. And coming to the class A, within the class A, we have one more reference variable is there. It is belonging to class A. The variable name itself is number only, which is of the type of integer. That too, it is a instance variable. It is a object specific variable. It is not static variable. And within the same class, we have one method is there, user defined method. The method name itself is find sum. And within this find sum, we have one reference variable B, which is of the type of B class, and that too it is available in the format of array class. We are using square braces. So B is the reference variable which is holding the B array. And within this find sum method, what is the functionality that is available? Int sum is the variable. We are taking one variable. Within that, the initial value is 0. And here we are executing the for each loop. It is a for each loop. It is not at all the normal for loop. Within the for each loop, for each and every item in the B array, whatever the item that is available, which is of the type of B class, what is the missing content that we have to fill here? So in order to calculate the sum of all the objects of array B, for example, if you are going to replace the statement like sum equal to sum plus number in the sense, so the number that we are getting here is which is belonging to A class, but we don't want to get the number which is with respect to the A class. Due to that reason, first option is wrong. And coming to the second option, the sum, whatever the sum that is available, initially it is 0. Sum equal to sum plus item dot number. Item in the sense which is of the type of element, it will comes under the category of B class. That too within the B array, for each and every item, as per that item, whatever the number that is available, we are calling. So due to that reason, item dot number in the sense, here you will get the number which is with respect to the B class that we are getting. Why? Because item is of the type of B class, and that too we are checking all the items in the B array. So that this is the right statement. If you are going to replace it with the help of this missing content, missing code, definitely you will get sum of all the objects of array B. And coming to the next option, sum equal to sum plus B dot number. Actually, so within the B class, the number is of that type of instance variable, non-static variable. But here we are calling that number in the format of static context with the help of class name dot number. It is also wrong option. Coming to the fourth option, sum equal to sum plus item dot get number. There is no get number is the method which is available in the B class, so that it is also wrong option. Out of all the four options, the right option is second option. If you are going to replace with the missing code, definitely you will get the sum of all the objects of array B. It is very simple question. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below code? Now we have one class is there. The class name itself is cabin. Within the cabin class, we have cabin number is the variable which is of the type of object specific variable. It is not at all static variable. It is an instance variable. And as well as within the same cabin class, we have one parameterized constructor is also available. Within the parameterized constructor, we are having one parameter which is of the type of number, and whatever the number that we are getting, that number we are assigning to the cabin number with respect to the this dot cabin number. This dot cabin number in the sense you will get this in the sense the current class object. With the help of that current class object, we are calling the object specific cabin number. Within that cabin number, whatever the value that is available in the number, that we are allocating here. As well as we have another class is there. The class name itself is professor. within the professor there are so many lines of code is available. Out of all these lines, the execution will be starting from the main method. Let me try to start from the main method, public static void main. And within this main method, the first and foremost line that is available here is we are creating the object of cabin class. We are not at all creating the object of professor class. We are creating the object of cabin class, and that too while at the time of creating the object of the cabin class, we are calling the parameterizer constructor of the cabin class. So the control flow navigation will be transferring from here to the parameterizer constructor of the cabin class. And within the cabin class parameterizer constructor, whatever the value that we are passing, 121, that will be available in this number. Within this number, you will get 121. That is the value that we are getting. Whatever the 121 value that is available in the number, that we are allocating to the cabin number with respect to this keyword. This dot cabin number means we are calling the object specific variable of the cabin. Within that we are holding that number. That means within this cabin number, the initial value that is available is 121. And now the control flow navigation at the end of this parameterizer constructor, again the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this line. And coming to the next line, we are trying to create the object of the professor class. Professor is the class. The object reference name is P1. While at the time of creating the object of the professor class, we are calling the parameterizer constructor of the professor class. That we are passing two parameters. We have to check whether the parameterizer constructor with two parameters available in the professor class or not. Yes, it is available here. Within that we have two parameters are available. And now the control flow navigation will be transferring to this two parameterizer constructor. Within the two parameters, within the first parameter name, which is of the type of string, within that the Ronald is the professor name that is available, as well as within the second parameter, it is of the type of cabin class. It is of the type of cabin class. Within that we are holding the first object of the cabin class. That means you will get the C1 object within the C variable. C1 object within the C variable. And now whatever the name and cabin, these two variables are belonging to professor class. That too, those are instance or object specific variables. Within that two object specific variables, we are trying to hold the name of the professor and as well as the cabin class object. The cabin class object that we are getting here is C1, that will be available in the this dot cabin. That means within this cabin variable, within this cabin object reference variable, you will get C1 object, as well as within this professor name you will get Rona. And now at the end of this parameterizer constructor, the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this line. And coming to the next line, we are creating one more professor object P2. While at the time of creating this professor object, we are calling the parameterizer constructor. The same parameterizer constructor will be coming into the picture one more time. And now this time the professor name that we are passing here is Boni. So that will be available in the name. That means within this name, this dot name, you will get the professor name Boni, and as well as what is the object that we are passing? We are passing the cabin class first object. That the same object will be available in this dot cabin, that is nothing but C1. Now at the end of this parameterizer constructor functionality, again the control flow navigation will be coming to the end of this line. And coming to the next line, within the next line, what is the content that is available? For the cabin class, we are creating one more object. That object reference name is C2. And while at the time of creating the cabin class object, we are calling cabin class parameterizer constructor. So that the control flow navigation one more time it will enter into the cabin class parameterizer constructor. Now in this time the value that we are passing is 122. It is not 121. So that 122 is available in the number that we are allocating to the cabin number. So that now with respect to the C2 object, the number is available is 122. Please remember this point. Now at the end of this parameterizer constructor, the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this line. Now next line is with respect to the P1, with respect to the professor class first object, we are updating, we are calling one function. What is the function that we are calling? Update cabin. And within this update cabin function, within this update cabin method, we are passing second object of the cabin class. With respect to the second object of the cabin class, so the value that is available in the cabin number is 122. Please remember it. Now we are passing this C2 object to the method that is available in the professor class. The method name itself is update cabin. Now within this update cabin, within the C we are holding C2 object. Now C2 object is available in the C. With respect to it, this dot cabin in the sense we are calling professor class cabin object, and with respect to the professor class cabin object we are calling the cabin number. You are calling the cabin number so that it will get the cabin number. Within that cabin number, with respect to the C2 object, whatever the value that is available with respect to the C2 object, C2 dot cabin number, here C dot cabin number in the sense, so within the C we are passing C2 object so that it is as like as C2 dot cabin number. As per the C2, what is the cabin number that is available? 122. That we are updating in the professor class cabin object. So this dot cabin in the sense professor class cabin object. Within this cabin object, the value that we are updating is C2 dot cabin number. Within the C2 dot cabin number, 122 is available. Now after end of this functionality of this entire update cabin method, the control flow navigation will be entered into the next line. And coming to the last two lines, those are simple output statements. And now we are trying to print the output statements like P1 dot cabin number. P1 and P2 both are belonging to professor class objects only. So with respect to the P1 or with respect to the P2, within the cabin object, the cabin number that we are storing is 122. That will be available. So that with respect to the P1 dot cabin number, you will get 122, as well as with respect to the P2 dot cabin number also you will get 122 only. Now the final output is 122 and 122. Try to check in which option we are having 122 and 122. Within the first option itself we are having that 122 and 122. So the right option is first option, and remaining all options are wrong options. It is very important question. All of you be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. Thank you. Coming to the last question, which of the following relation can be bidirectional? Very important question. So now we need to identify out of all the options. So for the given statement, which of the below relations can be bidirectional? What is the statement that is available? If class A is related to class B by so and so relation, then class B can also be related to class A by that relation. Now what is the answer that we have to place here? So if you want to make that relations bidirectional, so first we need to get the idea. What do you mean by aggregation as well as association? So association in the sense, association refers to has a relationship between two classes which use each other. That means it is the bidirectional relationship. Let me show you one example. For example, an employee has a communication address. Here two classes are there. Employee class is there as well as address class is there. Both the classes are related to each other. Within the employee class, he may have some address. So he can has the ability to use the address. Like that we can provide the bidirectional relationship between two classes. Then what do you mean by the aggregation? Aggregation refers to has a plus relationship between two classes where one class contains the collection of other classes. That means here the thing is it refers to have a collection of child objects in the parent class. For example, the parent class is department class. Within the department class we can store number of employees with the help of list of employees with the help of employee class. Here employee class will become child class and department class will become parent class. Here also we are maintaining the relationship, but here the relationship is aggregation. Coming to the association, here in the association we have the bidirectional relationship is there. That means we can use employee in the address in the employee. That both the flexibilities are happening with the help of association relationship. So that out of all the four options, here class A is related to class B by association. Then class B can also be related to the class A by association. The right answer is association. So out of all the four options, B is the right question. So predict the output of the following code. So within this code we have totally four classes are there: customer class, regular customer class, premium customer class as well as tester class. And here if you're going to observe, so in between these three classes, customer, regular customer and premium customer, there is a relationship is available with the help of inheritance mechanism. Here out of these three classes, the super class is customer class, and coming to the next child class is regular customer class, and coming to the subchild class is premium customer class. Here premium customer class, which is extending from regular customer is extending from main customer. So due to that reason, customer is becoming the parent class. Now within this entire code snippet, the main class is tester class. The main method is available in the tester class, so that the JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, what is the first line that is available? We are creating the object of the premium customer class. Here the object reference name itself is premium customer. Within the premium customer reference variable, we are holding the premium customer class object, and while at the time of creating the object of the premium customer class, we are invoking the default constructor of the premium customer. It will check, do you have the default constructor is available in the premium customer class or not? Yes, we are having premium customer is the default constructor which is available in the premium customer class. Here, before going to print the line which is available in the premium customer class, here for each and every constructor, it may be default constructor or parameterized constructor, the first and foremost line virtually that is available in each and every constructor is the super class constructor invocation, super, super. With the help of super class, the first and foremost line that is available in each and every constructor is, it will call the super class default constructor. So it will be virtually existing. Before going to print the premium customer related message, it will check, is there any relationship between premium customer and other class? Yes, we have the relationship is available, so that it will call that super class constructor. The super class that is available with respect to the premium customer is a regular customer, so that it will enter into the regular customer with the help of this virtual method, that is nothing but super class constructor invocation. It will enter into the super class, and within the super class we have super class default constructor is available. The constructor name itself is regular customer. Within the super class, that is nothing but regular customer, within the same constructor also, here the first and foremost call, before going to print the constructor related content or before going to execute the constructor related functionality, within that constructor we have one super call invocation is there, as in the previous class. We have the super class invocation is there before going to print that super class related constructor content. So super class constructor invocation is available virtually in each and every constructor of the class, so that it will check, is there any relationship between the current class regular customer and some other class? Yes, we have the relationship. What is that relationship? We are having inheritance mechanism in between regular customer and main customer. So here customer is the super class, so that it will enter into the constructor of the customer class. Yes, here within this constructor also it will check, the first and foremost line that is available is super class constructor invocation only. But unfortunately there is no relationship between this customer class and some other classes, so that it will not go through that another class. Why? Because there is no inheritance mechanism with respect to the customer class. And after completion of the execution of the super class constructor invocation, it will try to print the context of the super class. What is the context that is available here? So the customer is the message that we are printing with respect to the customer class, so that it will print first. So out of all the four options, the first option is customer that we have to get. So customer we are getting it in first option and as well as last option. After end of the context with respect to the super class constructor customer, now the control flow navigation will be coming into the child class constructor. So within the child class constructor, before going to print the message that with respect to the super class child class constructor, it will invoke the super class constructor. It has already completed the process within the super class, so that the control flow navigation will be coming into the child class. Within the child class, whatever the message that is available, that will be printed now. So the next message that we are getting here is a regular customer, that will be printed here. Within the first option we are having the next message regular expression. After completion of the execution of the regular customer class related constructor, now the control will be transferring to the next child class, that is nothing but premium customer. Within the premium customer, the first line itself is superclass constructor. The superclass constructor related complete execution process has been already completed due to the region. So within the premium constructor, what is the line that is available, that will be printed here. So the last message that we are going to get here is premium constructor. So the complete output with respect to the given code snippet is customer, regular customer, premium customer. Very simple. The only thing that we have to remember is, before going to execute the functionality of any class constructor, the only thing that we have to check is there any relationship between the current class and its super class. If we are having the relationship, means before going to execute the functionality of that current class constructor, we have to go through the super class default constructor. Yes, we have the default constructor is available within that super class. Coming to the next question, in the constructor of the digital camera class, we have two classes are there. One is normal camera class and second one is digital camera class. Here there is a relationship existing in between normal camera class and digital camera class. Here camera, main camera class is acting as like as a parent class. Why? Because we are extending digital camera from camera class. Here the parent class is camera class and child class is digital camera class. The question is, in the constructor of the digital camera class, the call to the base class constructor. Yes, definitely in the child class, if you are having the constructor, it may be parameterized constructor or a default constructor, whatever may be the constructor that is available. Before going to execute the functionality of that constructor, the first and foremost line should be the base class default constructor invocation. So it should be must and should. Now what are the two options that are available? Can be made anywhere in the constructor. No, it is not correct. The call to the base class constructor can be made anywhere in the constructor is not correct. So it will be made in the first line of the constructor. Must be made in the first line of the constructor only. This is the right option. So as per the explanation given in the previous program, for each and every constructor, for example, there exists a relationship between one class to another class. Within the child class, especially here digital camera is the child class. Here, while at the time of creating the object of, for example, if you are going to consider the execution flow of this given entire code snippet, so the execution flow will start from the main method. Within the main method, what is the context that is available? We are trying to create the object of the digital camera class, and while at the time of creating the object of the digital camera class, we are invoking the parameterized constructor of the digital camera class, and it may be parameterized constructor or default constructor. The first and foremost line within this constructor that is virtually existing, it will be definitely available within the first line, that is nothing but super class default constructor call, that is nothing but super. It will be available within the first line of the child class constructor, so that the super class constructor will be coming into the picture. That too, that is the default constructor. Here the call to the base class constructor must be made in the first line of the constructor. That is the right answer out of all the two options. Please remember this point. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, predict the output of the following code. Here within this code snippet, the first class that is available is class A, as well as we have one more class is there. It is nothing but class B, which is extending from class A. That means class A is acting as like as a parent class, and class B is acting as like as a child class. And as well as we have one main class, the class name itself is tester class. Within the main class,
the main method is available. That means the JVM execution will start from the main method. Now let me start the execution from here. Within the main method, the first and foremost thing that we are doing here is we are trying to create the object of class B, and the object reference name is obj, and while at the time of creating the object of class B, we are invoking the parameterized constructor of class B. Let us check, do you have the parameterized constructor in the class B or not? Yes, we are having the parameterized constructor in the class B. So within that, within the var2 you will get 20, and within the var3 you will get 30. And what is the thing that we are doing in this parameterized constructor? Actually, in the parameterized or default constructor, the first and foremost line that will be available is superclass default constructor invocation. But here explicitly we are mentioning, instead of superclass default constructor invocation, we are explicitly mentioning we are calling superclass parameterized constructor. Super of var2 in the sense we are calling superclass. Superclass in the sense for the B class, the parent class is A, it will call the parent class A parameterized constructor that we are passing only single parameter. That means it will execute the single parameterized constructor of class A. And for that single parameter, what is the value that we are passing? var2. Within the var2, the value that we are having is 20. That we are passing to the class A parameterized constructor. Now within this class A parameterized constructor, within the var2 you will get 20. And what is the thing that we are doing in the parameterized constructor? We are assigning it. We are assigning the 20 value which is available in the var2 into this dot var2. This dot var2 in the sense the current class reference variable var2 is available. Initially the value that is available in the var2 is 0. Why? Because we did not assign any value to the var2. The default data type value will be available in the var2, and within this dot var2 we are assigning 20, so that now the var2 value will become 20, but unfortunately the var2 is private type. We are unable to directly access it. Now the execution of the parameterized constructor of class A has been completed, so that the control flow navigation will be coming into this line at the end of this line. Now coming to the next line, so the value that is whatever the value 40 is the value that we are assigning in the var3. var3 is the reference variable which is available in the class B itself, and that too it is a private variable. There is no problem, we can access it directly with the help of object. This in the sense current class object, this dot var3 equal to 40. That means within this variable 3 we are holding 40 is the value that is available in the variable 3. Now so the entire execution of this parameterized constructor has been completed, so the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this parameterized constructor. Coming to the next line, with respect to the same object we are calling add method. It will check within the B class. Why? Because this object is belonging to B class, it will call the B class add method. We will enter into the add method of B class, and within this add method we are taking some variable, local variable. Within that, so we have to perform some operation. Within that sum, get val1. Get val1 means unfortunately that get val1 method is not at all available in the B class. Try to check it. There is no val1 method in the B class, but here there is a relationship between B and A, so that whatever the features that are available in the A, we can access them in the B class also. So even though the get val1 is not available in the B class, it will go and it will check in the class A, is there any val1 method is available or not. Yes, get val1 method is available in the class A, so that from here in this method, what is the value that we are returning? Variable 1 value we are returning here. The variable 1 value that is available here is 10, that will be getting here with respect to the get val. Plus next method invocation is get val2. Get val2 in the sense get val2 is not at all available in the class B. Try to check it. There is no get val2 method which is available in the class B, and there is a relationship between class B and A, so that it will check is there any get val2 method which is available in the class A or not. Yes, in the class A we have get val2 method is available, so that within that get val2 we are returning variable 2 value. What is the variable 2 value that is available? Initially the variable 2 value is 0, but in the previous line at the time of creating the object of class B, so we have assigned variable 2 value is 20. Due to that reason, from this entire get val2 you will get 20, that is the output from this method. plus next thing is val3. Val3 is available within the class B itself. Already the value that is available in the val3 is 40. Now finally within the sum 10 plus 20 plus 40, the value that is available is 70. What is the statement that we are printing? System dot out dot println. We are printing result, the sum value. The sum value is 70. That we are getting as a output. Result colon 70. That is the output that we are getting. Finally, we are returning from the sum. We are returning some value from the add method, but we are not at all holding it in any variable. Already we have printed one message in the add method. That message is result is 70. Check out of all the 4 options, in which option we are having 70 is the result. So within the second option we have 70 is the result. There is no doubt at all. The option 2 is the right option from the given question. Be careful while at the time of attempting. So here if you are going to observe, there are so many lines of code is available in this entire program, but here if you are having some basic idea related to inheritance mechanism and the way of navigation from one place to another place, it will be very simple to solve these kind of problems. Thank you, Mahendra. Coming to the last question, which of the following statements are true about constructors in the Java? We have to identify. It is a multiple choice questions. We have the flexibility to choose multiple options. The first option itself is, if the constructor for a class is not defined, then the compiler will automatically provide a default parameterless constructor. Yes, it is 100% correct. If there is no constructor which is available in the class in a sense, while at the time of creating the object of that class, definitely the JVM itself, the Java compiler itself, it will create the default parameterized constructor within your class, parameterless constructor within your class. Coming to the next statement, the name of the constructor should be same as the class name. Yes, 100% correct. This is the rule of the constructor. It is constructor is also one of the special method, but the name of the constructor is as like as the same class name, and it does not have any return value. That point you have to keep in your mind. If you are providing return value for the constructor, means it will not become constructor. It is as like as a method. Now coming to the third statement, the parameterless constructor of a parent class is invoked implicitly by the child class constructor if super is not explicitly used in the child class constructor. Yes, 100% correct. If there is a relationship between one class to another class, so within the child class constructor, without providing super keyword, implicitly the super keyword is available. With the help of that super call, we can implicitly call the superclass parameterless constructor. So that the third option is also right. A call to the parent class constructor must be the first statement inside the child class constructor. Yes, it is 100% true. Already in the previous programs we have already seen so how the superclass default constructor is invoking from the parent child class constructor without providing the super keyword also. So out of all the 4 options, all the 4 options are right options. So that here all the statements given in this example are right. There is no doubt at all. All options are correct. So with this you got the complete idea regarding the inheritance mechanism as well as the constructor invocation from one class to another class. What will be the output of the following code? This is the code snippet that is available. Now out of this entire code snippet, the main method is available here. So the Java JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, we are trying to create the object of the tester class, and after completion of the object creation, with the help of same object, we are calling one method. The method name itself is evaluate. So within that evaluate method, we are passing 2 values, 4, 2.5 f. It is a floating point number. Now unfortunately within the same tester class, we have 2 evaluate methods are available. Both the 2 evaluate methods are object specific only, so that we can call them with the help of object of the class tester. But unfortunately within one method the signature is different. So within the first method, the 2 parameters of the type of integer, and within the second method the 2 parameters of the type of floating point numbers. Here the 2 methods are overloaded methods. What do you mean by method overloading? Within the same class, if you are having more than one method with the same method name but different in parameters and their types, we can call them as overloaded methods. Here 2 methods are having same method name, but the parameters
types are different. Here the number of parameters are the type of parameters. So here the difference that we are identifying here is both are having same number of parameters, 2 only, but the types are different. So that here what will happen, is there any ambiguity that we are going to get? Otherwise we are going to get the valid output. So before going to answer this question, you should have some basic idea related to the type conversions. For example, one type is promoted to another type implicitly if there is no matching data types is found. So that means byte will be automatically converted into short will be converting into int can be converting into long or double or float, char will be converting into int or float, long will be converting into float or double, as well as float will be converting into double. These are the possible implicit type conversions if there is no data type matching is identified. Now here one value that we are passing here is integer, second value that we are passing here is floating point number. Now coming to the first method, within the method definition, the two variables of the type of integers. If you are going to call this method with respect to this method invocation, there will be possible loss of value. That means within this b variable we are going to get 2 only. Why? Because it is of the type of integer, we are going to lose that 0.5 value with respect to this method, so that this method will not at all come into the picture. What about the next method? Within the next method we are using floating point. There is no problem. The integer will automatically implicitly we can convert it into the floating point. We can hold it into the floating point variable, as well as 2.5 f is itself, it is indicating floating point, we can hold it in the b variable, so that without losing any kind of value with respect to the values that we are passing, you will get the exact accurate output with the help of this second method. So that out of these two methods, the second method will be coming into the picture. So that the message that we are going to get here is second evaluate method invoked, and within that a plus b, in the sense within the a the value that we are passing is 4, that will be converting into floating point, so that 4.0 it will become 4.0 plus b value is floating point number itself 2.5f, so that 4.0 plus 2.5, the value that we are getting is 6.5. that is the result that we are getting from this function. So second evaluate method invoked and 6.5 is the right answer among all the 4 options. So please be careful while at the time of attempting these kind of questions. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, what is the output of the following code? We have the tester class is available, within that main method is available, the execution will start from the main method. Within the main method we are trying to create the object of the tester class, the reference variable name itself is tester. With the help of the same object we are calling evaluate method, and while at the time of calling evaluate method we are passing 2 parameters, but here the 2 parameters types, so here the type of the 2 parameters are double, those are not at all floating point. If you want to make them as floating point values, we have to provide f as a prefix, but we are not at all using f here, that due to that reason 4.5 and 2.5, these two values are double values. And here if you are going to observe that we are within the given code, there are 2 evaluate methods are available, but unfortunately within the 2 evaluate methods there is no preferable size is available. Double is the highest data type when compared to the integer and as well as floating point data type. We are unable to hold this double into this integer or floating point. Due to that reason, here in the first line itself, at the time of invocation of this method, we are going to get the compile time error. The error itself is the method evaluate of int comma int in the type tester is not applicable for the arguments double and double. Why? Because we can do widening. Widening will be automatically happen implicitly. Widening, what do you mean by the widening? If you want to know the widening concept, please go through my previous videos so that you will get the complete idea. Now this is the I think this is the 10th video lecture. We have nearly 9 video lectures are there. Please go through that all video lectures so that you will get the complete idea. So within the first or second video lecture itself, I have mentioned widening in the sense from lowest data type to highest data type automatically typecasting will be happening implicitly. But from highest data type to lowest data type, if you want to convert the data from highest data type to lowest data type, narrowing, there will be possible loss of values. There will be the data losses will be happening. Due to that reason, here there is no preferable method is available with respect to this method invocation. Here in this method invocation, we are passing double values, but we are unable to hold double values in the integer variables or floating point variables. We are unable to downcast the double variable data type value into the lowest data types like floating and integer values. So please go through the previous question, so that within the previous question I have mentioned one simple flow chart. If the respective data type is not at all available, means automatically the data type values will be transferring from int to float or float to double, but from double it is not at all possible to convert them into some other data types. So due to that reason, there is no suitable method available in this class. Here within the first method invocation itself, we are going to get the compilation error. The method evaluate of int and int in the type tester is not applicable for the arguments double and double. There is no suitable method is available for this method calling. So that the answer is second option. We are going to get compile time error. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, which of the following are overloaded methods? So we have four options. Three options are available, A, B, C. For each and every option, two methods are available. We need to identify. So which are the overloaded methods out of all the three options? Now, before going to answer this question, you have to have some basic idea related to what do you mean by method overloading. Method overloading in the sense, one or more methods which are existing in the same class with the same method name, but difference in the parameters count or type of the parameters. But the return type of the method does not reflect anything in the method overloading. That point you have to keep in your mind with respect to the method overloading. Now try to check the first option. What is the first option here? So the first option itself is, we have public void add is the method. It has two parameters, int a comma int b. The parameter count is 2 and both are of the type of integer. And we have one more method, public void add. Here the method name is same, that means these two methods are overloaded methods, and here the parameter count is different as well as the parameter types are also different. So the parameter count here is 3 and the parameter types are floating point. So that these two methods are overloaded methods. Option A is correct, there is no doubt at all. Coming to the option B, public int, the return type of the method is integer and the method name itself is add, and it has the parameter count 3 and all of the type of integer. The parameter count is 3 here and all are of the type of integer only. Coming to the next method, public, the return type of this method is float, and but previous method return type is integer. Here the method name is same, add, and the parameter count is also same, 3 parameters only, and the parameter types are also same, integer only. That means these two methods are not at all overloaded methods. Don't decide the method overloading based upon the return type of the methods. The main focus that we have to concentrate upon the parameter types and the parameter count. Here both the methods are having similar kind of parameter, three parameters, and all the 3 parameters are of the type of integer. That means there is a ambiguity. If you are going to define these kind of methods in the Java class, means it is not at all acceptable. Already the method is available, like that you will get the compile time error. So here, even though there is a difference in between the return type of the two methods, these two methods are not belonging to overloaded methods. Why? Because method name is same, there is no problem, but the parameters count and the parameters types also same. When can you say a method is a overloaded method? The method name should be same, but difference in the parameter count, at least there will be a difference in the parameter count, but unfortunately the two methods are having three parameters, or the difference we have to identify the type of the parameters. There is no difference in the type of the parameters also. Due to that reason, these two methods are not comes under the method overloading concept. What about the next methodology? What is the next option? Public float, the return type of the method is float, the method name is add. It has two parameters, one is floating and second one is integer. Coming to the next method, public float, it is also returning floating point only, and here the parameter, the first parameter is integer, second parameter is float. Here the count of the parameters are same but different in the parameter types. Here in the first method, the first parameter type is integer float, but in the second method the first parameter type is integer. That means there is lot of difference in between the types of the parameter. So that in the option C, these two methods are comes under the category of method overloading. Now out of all the three options, option A and C are following method overloading concept. We need to identify in which option we are having option A and C. In the second statement, within the second option we are having option A and option C, so that the right option is second option. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, which of the following statement is or are correct? Coming to the first statement, constructors can be overloaded. There is no doubt at all. We can overload the constructors. We can maintain the same constructor name, but we can pass different parameters. Parameterizer constructor, default constructor, these are all comes under the constructor overloading concept. First option is right. Constructor can return a value. It is not at all correct. If you are going to return something from that particular method, means it is belonging to method category. If constructor is a special method which does not have return value, so we should not return from the constructor. But here the statement is constructor can return a value. It is not at all. If the constructor is returning something, means it will become normal method. We should not return something from the constructor. Then only we can showcase the difference in between constructor and some user defined method. Due to that reason, the second option is not at all correct. We should not return something from the constructor. Constructor does not have return value. Third statement is constructor name should be the same as like as class name. Exactly. Now the fourth statement is constructor can take input parameters. There is no problem at all. Default constructor, single parameter is a constructor, two parameters, like that we can pass n number of parameters to the constructors. Constructor can take input parameters. Now out of all the four options, the right options are 1, 3, 4. We need to check in which option we are having 1, 3, 4. Within the first option itself, we are having 1, 3, 4. Due to that reason, first option is the right option among all the four options. Thank you. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? So here we have one class is there, the class name itself is employee, and within the class we have to identify where is the main method. The main method is available here. The JVM execution will start from the main method, and within the main method of the class, first of all we are creating the object of the employee class. The object reference name itself is employee1. And while at the time of creating the object of the employee class, we are invoking the parameterizer constructor of the employee class, so that the control navigation will be transferring to the parameterizer constructor of the employee class. Now within this parameterizer constructor, we are passing two values. John is the name that we are passing as employee, and 101 is the employee ID. So that the name and employee ID we are assigning this in the sense the current class object is E1. With respect to the E1, the name that we are assigning here is E1 dot name equal to John, as well as E1 this dot emp id, in the sense, so here with respect to the first object, the id that we are assigning is 101. So at the end of this constructor execution, so with respect to the employee 1, the name is John. With respect to the employee 1 object, the employee ID is 101. Now coming to the next line, we are creating one more employee object, that is nothing but employee 2. While at the time of creating this employee 2 object, we are invoking the default constructor of the employee class, so that the default constructor of the employee class will be coming into the picture. With respect to the default constructor of the employee class, we are assigning the city of the employee. The city itself is New York, and that to this dot city in the sense, now we are calling this default constructor with the help of employee 2. Due to that region, with respect to the E2, the city will become this dot city in the sense, with respect to the employee 2 object, the city will become New York. So now at the end of these two statements, we are printing system.out.println employee 1 dot name. Employee 1 dot name means you will get John. Employee 1 dot eid, with respect to the employee 1 first object,
the ID that we are going to get here is 101. And coming to the employee1.city, employee1.city means with respect to the employee1 object, we did not set the city in the parameterized constructor. Due to that reason, initially within the city reference variable, it is of the type of string. Due to that reason, the null value that is available with respect to the employee1 e1.city, we are having null value that will be printed here. Null we are going to print it here. We need to check. So within the first three statements that we are getting John 101 null, in which option we are having that values. In the first option we are not at all having that values. John 101 New York, it is not at all right option. John 101 null, which is available in the second option, it is the expected right answer. John 101 New York, it is also not correct. John 101 null, it is also expected right answer. Now we have to check in the second statement, system.out.println employee2.name. With respect to the employee2, there is no name that we are assigning. Why? Because while at the time of creating employee2, we are invoking the default constructor of the class. With the help of the default constructor, we are just setting the city of the employee. We did not set the name of the employee as well as the ID of the employee. Due to that reason, you will get within the employee name, which is of the type of string, you will get e2.name, in the sense you will get null. Why? Because the default value of the string is null, as well as e2.empid. So e2.empid, you will get 0. Why? Because the default value of the employee ID is integer default value is 0. So with respect to the employee2, the employee name will become null, employee ID will become 0, but employee city New York. Why? Because while at the time of creating employee2 object, we have already set the city of the employee. The city is New York. So you will get null 0 New York with respect to the second output statement. We have to check in which option we are having null 0 and New York. Null 0 and New York that are with respect to the second statement, which is available in the second option. So that second option is the right option. What about fourth option? Within the fourth option, John 101 New York, it is not at all correct. So final output is with respect to the first print statement, you will get John 101 null with respect to the first employee object, and coming to the second employee object, you will get null 0 and New York. Null 0 and New York. Second option is the right option. Thank you. And coming to the last question, what will be the output of the code given below? It is also relating to the previous question, but little bit modifications are there. We have to identify the exact output from this code. Now from this entire employee class, the execution will start from the main method of the employee class. And within the main method of the employee class, the first and foremost line is we are creating the object of employee class. The employee object reference name itself is employee1. And while at the time of creating the employee class object, we are invoking the parameterized constructor of the employee class, so that the control flow navigation will be transferring to the employee parameterized constructor. Within the parameterized constructor, we are passing employee name John and as well as employee ID 101 that we are assigning to. So before going to assign those name and as well as ID to the name of the employee and employee ID, here we are performing one more statement here. So the statement itself is we are invoking this class default constructor, so that the control flow navigation will be transferring to this class default constructor. Within this class default constructor, this dot city equal to New York. That means actually this entire constructor invocation is happened with the help of employee1 object. Due to that reason, this indicates emp1. With the help of employee1, the city that we are setting here is, so with respect to the employee1, the city is New York, as well as after execution of this class default constructor, the control flow navigation will come at the end of this class invocation. Now the next line is this dot name. This dot name means with respect to the employee1, e1 dot name that we are setting Ram. So sorry, John is the name that we are setting, as well as e1 dot this dot emp id, in the sense, so the id value that we are setting, while at the time of creating object we are passing 101, that will be available in the employee id. So now
After completion of the execution of this entire parameterizer constructor, the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this line. Now coming to the next line, we are creating one more object. The object name itself is employee2. Now with respect to the employee2 object, we are calling default constructor of the class. Now the control flow navigation will be entering into the default constructor of the class. Within the default constructor, this dot city in the sense with respect to the employee2 object. So employee2 dot city, we are setting only city for the employee2 object. The city is New York, and at the end of the execution of the default constructor, the control flow navigation will be coming to the end of the second object creation. Now we are having two print statements are available. Try to print the content. Within the first print statement, employee1 dot name, employee1 dot employee id, employee1 dot city. Employee1 dot name is John, we are going to get it. Employee id with respect to the employee1 object is 101, and employee city with respect to the employee1 is New York. Why? Because we are using this statement in the parameterizer constructor with respect to the employee1 class object. Due to the region, we are setting the city of the employee for employee1. Now with respect to the employee1, you will get John 101 New York. We need to check in which option we are having that all the things. John 101 New York, it is the expected answer. Here in the second answer, John 101 null, it is not correct. In the fourth option also, John 101 null, it is also wrong option. The expected answers are John 101 New York, John 101 New York, A and C. But coming to the next statement, we are trying to print employee2 dot name, employee2 dot employee id, employee2 dot city. But unfortunately for employee2, we have only set the city of the employee. We did not set the name of the employee as well as the id of the employee. And due to that reason, the name default value, that is nothing but string default value null, that is available, as well as the employee id default value is integer type. The integer default value is 0. So name we are going to get null, as well as the employee id we are going to get 0, and finally the employee city that we are going to get New York. Employee city you will get, but employee name and as well as employee id we are unable to get. Try to check. Within the first option, we are getting employee name, id as well as city with respect to the employee2 object. It is not correct, so that we are going to eliminate first option. Second option, with respect to the first object, employee1 object, we are printing employee name, employee id, employee city, as well as with respect to the second object only we are getting employee city. We are unable to get name and employee id. So employee name will become null, employee id will become 0, employee city will become New York. So out of all the four options, third option is the right option. What will be the output of the following code snippet? Here two classes are available. Person class is there as well as student class is there. Person class is acting as a super class. Student class is extending all the members from the person class. And coming to the main method in the student class, the JVM execution will start from the main method of the student class. Within the main method of the student class, the first and foremost line that is available here is, so we are creating one reference variable with respect to the person, and within the reference variable we are holding null value. And coming to the next line, with the help of that reference variable, we are calling the children class object. Here person is the super class, person is the parent class. Within the person class parent class reference variable, we are holding the subclass object. The subclass here itself is student. There is no problem. Within the parent class reference variable, we can hold the subclass, but it is not possible to hold the parent class object into the subclass reference variable. You should not do like that. But here we are storing the child class subclass object into the parent class reference variable. There is no problem at all. We can do it. But while at the time of creating the object of the child class, it will call the child class constructor, one default constructor that is available in the child class. The control flow will be entering into the default constructor of the child class. That is nothing but student constructor. Within the student constructor, before going to execute the context that is available in the student class constructor, so it will call super. Super is the first and foremost
line that will be available in each and every constructor. If is there any relationship between one class to another class, before going to execute that particular class constructor related content, it will call the superclass default constructor. In the each and every constructor, the first line itself is superclass default constructor invocation will be available. Now, as per that superclass default constructor invocation, it will go through the superclass. Yes, there is a relationship between student class and the superclass person, so that it will enter into the superclass default constructor. Within the superclass default constructor also, the first and foremost statement is it will call the super, but unfortunately there is no relationship between person and some other class. Due to that reason, it will not go through the superclass of that person. Now within this person class, the message that we are printing here is in person class. That is the first message that we are going to get. So out of all the four options, in which option we are having in person class is the first message. Within the first option as well as within the third option, we are having that first message, and coming to the second option, it is not at all correct option, and fourth option is also not at all correct option. Why? Because within the two options, the first statement is not belonging to in parent class message. And after completion of the execution of the parent class default constructor context, again the control flow navigation will come into this end of the superclass invocation, so that within the children class, whatever the context that is available in the children class default constructor, that will be executed now. So here the context that is available is in student class, that will be printed next. Now out of these two options, we need to check in which option we are getting in student class. In the both the first option as well as third option, we are getting in student class message. So after completion of the execution of the student class default constructor, the control flow will be transferring to the end of the line of the object creation of the student class. Now coming to the next line, with the help of that reference variable, we are holding within the name, we are trying to store John. Actually this person class reference variable is belonging to student class, but unfortunately there is no name attribute which is available in the student class. But the name attribute that is available in the person class, no problem, we can access all the members from the superclass into the student class, so that we are accessing the superclass member name, and within that name we are holding John is the name that we are storing in the name reference variable. Okay, after end of this line, within the name you will get John, and finally with the help of same reference variable, subclass reference variable, we are printing print message. That means it will first check is there any print method which is available in the subclass student or not. Yes, we have one print message is there, so that it will execute that print message. With respect to that print message, the message that we are going to get here is student name. The name of the student is already in the previous line. The name that we are setting here is John, that will be printed here. The student name is John, that is the message that we are going to get. Why? Because within this person reference variable, we are holding the student class object. Due to that reason, student class print method will be coming into the picture. Instead of student class object, if we are going to hold person class object, means that then it will print the person class related print method. But here the object that is available in the person class reference variable is student. Due to that reason, student class related print method will be executed, and finally you will get the last message, student name is John. But if you are going to consider in the third option, here we are getting person name equal to John. That is not at all correct. As per the code snippet, the output is in person class, that is the first message that we are going to get, as well as in student class, that is the second message that we are going to get, as well as the student name is John. This is the right option when compared to all the four options. Remaining three options are wrong option. First option is the right option. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the following code snippet? Here in this code snippet, totally four classes are available. One class name is person, second class name is employee, which is extending from the person. That means here employee is acting as a children class for the person class. Person is a parent class for the employee class. As well as customer is the another class which is extending from the employee. That means here customer is the children for employee and employee is the parent for the customer. As well as one main class is there, within that main method is available. Now the execution of this entire program will starts from the main method of the given code snippet. Here within the account class we have the main method is available. Within this main method, the JVM execution will starts from the main method. Within the main method, the first and foremost line that is available here is, we are taking one reference variable for the person class. Here person is the superclass for all the classes in the given code snippet. Person is the superclass. For the person, employee is the children, and for the employee, customer is the another children class which is available. Now here we are taking the parent class reference variable, that is nothing but person C. C is acting as a reference variable for the parent class, and within that person class reference variable, we are trying to hold the customer class object. There is no problem at all. We can hold the customer class object. Why? Because customer is the children for employee and employee is the children for person, so that all the classes are having relationship between each another. Here, while at the time of holding that customer class object into the person class reference variable, we are calling the customer class parameterizer constructor, so that it will enter into the control flow navigation will be transferring to the customer class parameterizer constructor. And whatever the value that we are passing here, 20,000 we are passing, it will be available in the salary. Within the salary variable, you will get 20,000. And before going to execute the customer class related parameterizer constructor, here the first and foremost statement that is available in each and every constructor, it may be parameterized or default constructor. If is there any relationship between one class to another class, means the first and foremost line that is available is superclass default constructor execution. So that from here, before going to execute the context of this parameterizer constructor customer, first it will call the superclass default constructor, and the superclass for the customer is employee, so that the control flow will be navigating to employee class. Within the employee class, there is a default constructor which is available. Within the default constructor, what is the context that we are providing? Before going to execute the context of the employee constructor also, here in this employee constructor also, there is a relationship between employee and person. Here person is the superclass for the employee. Due to that reason, within this employee class constructor also, the first and foremost statement that is available is superclass default constructor invocation, so that it will navigating to person class. Within the person class, one default constructor is there, and within the default constructor there is no relationship between person and some other class, so that it will directly execute this person class default constructor. With respect to the person class default constructor, within that person class we have one object specific variable is there. Within that object specific variable, we are storing the name of the person is John. Now at the end of this constructor execution, the control flow navigation will be coming into the end of this superclass constructor invocation. After completion of this superclass invocation, within this employee class, the age of the employee, age is the variable which is object specific variable. For that age variable, the age that we are setting here is 34. Now after completion of the execution of this employee class constructor, the control flow navigation will be coming into the children class constructor, and within the children class constructor, now the control flow execution will be at the end of the supercall. And after completion of the supercall itself only, this dot salary, salary is the one of the object specific variable which is available in the customer. As per that customer, we are setting the salary. What is the salary that we are passing? 20,000. That 20,000 will be available within this salary variable. So that after completion of this salary, we are performing one more operation here. What is that operation? Name of the employee. Name of the employee, in the sense here, unfortunately, the name is the variable which is not at all available in the customer, but it has the relationship between employee. It will check is there any name variable which is available in the employee. Sorry, we are unable to have that variable within the employee class also. Here employee class has another relationship with another class, that the class name itself is person. It will go through the person, and within the person it will check is there any name variable available or not. Yes, initially within that name variable, that value that we have set here is John, and we are overriding that John into Maddie. Now the name of the employee will become Maddie, and the salary of the employee will become 20,000, and the age of the employee will become 34. So now at the end of this entire constructor execution, the control flow navigation will be coming into the main method, and it will be at the end of the object creation of the customer class. Now with the help of that same reference variable, see, within this reference variable we are holding the customer class object, so that with the help of this reference variable we can call customer class related instance method. One instance method is there in the customer class. The instant method name itself is get details, so that it will go through the get details method. Within the get details method, what is the line that we are executing? system.out.println. Within that we are printing the name of the employee, age of the employee, salary of the employee. But unfortunately salary is the only variable which is available in the customer class. Remaining two variables we are getting them from the super class. Customer has the super class employee. Within the employee we are getting age, as well as for employee, person is the super class. From the person class we are getting name. So that within the children class customer you will get the parent class members name and as well as age. And finally within the name the updated value that is available is Maddie, and the age of the person will become 34 and the salary will become 20,000. That is the output that we are getting. Out of all the four options you have to check in which option we are having Maddie 34 and 20,000. Within the B option we are having Maddie 34 and 20,000. This is the right option among all the remaining options. Very simple. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the following code snippet? Here we have three classes are available. One class name is bike, second class name is Honda, which is extending from the bike. That means bike is the parent class here and Honda is the child class for the parent class bike. As well as one tester class is there. Within the tester class the main method is available. The JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method the first and foremost line is we are creating the object for the parent class, that is nothing but bike. Bike is the reference variable that we are taking, and with the help of that reference variable we are holding the bike class object. As well as we are creating one more object for another class. The class name itself is Honda class. Within the Honda class reference variable we are holding Honda class object. As well as we are taking one more object reference variable. That object reference variable is with respect to the bike class, that is nothing but parent class reference variable. Within the parent class reference variable we are holding the subclass object, that is nothing but Honda class object. Now coming to the next line, the first print statement, system.out.print. We are printing with respect to the first object bike.speed limit. The bike reference variable is holding bike class object. Due to that reason the bike class related speed limit output we are getting here. The speed limit with respect to the bike class is 90 and you will get 90 here. Coming to the next statement, system.out.print Honda.speed limit. Honda is the reference variable which is holding Honda class object. So go to the Honda class object. Within the Honda class we have the speed limit 150, that is we are getting here as a output. And coming to the last line, within the last line system.out.println Honda bike is the reference variable. It is the super class reference variable which is comes under the bike category, and within the super class reference variable we are holding the subclass object. The object that we are holding is from Honda class. That means with respect to this reference variable Honda bike dot speed limit means you will get the Honda class related bike speed. What is the bike speed that we are having within the Honda bike? 150. That we are getting as a output in the third statement. Finally the output is 90, 150 and 150. Out of all the four statements the right statement is B. So within the B statement we are getting 90, 150 and 150. For example, the variable that is available in the bike class is static. So if the variable that is with respect to the bike class is static means at that time, even though we are holding within the bike class reference variable, even though we are holding Honda class object, you are going to get the bike class static variable value. As per this updation, the output that we are getting in the third line is 90. Why? Because so with the help of bike class reference variable, if you are trying to call speed limit means it will check is there any bike class static speed limit variable is available or not. Yes, it is available. Due to that reason it will print 90 instead of 150 you will get 90. Why? Because here we are providing the variable in the format of static. Very simple. All of you please be careful while at the time of attempting these questions. So now the output from this above question is without having static keyword in the speed limit, the output that we are getting here is 90, 150, 150. Coming to the next question, predict the output for the code given below. So here two classes are available. One is bank class. Within this class itself only we are having the main method, as well as another class name itself is ABC bank, which is extending from the bank class. That means bank class is the parent class and this ABC bank is the children class with respect to the bank class. And coming to the execution flow, So within the bank class, we are having main method. The JVM execution will start from the bank class. Within the bank class, within the main method, the first statement that we are executing here is we are creating the object of the bank class. Now there is no constructor concept at all, so that the constructor is not at all coming into the picture. Without having the constructor in the bank class means the JVM itself, it will create one default parameterless constructor. Default parameterless constructor will be created in this bank class and will not to do anything here. Now after completion of the object creation, the next statement that we are executing here is with the help of the same object reference, we are calling get bank name, so that it will go through the get bank name related method within the bank class, and the message that we are printing with respect to the get bank name is bank. That is the output that we are getting. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is second option. Within that we are getting the message bank. This is the right option. And coming to the next question, what will be the output of the following code snippet? Here totally 4 classes are there. Class A, class B is there, which is extending from class A. That means class A is the superclass for class B, as well as class C is there, which is extending from class B, and class B is extending from class A. That means class A is superclass for both class B and class C, and class C is extending from class B. And finally one main class is there. The main class name itself is tester class. Within the tester class, we have main method is available. The execution will start from the main method. JVM will start the execution from the main method. Within the main method, the first line that is available here is we are creating the object for the class A. That means we are creating the object for the parent class, and we are creating the object for the class B, as well as we are creating the object for class C. Now finally we are printing one output message. The output message, within that output message, we are evaluating one expression. What is that expression? With respect to the A object, we are calling method 1. The A object is belonging to class A, so that it will go through the class A, and within the class A it will check is there any method with the method name method 1. Yes, it is available. From this method, the return value that we are getting here is 20. That will be available here. 20 is the value that we are getting here. Plus next C dot method 1. C dot method 1 in the sense C is the reference variable which is holding class C object. So it will check is there any method 1 which is available in the class C. Within the class C, unfortunately we are not at all having method 1. There is no method 1 syntax that is available in the C, but C is extending from the properties from the B, so that it will check that the same method 1 is available in the B class or not. Yes, within the B class that method 1 is available, so from that method 1 the value that we are getting here is 30. That will be available here. So from this C dot method 1 we are getting 30 is the return value from the method 1. Actually this method 1 is not at all available in the C class, it is available in the B class. Due to the relationship between C and B, we are entering into the B class and we are getting the method 1 related content here. As well as the next method that we are calling is C dot method 2. So C is the reference variable which is with respect to the C class. Within the C class, is there any method 2 is available or not? Yes, method 2 is available. From this method 2, the return value that we are getting here is 20. So the 20 value is available here. Finally, if you are going to add that all the things, 20 plus 30, 50 plus 20, 70. The final output that we are going to get here is 70. Out of all the 4 options, in which option we are having 70? In the third option we are having 70, so it is the right option. 70 is the right option from this entire question. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the following code snippet? Here 2 classes are there. One is loan class, second one is home loan class. Home loan class is extending from loan class. Due to that reason, loan class will become parent class and home loan class will become child class. And here within the home loan class we are having the main method, so that the execution, JVM execution engine will start from main method. The execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the first and foremost line that is available here is we are creating the object for home loan. Home loan is the class, and for the same class we are creating the object, and the reference that we are using here is home loan. And while at the time of creating the home loan class object, we are calling home loan class default constructor. Within the home loan, the default constructor is available, and that too within the default constructor of the home loan class, the first and foremost line that we are providing here is explicitly we are calling the superclass parameterizer constructor. For the home loan, the superclass is loan, and it will call the loan class parameterized constructor, and here the loan interest rate that we are passing 10 is the value that we are passing. Here you will get 10 in the interest rate, and the same loan interest rate we are assigning it to the loan class reference variable. Within the loan class, one reference variable is there, it is object specific variable. Initially within this we have 0 is the default value that is available with respect to the integer. Within that this dot interest rate we are holding interest rate 10. That means with respect to the object home loan, the value that is available in the interest rate is 10. And here we are printing one message. What is the message that we are printing? System.out.println request for the loan. This is the first message that we are going to get. Try to check in which option we are getting that message. Within the first option we are not getting, it is wrong option. Within the second last option also it is not getting. We are getting the request from the loan message within the second and third option. That means these two options are the expected answers for the given question. And coming to after end of the execution of the parameterizer constructor of the superclass, the execution control flow will be coming into the end of the superclass constructor calling. Now after completion of this line execution, it will enter into the next line. Within the next line, within the interest rate, within the home loan, within the child class itself, we have one reference variable is there. That reference variable name itself is interest rate. Within that interest rate, we are getting super in the sense the super class interest rate is 10 that is available, that we are getting and we are storing it in the child class interest rate. So within this interest rate also the value that we are getting here is 10. Finally, within this constructor we are printing one statement. What is the statement? System.out.println request for home loan, and the interest rate is 10 that we are getting here. So that out of these two options, the right option is second option. Second option is the right option. Or suppose instead of super dot interest rate, if you are going to use this dot interest rate, so this dot interest rate in the sense you will get 0 only. Why? Because this in the sense, so it is belonging to current class object. Within the interest rate we are having 0 that is available in this particular interest rate, but here we are calling super dot interest rate. Due to that reason, whatever the interest rate that is available in the super class, that interest rate is available here, that will be loading into the child class interest rate. Due to that reason we are getting 10 here. So the request for the loan is 10. Out of all the options, B is the correct option and C is also wrong option. And coming to the last question, can you apply more than one annotation on any method? Yes, there is no problem. Upon the method, as per the requirements, you can provide more than one annotation at a time. So the right answer is yes. We need to identify the correct declaration of the final variable. The final variable means you need to use the keyword final within the variable declaration. Out of all the 4 statements, if you are going to observe within the first variable declaration, we are having private, double, final is the keyword that is available, but it should be available at front of the data type of the variable. So one thing you have to remember while at the time of defining the variable name at front of the variable name you should have the data type of the variable, but unfortunately here we are getting final keyword. Due to that reason it is not at all correct option. And coming to the second option, so within the second option, private, it is the private variable and we are using the keyword final so that it will become final, and the data type of the variable is double so that it is the correct valid syntax. Within this final variable, the value that we are holding is 3.14. This is the right syntax. What about the remaining two options? Private, double, pi. It is a normal variable which is of the type of double, but it is not at all final variable here. So it is also wrong option. Coming to the last option, private, double, pi equal to final. We should not use the keyword in the right hand side of the variable declaration. It is not at all valid statement. So option D is also wrong option. Out of all the 4 options, the right option is B option. Please remember one thing, at front of the variable reference name you should have the data type. And coming to the private and final combination, you can make it as final or private, or final or private, private or final. There is no problem at all. We can exchange these 2 keywords, but you should not exchange final or double or final. Why? Because at front of the variable name itself, definitely you should have the data type of the variable. That point you have to keep in your mind. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below. So now here we need to identify the output of the given code. We have two classes are available. One is tester class and second one is demo class. Within the tester class, the main method is available so that the execution will start from the main method of the tester class. As well as within the demo class, if you are going to observe, we have one final variable is there. With the help of final keyword, the variable data type is integer and the value that is available in the variable is 100. But unfortunately, within one user defined method in the demo class, the user defined method name itself is set number. Within that set number user defined method, we are trying to modify the value of the final variable. So it is not at all correct. Why? Because final variable, in the sense, it will be fixed. Whatever the value that we are holding in the final variable, that will be fixed. We should not modify the value of the final variable. So that definitely, well, at the time of compiling this entire program, you will get the compilation error. Now out of all the four options, we have to identify. So the first option is 50, second option is 100, and third option is compilation error, as the value of the final variable cannot be changed. Yes, it is the right option when compared to the remaining all options. We will not get the runtime error. Why? Because while at the time of compilation itself, so at the time of executing each and every line, at the time of compiling each and every line, we are getting the problem. We are getting the compilation error within the set number method. Why? Because we are updating the final variable value. If it is not final variable, means you can update it so that the updated value will be available, but without invoking the set number method, the updation will not happen. That point you have to keep in your mind. For example, if it is not at all final variable, it is a normal variable and there is no syntax error at all, there is no problem at all, there is no compilation error also. Now what is the output of this given program? With the help of main method, whenever we are going to run this program, so within the main method of the tester class, we are creating the demo class object. So with the help of the demo class object, we are calling the number variable, which is with respect to the demo class, so that the number variable is the instance variable. You can get the value of the number variable 100. Here with respect to this code, the value that we are going to get here is 100 without using the final keyword. For example, before going to print the demo class number, if you are going to insert one more line here, the line itself is, so if you are going to invoke demo dot set number, like that, if you are going to call one method which is available in the demo class, with the help of, at the time of calling this set number, we have to pass some string variable. Let me try to pass some string. Whatever the string that you want to pass, you can pass, there is no problem at all. If you are going to call this method before going to print demo.number, definitely it will enter into that method and it will modify the value of the number 100 into 50, so that, so as per the demo, if you are going to insert this line in between the demo class object and the print statement, now the updated value of the number that we are getting, and the updated value of the number is 50, that we are getting as a output. But we are not at all doing all these operations, so we are not at all inserting this demo set, this particular set underscore set number method in between these two lines, as well as we are not at all making it as normal variable. The actual code that is available here is, so the variable that is available in this particular code is final variable. Due to that reason, we should not modify the final variable value, and finally the output is compilation error. Now coming to the next question, which of the following class creation prevents creating a child class for the example class? There are three types of mechanisms are there in order to create the example class. The first one is class example. It is a normal class. There is no doubt at all. You can create the child class for this example class. But here the question is, we have to prevent the creation of child class for the example class. Due to that reason, this option is wrong. Coming to the next question, abstract public class name is example. No problem. It is a simple abstract class. So that for this abstract class, we can create the child class. Whatever the abstract methods that are available in this abstract class, we can provide the implementation details in that child class. So here the thing is, we have to prevent to create the child class for the example class. Here there is a possibility to create the child class for this example class. Why? Because it is a normal abstract class. It is also wrong option. Coming to the third option, it will be the right option. Why? So here it is a public final class. It is a final class. So with the help of the final keyword in the class declaration, if you are going to use the final keyword, means this class will be restricted in order to provide the inheritance mechanism in between this class and another class. It should be restricted if is there any class will be final class means we should not create the child class for this class. It is a final class. It is restricted for the inheritance mechanism. That point you have to keep in mind. So out of 3 options, now the right option is C option. Now coming to the next question, choose the correct statement from the statements given below. We have to identify which statement is the correct statement. So now the first statement itself is abstract classes can have concrete methods. No problem at all. So within the abstract classes you can have concrete methods as well as you can have abstract methods. There is no doubt at all. Due to that reason the first statement is right. And coming to the next statement, concrete classes can have abstract methods. No, concrete means it should not contain abstract methods. Abstract method in the sense the method which does not have method body. We should not consist abstract methods within the concrete class. But here the statement is abstract class can have abstract methods. Concrete class can have abstract methods. It is not at all correct statement. Now coming to the next statement, concrete subclasses of abstract class must implement all the abstract methods. Exactly, absolutely. Why? Because if is there any class which is inheriting from abstract class, if you want to make it as a concrete class, definitely it should implement all the abstract methods from that abstract class. Due to that reason, C option is also right option. Now coming to the next option, abstract classes can have abstract methods. Yes, you may have or you may not have. No problem at all. If you want to make one class as abstract class means you are unable to create the object of that class. Within that class you can consist abstract methods or you can contain all the methods or concrete methods. There is no problem at all. Now coming to the next statement, the subclasses of abstract classes may or may not be abstract. Yes, if the subclass is implementing all the methods of abstract class means it will be concrete class, as well as if the subclass, if it is not in a position to provide the method body for all the abstract methods which are available in the abstract class, it will become abstract. So that it may or may not be abstract. There is no problem at all. It is also right statement. And coming to the last statement, abstract classes can be instantiated. It is not at all correct. Why? Because within the abstract classes, at least any one of the method will become abstract method. Abstract method in the sense the method which does not have a method body. Without having method body means there is no use it at all. Due to that reason, if the class becomes abstract means we are unable to create the object of the class. But here the statement that is available here is abstract classes can be instantiated. It is not at all correct. Now out of all the options, option A, C, D, E are the right options and option B and as well as option F is the wrong option. Now coming to the last question, here the question we have to identify the output of the given code. So we have one class is there, the class name itself is A. It is of the type of abstract. Why? Because within this class A, at least any one of the method will become abstract. As we are having that one abstract method within this class, the abstract method name itself is this 2. It is a abstract method. Abstract method in the sense the method which does not have method body. Due to that reason, it becomes abstract method, and automatically within this A class we are having that abstract method. Due to that reason, this class also will become abstract class. And as well as we have one more class is there which is B, which is extending from A. That means here A will become parent and B will become child. Now B is extending the properties from A in the sense, so if you want to make it as a concrete class, that means without providing abstract keyword, if you want to make it as a concrete class, definitely it should have one responsibility. That responsibility is it has to provide the method body for the abstract method which is available in the class A. Now if you are going to observe within the B class, yes, exactly we are doing the same thing. Here within the B class we are providing the method body for the abstract method which is available in the class A, and within the same B class we have the main method is also available. The execution will start from the main method. Within the main method we are simply creating the object of the B class, and the object reference name is obj, and with the help of that object reference we are calling display method, disp method. But unfortunately that method is not at all available in the B class. No problem at all. Why? Because B is extending from the class A, that means it has the ability to extract the properties from the class A. We have to check that the same disp method is available in the class A or not. Yes, it is available. Within the display method, the message that is available is concrete method of parent class. That is the output that we are getting with respect to the code snippet given below. Now
out of all the four options, the right option is concrete method of parent class. It is the right option, and remaining all are wrong option. Very simple. So with this, I hope you understood the concept with respect to the final and abstract keywords. So what will be the output of the code given below? So here, the code that is available here is one interface is there. The interface name itself is bike operations. Within this interface is the collection of abstract methods. Yes, we are having two abstract methods. The two abstract method names are withdraw and deposit. Abstract method in the sense the method which does not have method body. The two methods are not at all having method body, only method declaration, method definition is available. Now we have one class is there. The class name itself is branch, which is implementing by this bank operations. That means this branch class is implemented by the interface bank operations. That means if is there any class which is implemented by the interface in the sense, it has one important responsibility. That responsibility is it has to provide the method body for all the methods which are available in the given interface. But unfortunately within the branch class we are providing the method body for only, out of the two methods in the interface, we are providing a method body for only one method. That method is withdraw method. It does not provide the method body for the deposit method. Due to that reason, this class will become abstract class. Why? Because it does not implement all the method bodies for all the abstract methods which are available in the bank operations. Now coming to the next class, we have one more class is there. The class name itself is sub branch, which is extending from the branch. That means this sub branch class has one important responsibility. That responsibility is within this branch class it does not provide the method body for the deposit method. Now it has to take that responsibility, and this within this sub branch class we have to provide the method body for that deposit method. Yes, due to that reason this sub branch class became concrete class. Without becoming it as a abstract class, it became concrete class. Now within the same sub branch class we have one main method is there. The JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method we are trying to create one reference variable for the bank operations. Bank operation is nothing but the interface. For that interface we can create the reference variable, but we are unable to create the object for the interface. As abstract class, for the interface also we are unable to create the object. Why? What is the reason? Here within the interface also we are having so many methods which are in the format of abstract in the sense without having method without having method body. So if you are trying to create the object of interface, means there is no meaning at all. Due to that reason we should not create the object for the interface, but we can take the reference variable. Here we are taking the reference variable. The reference variable name itself is sub branch. Within that reference variable it is the super interface for the remaining two classes. Due to that reason we can hold the subclass object. The subclass is nothing but sub branch. We can hold the object of the sub branch into the interface reference variable sub branch. Now with the help of that reference variable we can call the deposit method. Now it will check whether the deposit method is available in the sub branch or not. Yes, it is available, so that the output that we are getting here is amount deposited successfully. Out of all the four options we are going to observe, the first option is compilation error, no. Second option compilation error, no. Third option compilation error, no. You will get the exact output. That output is amount deposited. Now the last option, if you are going to observe, code will be executed successfully and it will display amount deposited. This is the right option when compared to all the four options, all the remaining three options. Now coming to the next question, which of the following statement is correct with respect to the classes and interfaces? Coming to the first statement, account extends saving account is correct if and only if account is a class and saving account is a interface. No, if account is a class and the savings account is a interface, means the class should be implemented by the interface. Here we are using extends keyword. It is wrong statement. Coming to the next statement, account extends saving account is correct if and only if account is an interface and savings account is a class. No, if the account is an interface, means from the interface we should not extend the class. It is not at all correct statement. Now coming to the next statement, account extends saving account. So it is correct if account and saving account both are either classes or interfaces. Yes, absolutely. So we can use the extends keyword in between the two classes. One class is extending from another class, as well as one interface is extending from another interface. But if you want to extend the class from the interface, means definitely you have to use the class implements by the interface, like that you have to provide here. So this is the right statement. There is no problem at all. Why? Because those may become interfaces or classes. There is no problem. You can use extends keyword in between class to class as well as interface to interface. Now coming to the fourth statement. So within the fourth statement, saving account implements account is correct if and only if account is a interface and saving account is a class. Yes, absolutely. If the saving account is a class, you can implement it from the account interface. There is no doubt at all. Now out of all the four options, the right options are C and D only. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below program? Now within this, three classes are there. The first class name itself is parent class, which is extending from the exception class. Exception is a inbuilt class which is available in the java.lang package. We are extending parent class from the exception class, and within the parent class nothing is available. It is an empty class. As well as we have one more class is there. The class name itself is child class, which is extending from the parent class. That means here multi-level inheritance is available here. Exception is the super class. For this, the child class is parent class, and for the parent class, the child class is child class. Now coming to the tester class, within the tester class we have the main method is available. The execution starts from the main method, and within the main method, within the try block, we are performing try catch mechanism. We are using exception handling mechanism. We are using, but here within this try block, what is the code that we are providing? We are throwing new child class. That means it has to check within the catch block, is there any child class related exception is available or not. But here, while at the time of providing the catch block, we have to follow one important mechanism. That mechanism is, so whatever the specific exception that is available, that we have to provide first, and after that remaining exceptions that we have to provide. So exception is the superclass for all the exceptions. So if you are going to make with if you are going to provide multiple catch blocks, we should not provide the superclass exception in the first catch block. You have to provide it at the end of all the catch blocks. Why? Because so we have to follow the order like specific exception to the generalized exception. But here we are not at all following that convention. Here we are providing the superclass exception first. After that we are providing child class exception. It is not at all correct. This order is not at all correct. Why? Because first you have to provide the child class exception. After that we have to provide the superclass exception. Here parent class is the superclass and child class is the subclass for the parent class. So first you need to provide the second catch block after try block, and the parent class related catch block we have to provide at the end of the child class. But here we are not at all following that order. Due to that reason you will get the compile time error here. So the error, if you are going to observe within the D option, compile error, because the catch block of parent class exception must be appear after the catch block of the child class exception. It is 100% correct. So for example, you have null pointer exception is there, as well as main exception is there. So the thing that we have to do is, first within the catch block you have to handle null pointer exception. If you want to provide one more catch block, means within the another catch block we have to maintain exception related exception class related exception we can handle in the next catch block. Instead of doing like this, if you are going to provide exception is the first catch block, after that null pointer is the second catch block, means there will be a problem. You should not provide like that. That point you have to keep in your mind with respect to exception handling mechanism. Now coming to this question, we have the code snippet is given below. So here within the code snippet, if you are going to observe, we have one tester class is there. Within the tester class main method is available. Within the main method try catch block mechanism is there. So here we have one commented line is available. Insert code here. So what is the code that we have to insert? So within the catch block, the exception that we are providing is runtime exception. That means it is an unchecked exception. So which of the following statement could be inserted at the comment? Within this comment, what is the line that we have to insert? So to to allow the above code to compile and run. So without having any problem, in order to compile and run this program, what is the code that we have to insert? Now coming to all the 4 options, the options that are available is, first option is throw new array index out of bound exception. Array index out of bound exception is one of the category of runtime exception. It is a unchecked exception. You can provide this code in this comment line. There is no problem at all. It comes under the category of runtime exception. And coming to throw new exception, it is not at all comes under the category of runtime exception. Why? Because this exception is a super class for the runtime exception, so that it is not at all correct. Why? Because it is more general when compared to this specific exception, that is nothing but runtime exception. Now coming to the next exception, throw new null pointer exception. It is also comes under the category of runtime exception, that is nothing but unchecked exception. We can write the throw new null pointer exception in the comment line. There is no problem. And coming to the last option, throw new IO exception. IO exception is belonging to checked exceptions. It is not at all comes under the category of runtime exception, so that this option is wrong option. Now out of 4 options, the right options are first option and third option. Why? Because array index out of bound exception as well as null pointer exceptions are comes under the category of unchecked or runtime exceptions. We can provide any one of the option to get the execution of the above code. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below program? Tester class is there, one method is there, it is user defined method within the tester class. The method name itself is display method. Without invocation, it will not at all come into the picture. And as well as within the tester class, we have main method is also available. Within the main method, the execution will start from the main method. JVM will enter into the main method. Within the main method, we are using exception handling mechanism. Try, catch, finally blocks are available in the main method. Within the try block, the code that is available is system.out.println main. We are printing main. That is the message that we are getting here. So out of all the 4 options, in which option we are getting main as the first message? Within the second and third option, we are getting the main as the first message, and that means the first option and last option are not correct. Now after printing that main message, we are invoking the display method, and that too this display method is a static method. So in order to invoke it, we need not require any object. Why? Because it is not object specific method, it is class specific method. We can directly invoke it. Now the execution control flow will be entering into the display method. Within the display method, we are printing one important message inside display. That is the second message that we are getting. Now try to check in which option we are having the second message inside display. In the both second and third option, we are having inside display method output is available. So we are unable to decide in which option we are having right messages that are available. Now within the same display method, after printing that inside the display method message, we are throwing one new exception. That new exception is nothing but runtime exception. Now unfortunately, within this method, we are unable to handle it properly due to that reason. That exception related message will be carrying into the main method, and that too within the try block. Now here within this try block, after end of the execution of the display method, we are having one exception related message. That is nothing but we are calling one exception class. The exception class is runtime exception. Now with respect to the try, it will check is there any catch block with respect to the runtime exception. But there is no catch block with respect to the runtime exception. But for the runtime exception, we have superclass is there. The superclass name itself is exception. Exception class related catch block is available. There is no problem. It will be handled. So that within the catch block, the next message that we are going to print here is cart. So in the which option we are having cart message is the third message. In the both second and third option, we are having cart is the third message. Now after printing this cart message, after completion of the execution of try and catch block, whatever the content that is providing in the finally block, you may get the error in the try block or may not get the error in the try block. Definitely the finally block related code will be executed after completion of the try and catch block mechanism. Due to that reason, the next message that we are going to get here is finally. So in which option we are having the fourth message finally. Within the third option we are having the fourth message finally. So that I think not only, so here the right option is absolutely it is the third option. After printing this finally message, at the end of this main method, we have one more statement is there. The statement is end of the main method. That is the line we are printing here.
So within the third statement, main is the first message, inside the display is the second message, cart is the third message, final is the fourth message, and is the fifth message. This is the right option when compared to the remaining three options. Now coming to the next question, what will be the output of the below program? We have tester class is there as well as main method is available. Within the tester class, we have one main method is there and as well as one user defined method is there, which is of the type of static. Now the execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, the try, catch and finally mechanism is available. That is nothing but exception handling mechanism. Now within the try block, the first and foremost line is we are invoking the method 1. So at the time of invocation, we do not require the object of the class. Why? Because method 1 is static method, we can directly invoke it. Now the control will be transferring to the method 1, and within the method 1, the execution, coming to the execution of the method 1, the first and foremost line that is available here is we are throwing new error. We are throwing the error, but we are unable to handle it in the method 1. That means at the end of this method execution, we are getting one error. We are throwing one error in the try block. Now the error is persisting in this try block. As per that error, we have to check. As per that error, we have to check in which catch block we are handling that error. So within the first catch block, we are handling exception. Error and exception both are very different. So there is no relationship between error and exception. And coming to the next catch block, we have throwable. So exception is the subclass for the throwable, as well as for the throwable, error is also subclass. That means you can handle the error in the throwable class. That class is there which is going to handle the error. Now within the second catch block, what is the message that is available? C. That is the first thing that we are going to print. Now out of all the four options, in which option we are getting C? So within the D, we are getting the first output statement is C. Due to that reason, out of all the four options, D is the right option. After printing this C, after execution of the try and related catch block, it will enter into the finally block, and within the finally block, the next message that we are going to get here is D. And at the end of the execution of try and catch as well as finally, the final message that is available in the main method is E, that will be printed next. So out of all the four options, D option is the right option. Now coming to the last question, what will be the output of the below program? We have an interface is there, two classes are available. The interface name itself is A. Within that interface, we have an abstract method is there. Abstract method in the sense the method which does not have method body. The method name itself is evaluation. Now we have one class is there. The class name is B, which is implementing A interface. That means it has one responsibility. The class B has one responsibility. That responsibility is it has to provide the method body for the abstract method which is available in the interface A. If it does not provide the method body for the method which is available in the interface, means this class will become abstract class. But here we are providing the method body for the method which is available in the interface A in the class B. Due to that reason, class B becomes concrete class. Now this is the code which is available in the method B, class B. As well as we have one main class is there, exception demo. Within that main class, the main method is available. The JVM execution will start from the main method. Within the main method, we are trying to create the object of the class B. There is no problem at all. Class B is a concrete class. Within that, we have the method definition as well as method body is there for the abstract method which is available in the interface A. And with respect to that object, we are calling evaluation function. While at the time of calling evaluation function, the value that we are passing is 0, so that the control for navigation will be entering into the evaluation function. Within this x, you will get 0. Now here, what is the condition that we are checking? If x equal to 0, yes, 100%. 0 equal to 0, 0, 0 equal to 0, the condition is true. At that time, we are going to throw one new runtime exception. The message that we are going to get here is an exception of time, runtime exception will be thrown. This is the output that we are going to get out of all the four options. If we are going to observe remaining all the three options, compile time error, because overridden method eval cannot be thrown an exception. It is not correct. And coming to the C option, compilation error, because there is no throws declaration in evaluation. There is no meaning at all. Throws is not required. Why? Because we are throwing one new exception, that is runtime exception. And coming to the last option, compilation error, because the abstract method in A does not declare exception to be thrown. No, it is also not at all correct. Out of all the four options, the right option is first option. So which of the following statements are true? We have to identify within the given options what is the right statement. coming to the first statement, it is easier to insert and delete the elements in a linked list compared to an array. Yes, it is very easy in order to insert the elements as well as delete the elements in the linked list when compared to the array. Now coming to the next option, it is easier to access a random element in the linked list as compared to the array. No, it is not correct. So when compared to the array, it is very difficult to access the random element in the linked list. So for example, if it is array, means it is very easy to access the random element when compared to the linked list. But here vice versa statement is available. It is not at all correct. And coming to the next statement, the size of the linked list can change unlike an array. Yes, we can change the size of the linked list unlike an array. The array size will be fixed at the time of definition. We are going to fix the array size, but with respect to the linked list, whenever you want to change the list of the size of the linked list, we have that flexibility to change the size of the linked list. Now coming to the last option, if the number of elements are known in advance, if you know how many number of elements that you want to insert into the list, if you want to group the elements into the list, means it is better to use an array rather than the linked list. Why? Because you already know what is the size that we have to mention for that list. So at that time it is better to go for the array instead of linked list. Why? Because in the linked list dynamically we are going to allocate the memory, but in the array it will be fixed. If you know the number of elements and in advance, it is better to go for array instead of linked list. It is right option. There is no doubt at all. Now out of all the four options, option A, C, D are the correct option.
Coming to the next question, the below method is supposed to count the total elements in the linked list, but it does not return the correct output. Identify the line that should be changed in order to make the code working properly. So here the code snippet is, it is used to identify the total number of elements in the given linked list. For example, if you are going to take one example, within this linked list totally 4 elements are there. That means the count of the size of the linked list is 4. Now here one line is, we are facing one problem with the one line. What is that line that we have to identify? Due to that line we are unable to get the right answer from this entire code snippet in order to count the number of elements in the linked list. So if we are going to observe, so out of all the lines, within the first line itself, the counter variable initially we need to take it as 0, but unfortunately we did not take it in the format of 0, we are taking it 1. Due to this reason you will get the problem here. The problem is whenever we are going to apply it, so for example within the temporary variable we are taking one node variable. Within the node variable we are taking header part of the node. The header part of the node that is available is 10, that will be available in the temporary variable. While temp not equal to null, temp is not at all equivalent to null, due to that reason we can increment the counter variable. If the counter variable is 1, means that will be become 1 plus 1 2, 1 plus 1 in the sense 2, it will become 2. Now the next value is the temp equal to temp dot get next. The next temporary variable value will become 20. Now with respect to the next temporary variable, temp not equal to null, it is not at all not equivalent to null, and due to that reason now the counter variable will be incremented. The updated value that is available is 2. 2 plus 1 in the sense you will get 3. And next temp equal to temp dot get next. Now the next element that we are going to get here is 30, that will be available in the temp, and it is not at all equivalent to null. This while loop is iterating until or unless we are going to ending into the list. Now within the 30 it is not at all null. Due to that reason the counter variable will be incremented now. Now the value will become 4. Next temp equal to temp dot get next. The next element that we are going to get here is 40, that will be available in the temp. Whenever we are going to iterate the while loop, temp not equal to null, 40 is not at all equivalent to null. Why? Because within the temp the value that is available is 40. So whenever it is not at all equivalent to null, the counter variable will increment here. Here the updated value that we are going to get 5. So whenever we are going to perform temp equal to temp dot get next, there is no next element is available. That's why, so within the temp null value is available. Whenever we are going to check the while loop one more time, null not equal to null, condition fail here. So finally the counter variable updated value is 5. But if you are going to observe, within this list only 4 elements are there. The main problem is whatever the counter variable value that we are taking, we should not make it 1. We need to make it as 0. So that 0 plus 1 you will get 1 here, plus 1 2,
plus 1, 3 as well as plus 1 in the sense 4. At the end of this list iteration, you will get 4 elements in the list. So out of our entire code snippet, the line that we have to change is, so int count equal to 1. That is the line that we have to change. Instead of 1, we need to take 0 in this counter variable. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is first option. Apart from that, remaining all options are no problem. Here within this code snippet, we are facing the problem within this line number 1. If you are going to modify this line number, definitely you will get the exact output, so that you can count the number of elements in the list. It is very simple problem. Now coming to the next question, the below code swap adjacent. So the method that is available in the below code is swap adjacent. So we have to swap the 2 adjacent nodes in a linked list. For example, if we are having the linked list 12, 15, 21 and 45, the modified linked list should be 15, 12, 45 and 21. That means we have to swap the adjacent elements. 12 we need to swap with 15 and 15 we need to swap with 12, as well as 21 we need to swap with 45 and 45 we need to swap with 21, so that the final output list will be 15, 12, 45, 21. Which line of code should you need to place instead of missing code to make the method working correctly? So totally 4 options are available. Out of all the 4 options, in which option data that we have to take in order to fill in the missing code? Here the missing code is available in this line. Now what is the code that we have to provide? Let me try to analyze the given problem. Now swap adjacent is the method. Within that, for example, if we are having this linked list, within that the header point, that header pointer in the sense, this is the header point, we are holding it in the node variable. Now we are taking one temporary variable. The variable name itself is temp data. Within the temporary variable, nothing is available. So the default value that is available is 0. Next, whatever the header that we are having, that we are taking it in the format of temporary variable, which is of the type of node. Now the header we are storing in the temporary variable. Now here we are iterating the while loop in order to swap the adjacent elements. While temp.getNext. So within the temp you will get 12. Now the temp value is 12. So 12 not at all equivalent to null, so that we can enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, whatever the data that is available in the temporary variable. So within the temporary variable, the data that is available is 12, that we are holding it in the TD, temporary data. Let us assume TD. Within the temporary data, we are holding 12. Now what is the main intention? We need to swap 12 into 15 and 15 into 12. In order to do it, what is the suitable option? So third option is the suitable option. Try to replace it in the missing code, so that all of you please try to identify. Now within the temp.setData. Within the temp, the actual value that is available is 12. Within that, temp.setData of temp.getNext.getData. Temp.getNext in the sense, from the temp, the getNext element is 15. Within that, whatever the data that we are having, that we are going to set in the temporary variable. So that now instead of 12, we are making it as 15. As well as coming to the next line, temp.getNext in the sense, so you will pointing to this particular place. So within this temp.getNext.setData, whatever the temp data that is available, that we are holding it in the 15th element. Now within the 15 we are going to get 12, and within the 12 you will get 15. Very simple. All of you please be careful. So if you are going to replace the missing data with the help of third option, so the initial value that is available in the temp data is 12, and we are holding it in the temp data variable, and from the temp data, as per the available location of the temporary variable, we are holding 12 into 15 and 15 into 12. That is the operation that we are doing here. Now coming to the last line, temp equal to temp.getNext.getNext. So we have to enter into this area. We need to make it as a temporary variable. In order to do it, we have to take temp equal to temp.getNext.getNext. Actually the temp position is in this area. Temp.getNext is this element, and from that next, the next element is 21. Now we are making it as temporary variable. One more time we have to repeat the while loop. Now in this time, the temporary variable location is pointing to the 21. The element that is pointing to the temporary variable is 21.
which is not at all equivalent to null, so whatever the temporary variable data that is available, temp dot get data that we are holding in the TD. Now within the temporary data, the value that is available is 21. Now the next line is temp dot, so within this temp set data, we are going to set the data. That means whatever the data that is available, upon this data we are going to overwrite temp dot set data, temp dot get next. Temp dot get next in the sense you will get the element 45, dot get data in the sense you will get the data, and we are going to setting it as a temporary data. Now within this location you will get 45. As well as coming to the next line, temp dot get next. Temp dot get next means this is the temporary position. Temp dot get next is in this particular position. Within this particular position, set data. We are setting the data, and the data is temp data. Within the temp data, the value that is available is 21, that we are setting here. With this, we have successfully swapping the two existing elements in the given list. So now the updated list is 15, 12, 45, 21. Now out of all the 4 options, the right option is C. If you are going to replace it within the missing code, you will definitely get the required linked list. Thank you. Coming to the next question, which of the following methods is used to return the top element of the stack without removing it? So if you want to remove the element, and that too if you want to get the top element of that stack, means we have to use pop operation. But here without removing the element, we need to get the top element. For that we have to use peek operation. So peek is the important method that we have to use in order to get the top of the topmost element in the stack without removing it. If you want to remove, and as well as if you want to get the topmost element in the stack, in a sense we have to call pop. And push in the sense we can insert one element into the stack in the topmost position. And isEmpty is the method in order to check whether the stack is empty or not. These 4 important methods are very important with respect to the stack operations. With the help of pop, you can get the topmost element in the stack, as well as we can remove that element from the stack, as well as push in the sense we can insert one element into the stack, that too the insertion will be happening in the top of the stack. Peek in the sense we can remove the element from the, we can get the element from the top of the stack, but the element will not at all remove from the stack. The element will be available in the stack, but only we are getting the top of the element in the stack. isEmpty is used to check the stack is empty or not. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is peek operation. Coming to the next question, the following operations are performed on a stack of size 6. Identify the elements at the top of the stack. For example, if the stack size is 6, then if we are going to try to perform all the operations, what is the topmost element in the stack after completion of all these operations? Try to perform the first operation. Initially the stack is empty, and that means so the topmost position will be pointing to the stack starting point. Now whenever we are going to insert the first element, whenever we are going to push the first element, the one is available in the topmost position in the stack. Now the next element that we are pushing here is 2. So all the, that means the top will be incremented, and within this topmost location we are inserting the second element, and after insertion the top will be pointing to the topmost position of the stack. Within the topmost position we are trying to insert the third element, and from this stack the next operation that we are performing, after inserting 3 elements, we are performing pop operation. Whenever we are going to perform pop operation, the topmost element will be deleted from the stack. The topmost element that is available in the stack is 3, that will be deleted, and now the top of the stack will be in this location. The next element that we are inserting here is with the help of push operation 4, that will be available here. Next the same push operation, so within this location we are going to try to insert the element, and next operation is also push operation only. The next element that we are inserting is 6, that will be available in the top of the stack. So in the last line, the operation that we are performing here is pop operation. Pop operation means we need to delete the topmost element in the given stack. The topmost element in the given stack is the element which is inserted last, that will be the topmost position element. We are trying to removing this element, the element is 6. So now the topmost position will be available in the element location. So this is the topmost index position. So the element that is available at the top of the stack is 5. Now out of all the 4 options, the right option is, after performing all these operations, the topmost element that is available in the stack is 5. Very simple. Coming to the next question, what does the below given method do? So here it is a queue related problem. What does the below given method do? Assume that a queue class for storing int values is already implemented and only a positive integer will be passed to the method. We have to assume that only positive integer we have to pass to this method. The method name itself is calculate. Now for example, within this calculate method, the first and foremost line that is available is we have one empty queue with the size 100. That means it has the ability to store 100 elements. Now, so in the queue, all the insertions will be happening in the rear end. Enqueuing operations are performing in the rear end, and as well as the deletion operations from the queue will be happening in the front end. That point you have to know. Now, within this queue, the first operation that we are performing with the help of this for loop is, with the help of for loop, we are taking index position 1 and whatever the number that we are going to take, for example 10 in the sense, up to the 10 numbers we are trying to insert from 1 to 10, all the numbers we are going to inserting into the queue. Let us assume instead of 10, let me try to take the simple size 5. The n value, if I am going to pass n value 5 means, so with the help of this for loop, from index position 1 to up to that 5, it will take 5 also. Why? Because 5 less than or equal to 5. N, if you are going to consider n value is 5, so 5 less than or equal to 5 is also true. So that up to 1 to 5 elements we are trying to enqueuing them into the empty queue. So that at the end of this entire for loop, if you are going to take n5, so within the queue itself, the elements that are available are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the elements that are available. For example, n, if you are going to take 10 means from 1 to 10 numbers are available in the queue. Now, after completion of this for loop, we are taking one resultant variable. Within that, the initial value that is available is 1. Now, with the help of this while loop, what is the operation that we are performing? If the queue is empty, and for this we are applying not operation, not operator. If the queue is not empty, then we have to enter into this loop and we have to perform the operation with respect to this loop. What is the operation that is available in the loop? So we have to dequeue. We have to dequeue the elements from the queue and we have to multiply with the result. So what is the first element that we are going to dequeue here? 1. We are multiplying with the result 1. 1 into 1, in the sense we will get 1 only. So the next element that, while at the time of repeating the while loop, already one element deleted, the next element is 2. We are multiplying, we are dequeuing it, that means we are deleting it from the queue and we are multiplying with the result. Within the result, the variable that the value that is available is 1, and for this one we are multiplying 2. The value that we are getting here is 2. Like that we are multiplying all the numbers. So it is simply, with the help of this while loop, we are calculating the factorial of the given number, and that too we are deleting all the elements from the queue, and this while loop will be iterating until or unless the queue is becoming empty. That means all the elements it will iterate and it will try to calculate the multiplication of all the elements. So while at the time of printing the result, so the multiplication of all the first 5 members, 1 into 2, 2, 2 into 3, 6, 6 into 4, 24, 24 into 5, totally you will get 120. So we will get the factorial of the given number. Out of all the 4 options, if you are going to identify, so it will display the factorial of the given number. So the calculate method will display the factorial of the given number. It is a very simple program. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Within the main method, we have linked list is there, which is of the type of integer, and the list reference name is list. So within this linked list, we have 3 elements are available. With the help of add method, we are adding them. 12, 13 and as well as 14 are the elements which are available in the linked list. Now the size of the linked list is 3. Why? Because 3 elements are adding with the help of add method. Now within the next operation, we are trying to remove the element from the linked list. If you want to use this remove method, definitely you have to pass the index position of that element, whatever the element that you have to remove from the linked list. But without providing that parameter, it will not at all accept. You will get the compilation error. The error is parameters need to be passed to the remove method. This is the output that we are going to get. From the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Within the main method, linked list is there, which is of the type of object. The reference name itself is list. Within this linked list, we are having different kinds of data types. There is no problem. Why? Because within this linked list, the type of the linked list is object type. Within that, we can store in string as well as integer, as well as floating point number and some other integer variable. There is no problem at all. But coming to the if condition, if list dot set of within the zero index position, the value that we are setting here is data structures. Actually, this set method is of the type of object. We should not pass it in the format of Boolean condition here. So within the if, we should not use set method, so that within the line number 2 you will get the error. The error is compile time error, as cannot convert from object to the Boolean in the line number 2. So we should not convert this set method into the Boolean type. Why? Because set is always returning one object type. Within that list, we are going to set the element in the zero index position. The element name itself is data structures. We should not pass this set method in the format of Boolean or the condition in the if statement. Within the line number 2, we are getting the problem. So that the right answer is, out of all the 4 options, the right option is third. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Here within the main method, we have one linked list is there, which is of the type of object type. Within that, we can store string values, integer values, Boolean values, as well as floating point numbers. There is no problem. Why? Because this list is of the type of object. But without adding the elements into the list, within the output statement, we are directly printing list dot index of 10. Actually 10 is the element which is not at all available in the list. Without using any add method, we did not insert the element into the list. Due to that reason, we are unable to identify the index position of the 10 in the list, so that the output that we are going to get here is -1. So initially the index position of the linked list will be pointing to the -1 index position due to that reason, without having any elements in the linked list. So the index element position will be -1. The right answer is -1. Now coming to this question, what will be the output of the code given below? Within the tester class, we have main method is available, and now within the main method, with the help of hash set in the sense, so it will not accept the duplicate elements. If you are trying to insert the duplicate elements, means it will not consider, so it will accept unique elements only. Now which is of the type of integer, and the reference variable name itself is set. Now within this hash set, we are trying to insert the elements. 20 is the element, so first the 20 is the element that we are trying to insert the into the as well as the next element that we are inserting is 50, that will be available. There is no duplication between 20 and 50. And coming to the next element 20, which is already available, so that it will not add into the set. Now totally, whenever we are going to print the size of the hash set, now here the output that we are going to get here is 2, and from the next line, whenever we are going to remove the 20th element, now the size of the hash set will become 1, and whenever we are going to remove the 50, which is the element which is available in the set, so finally the size of the hash set is no, it is not the remove operation. Coming to the next question, what is the output of the code given below? Within the tester class, main method is available, and here within the main method, hash set is there. Hash set in the sense, it will not accept the duplicate values, it will accept only unique values, which is of the type of integer, and the reference variable that we are assigning for the hash set is set. So within the hash set, we are trying to insert the first element 20 with the help of add method. 20 will be available. Initially the hash set is empty, and the next element that we are trying to insert is 50, that will be inserted. There is no problem at all, there is no duplication in the elements. And coming to the next element 20, whenever we are trying to insert the 20 into the hash set, here all the 20 element is available, so that it is a duplicate element, it will not insert it into the hash set, it will be negotiable, it will be neglectable. And coming to the size of the hash set, till now there are 2 elements are available, so the size of the hash set is 2. Now the next operation that we are performing is, from the hash set we are removing 20. That means, so after removing the 20 is the element which is from the hash set, the size of the hash set will become 1. Now after completion of that above operation, the next operation that we are doing here is, we are trying to add one more element, but the element is 50, which is already existing in the hash set. It will not at all insert it into the hash set. Why? Because it is a duplicate element. Now the size of the hash set will become 1 only. Finally the output that we are going to get here from this question is 2 1 1. Out of all the 4 options, in the second option we are getting 2 1 1. This is the right option. Here what will be the output of the code given below for the linked list? It is a linked list. These are the elements that are available 10, 20, 30, 40. These are the elements which are available in the linked list. When 10 is passed as a head node to the method. So we have one method code snippet is available. For that method, if you are going to pass 10 as a head node, what is the output of the below code? Now within the linked list, the elements that are available are 10, 20, 30 and 40. Now the head is pointing to the 10 node. Now whenever we are passing it as a head, here within the head node you will get the 10, and if head equal to null, with initially head is not at all empty. Why? Because within the head it is pointing to the node 10. So within that 10 is the value that is available. Due to that reason it is not at all null. And coming to the else block, within the else block, the first statement that we are doing here is system.out.println. Within the system.out.println, we are printing the head data, head.get data. Head.get data in the sense you will get the data that is available in the header node. The data that is available in the header node is 10. That is the first output that we are getting from this function. Now out of all the 4 statements, in which statement we are having 10 as the first element. So in the first statement as well as third and fourth statements, we are having 10 as the first element. But coming to the second statement, so within the second option, the first element is 20. Due to that reason, we can eliminate this option. Now these 3 are expected outputs: option 1, option 2, option 3 as well as option 4. Now coming to the next line within the else block, so we are calling the same function one more time. It is a recursive function. We need to call it recursively. Before going to call this function, here as per the recursion concept, whatever the data that is available in the header node, that we need to maintain in the stack. Due to that reason, I am taking one stack. Within the stack, before going to call the function one more time, whatever the data that is available in the header node, the data we are going to store in the stack. Now the 10 is the element that is available in the header node, that we are providing it in the stack. Now coming to the function call. So now the function call is within the demo. Before going to call this function, the parameter that we are passing here is head.getNext. Head.getNext in the sense from the header node within the next element, the address of the 20th element is available. So this is the pointer that we are going to point. From here onwards, we need to get the next element. From this element, what is the next element? 30 is the next element. That means, so we are making the header point which is with respect to the 30 element, and we are passing it as a parameter to the demo method. Now coming to the execution of the demo method. Now for the second time execution of the demo method, the header pointer is so pointing to the 30th element. Why? Because while at the time of calling the demo method, we are passing head.getNext. That means it will pointing to the next element. From that element, we are getting the next element. From this element, the next element is 30. So that we are making it as a header node and we are calling the function. Now within the head, you will get the 30th node related data in the head. So it is not at all null. Due to that reason, we can enter into the else block. So within the else block, the first statement that we are doing here is simply we are getting the data from that head. With respect to the header node, the data that is available is 30. That will be the second element in the output. Now out of all the 4 options, in which option 30 is the second element? Within the first option, 20 is the second element. Due to that reason, we are going to eliminate this option. And coming to the third and fourth option, in the both the options, 30 is the second element, 10 is the first element. That means these 2 options are predicted outputs, expected outputs. We have to check the remaining statements also. Now the next statement, after printing the head data, that is nothing but 30, we need to call the function one more time. But at the time of calling this function, what we have to do, so before going to call it, whatever the data that is available in the header node, that we have to store in the stack. Why? Because here without printing the next statement in the else block, we are always calling function recursively. Due to that reason, we have to maintain the header data in the stack. So now within the stack, the elements that are available are 30 and 10. Now coming to the next call, we are passing from the head. Now the current head position is upon the 30th element. So header.getNext in a sense, the header will be pointing to the 40th element. From this element, we need to call the next. Within the next of the 40th element, the value that is available is null. So due to that reason, we are getting null. the head is pointing to the null, so that means there is no another element which is with respect to the current position of the head 30. Here the calling is head dot get next, head dot get next in the sense we are calling the next element. From that element we are calling one more element. There is no another element that is available. Due to that region, within the head the value that is available is null. So we are passing null to the demo. Now within the within the header, the value that is available is null. Due to that region, if head equal to null, that means it is equivalent to null. We need to return from the function. But before going to return from the function, so we have to complete the stack related elements also. Why? Because it is a recursive function. So within the stack, the elements that are available are 30 and 10. That means this particular else block, it will execute 2 times and you will get the elements from that stack. The first element that we are going to get here is 30. Why? Because within that stack, the topmost element is 30 that we need to get. The next element is 30 in the output. Now out of the 2 statements, in which statement the next element is 30, the third element is 30. In the fourth statement, the third element is 30. Due to that reason, fourth is the right option when compared to the third option. Third option is also wrong. And coming to, after popping the 30, the next element that is available in the stack is 10. That we are going to add to the linked list. Now finally, at the end of this entire function call, it is a recursive function. At the end of the function call, the output that are available in this particular linked list is 10, 30, 30, 10. This is the right output. Now out of all the 4 options, the right option is D option. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Here we have the class name is tester. Within the class, main method is available. Within the main method, we have an array list is there, which is of the type of string, and the array list reference name is list, and it is a empty list. Initially none of the elements are available in this list. Due to this reason, it is a empty list. Now coming to the next line, here with the help of add method in the array list, we are trying to add one element into the list. So due to that region, the pizza will be available in the list. Here the size of the list will become 1 and the index position of the pizza is 0. Now coming to the next line, within the array list class, we have one more add method is there. For this method, we can pass 2 parameters. If you are going to observe, there is lot of difference between the first method and second method. Within the first method, we are passing only 1 parameter, and within the second method, we are passing 2 parameters. Here, so if you are going to use the first method, whatever the elements that we are going to adding into the list, that all the elements will be added to the list at the end of the list. But with the help of the second alternative, we can provide the respective index position. As per the respective index position, we can include the elements. We can add the elements into the list. Now here with the help of the second alternative, here within the 0 index position, we are trying to insert the burger element. Burger is the food item that we are inserting into the list. Now already within the 0th index position, pizza is available. We are trying to insert the burger element in that particular pizza, so that the pizza will be available in the first index position and the burger will be available in the second 0 index position. Totally here at the end of this line, the size of the list will become 2. And coming to the third line, same add method with 2 parameters. Within the 0 index position, we are trying to insert the sandwich item, so that it will be available in the 0 index position. Now the burger will be available in the first index position and pizza will be available in the second index position. Now at the end of this line, the list size will become 3. Now coming to the fourth line, here also we are using add method, and within the 0 index position of the list, we are trying to insert the noodles food item. Now within the 0 index position, already sandwich is available. We are going to move the list items to the next index position, so that we can include noodles in the 0 index position. Now the sandwich will be available in the first index position, burger will be available in the second index position, as well as pizza will be available in the third index position. Now at the end of this line, the total length or the size of the list will become 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 items are available. Now here the final output statement that we are printing here is system.out.println list.size. What is the size of the list? Within the list, 4 elements are there, so the size of the list will become 4. The output will be 4. Now out of all the 4 options, if you are going to observe, within the 4th option, we are having the size of the list is 4. Remaining 3 options are wrong options. Very simple. Now coming to the next question, Identify the correct statements that can be placed in the line number 4 in the code given below to add the elements into the list. Now we have to identify the right statements in order to add the elements into the list. Here tester is the class. Within the tester class, main method is available. The execution will starts from the main method, and within the main method, if you are going to observe, so we have an array list is there, which is of the type of string. It is initially empty. The array list reference name is order. It is a empty list, and which is of the type of string. We can hold string related elements in the array list. Now within the line number 4, what is the suitable statement that we have to provide? Here there are 4 options are there. That too, it is a multiple choice question. It is not at all so specific question. It is a multiple choice question. We have the flexibility to choose multiple answers. So if you are going to observe the first statement, order, with the help of array list reference variable order dot add, we can add the string variable. String we need to enclose within the double quotes in the Java, so that it is the right statement. We can use it in order to add the element into the string. Here the element that we are adding is pizza, that will be available in the order list. This is the right syntax that we can use in order to add the element into the array list. Why? Because here the element that we are providing in the format of string, that we are enclosing in the double quotes. This is the right statement. Coming to the next statement, order dot add of pizza, but we are enclosing it in the single quote. Single quote. We should not use single quote in order to store the multiple characters into the string. Here single quotes are meant for in order to store single character in the particular list, but here we are trying to add group of characters, and that too we are enclosing them in the single quote. It is not at all correct. It is not at all of the type of string. It is belonging to character, but here we need to pass single character. Instead of passing single character, we are passing multiple characters. That too we are enclosing it in the single quotes. It is not at all correct option. Now coming to the third one, the list type is string type, but we are trying to store integer value. It is also not at all suitable option. Now coming to the fourth option, within the list we are trying to add null variable. There is no problem at all. We can hold null value. Why? Because the string default value is null, so that we have the flexibility to store the null element into the array list. So D is also right option. Apart from all the 4 options, the right options are option 1 and option 2. Option 4. Why? Because so within the option 1 we are trying to store the string element, as well as within the option 4 also the string default value that we are storing in the array list. But if you are going to consider within the option 3, it is a numeric value which is not at all related to string, as well as it is we need to include the string in the double quotes. We need to enclose it in the double quotes, but we are using single quotes. It is not at all correct syntax. So finally option 1 and option 4 are the correct options with respect to the given question. And coming to the next question, what is the output of the code given below? Here within the tester class, main method is available. Within the main method we are trying to create tree set, and we are trying to hold this tree set related object into the set interface, and here the reference variable name itself is tree set. And before going to attempt this question, you have to know some most important points with respect to the tree set. So in the Java, tree set class contains unique elements only, as hash set. So if you are trying to insert the same element multiple times, means it will accept only one time. It will not allow duplicates. That point you have to keep in your mind. As well as Java tree set class maintains ascending order. If you want to print the list of elements within the tree set, that the elements will be printed in the format of ascending order. As per these 2 points, if you are going to try to attempt this question, you will get the correct answer. Here within the tree set, we are trying to add the first element 1, that will be available, and which is of the type of string. There is no problem at all. And the second element that we are trying to insert is 2, that will be added, and the third element 3, it will be also available in the tree set. And coming to the fourth element 4, and final element that we are trying to add into the tree set is 1. 1 is already available in the tree set, and it is a duplicate value. That's why it will not accept the duplicate value. Now totally the elements that are available in the tree set are 1, 2, 3, 4 only. 1 will not repeat one more time because it will not accept duplicate values. It will maintain unique elements only. And here with the help of iterator, we can iterate the entire tree set. we can print all the elements in the tree set. But before going to print the elements from the tree set, we have to remember it will maintain ascending order. Whatever the elements that are available in the tree set, we have to print them in ascending order. So here all the elements are alphabets. Within the alphabets, if you are going to observe the first and foremost character of each and every string. So as per the ascending order of the alphabets, the first and foremost alphabet that we are going to get out of O, T, T and F, you will get F. That means the first element that we are going to print here is 4, FOUR4. That will be printed first. And coming to the next element, ABCD. With respect to the alphabets ABCD, the next element that we are going to get here is O. Due to that reason, you will get 1. And the next elements that we are going to get here is TT. Within the element, the alphabet is same, but we need to check the second alphabet in the ascending order. Out of these two elements, the first element that we are going to get here is 3. Why? Because within the 3, the second element is H, but within the 2, the second element is W. When compared to the W, H is the lowercase character related value is less when compared to the W. Due to that reason, the first element that we are going to print out of 2 and 3 is 3. And the last element that we are going to print here is 2. So these are the elements that we are getting from the given tree set. If we are going to print all the elements with the help of iterator. So here within this iterator object, you will get all the elements in the list. If the element is available in the given tree set, that elements will be printed in the ascending order. Whenever we are going to print the ascending order, the output that we are going to get here is 4, 1, 3, 2. We need to check in which option we are having 4, 1, 3, 2. Within the first option itself, we are having 4, 1, 3, 2. This is the right option. We are going to consider the second option. Here there is no ascending order with respect to the alphabets. So we are printing O alphabet first, after that we are printing F alphabet. It is not at all correct. We are going to consider the third option. Within the third option, one is repeating 2 times. It is not at all correct. Only unique elements will be acceptable in the tree set. And coming to the last option, here we are printing T related context first, and that too within the T related, the second alphabet is W that we are printing first. It is also not following the ascending order with respect to the alphabets. Due to that reason, this option is also wrong. Now out of all the 4 options, the right option is first option. So from the given tree set, the elements will be printed in this format: 4, 1, 3, 2. In the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Within the main method, we have hash map is there. It is a collection of key value pairs. Here within this hash map, the keys are available in the format of strings, and the values with respect to the keys are available in the format of integers. And for this hash map, the reference variable that we are taking here is classroom with respect to the map interface. Now within the hash map, within the reference variable, with the help of this reference variable, we are trying to put some elements into the hash map in the format of key value pairs. The elements that we are putting into the hash map, so here the first element is 60, that related key value is CL-101, and coming to the next element is 80, and the key with respect to the element 80 is CL102, as well as third element and fourth element. Totally within the hash map, there are 4 elements are available which are in the format of key value pairs. Here all the strings are representing keys with respect to the elements in the hash map. Now within the last statement, we are trying to removing one element from the given hash map. So classroom dot remove of with respect to the key, CL-104, what is the element that we are removing? This remove method will return the element that what we are removing with respect to the given key. With respect to the given key CL104, the element that we are removing is 8. That is the output that we are getting from this question. Now out of all the 4 options, in which option we are having 80 is the element? In the C option we are having 80, so that it is the right option when compared to the remaining all options. Coming to the next question, what will be the output of the code given below? Within the main method, here also it is hash map. it is the key value pairs. Here both the key and values are in the format of integers only. And with respect to the hash map, we have to remember two important points. The first point is Java hash map contains values based upon the key. Yes, it is 100% correct. Now coming to the second statement, Java hash map contain only unique keys. That point you have to keep in our mind. Now here the hash map reference variable is hash map with respect to the map interface. Within this hash map, we are trying to put some elements. Here it is the empty hash map which is in the format of key values pair. Here both the key as well as values are in the format of integers only. Now the first element that we are putting into the hash map is 6 with respect to the key value is 101. Here 101 and the value with respect to the key is 6. Coming to the next element, first element completed, next element is 8 and with respect to the key value is 102. And the third element is 10 and with respect to the key value 103. And the fourth element, whenever we are trying to insert the fourth element, here 5 is the value with respect to the key 102, but already 102 is available. Then what will happen? So it will not insert one more duplicate key. Instead of inserting duplicate key, whatever the key value that is available with respect to the 102, so instead of that 102 previous value, actually the previous value that is available with respect to the 102 key is 8. Instead of that 8, the value that is overriding with respect to the 102 key is 5. Now instead of 8, the overriding value that is available in the 102 key is 5. Now finally at the end of all the elements insertion, so within the hash map, 3 keys are available, 101, 102, 103, and with respect to that keys, the values that are available is 6, 5 and 10. Now here what is the next operation that we are doing? Upon the same hash map, we are trying to apply replace function. So the replace main intention is it will try to replace the old value. Instead of old value, we are trying to replace the new value with respect to the available key position. Now within the 102 key position, the old value that is available is 8. It is assuming that old value is available 8, but unfortunately within the 102, the old value that is available is 5. This is the value that is available and we are unable to replace this 5 with 15. Why? Because within the 102 the value that is available is 5. So this operation is useless operation. We can't do anything. Why? Because within the 102 key with respect to the 102 key, the old value that is available is 5. Within this 5 we are unable to perform new operation. That means we are unable to override the new value 15 into the 5. Here if the old value that is available in the 102 is 8 in the sense, so instead of that 8 we can replace the value 15, but here we are unable to do that operation with the help of this line. So at the end of this line, within the hash map we are having same keys and same values 6, 5 and 10 only. Now whenever we are going to print the hash map, the output will be available in the format of key value pairs, and that too the keys are 101, 102, 103 and the values are 6, 5 and 10. Try to check in which option we are having 101, 102, 103 as well as 6 and 5 and 10. Within the D option we are having 101 as a key value with respect to the 101, the value is 6, 102 is the next key value with respect to it, 5 is the value, 103 is the next key value and within that 10 is the value. So apart from all the 4 options, D is the right option with respect to the given question. In the next question, will the below code load to error? We need to check it. So if there is an error, identify the line which will throw the error. So this is the code snippet. Here if you are going to observe, it is a hash map related question. So here in the hash map, all the elements are available in the format of key value pairs. Here all the elements are available in the format of key value pairs, and with respect to the hash map we need to remember one important point. So that point is, so within the hash map it may have one null key and multiple null values. So within the hash map we can consist one null key as well as multiple null values. Now with respect to it, whenever we are trying to putting some elements into the hash map, here we are trying to insert the first element that is null and the key with respect to that element is null. There is no problem with the above point. We can have the flexibility to make one null key, and within that null key we can hold multiple null values. There is no problem at all. Due to that reason, this statement is correct statement. Line number 2 is correct statement. And coming to the next line, we are trying to put in one more element and that element is also null, but here the key is null. Duplicate values are not at all acceptable, so that so within the same null value, that means within the first null value, within the first null key, we are trying to hold null only. We are trying to update the null value only. There is no problem at all. So within the line number 2 and line number 3, there is no error at all. Why? Because, so let me try to give the clear cut clarity here. So if I am going to take the hash map in the form of key value pairs, so let me try to take it. 1 minute please. So here it is the key representation as well as it is the value representation. Initially the hash map is empty. Now none of the elements are available in the hash map. But coming to the line number 2, what is the thing that we are doing? So within the hash map, we are trying to put in one value. The value is null and we are placing it in the null key. There is no problem at all. We can hold it in the null key. Why? Because as per the given point within the hash map, we may have one null key, and with respect to that null key, we can maintain number of multiple null values. And coming to the line number 3, within the line number 3, we are trying to store one more null value, but the key is null only. But here already the key null is available. Within the null key, the value that we are going to override is null only. There is no problem at all. We can override the value upon the null key. So line number 2 and 3 are both are correct. There is no error in this code snippet due to that reason. The output is no. There is no error in this question. What will be the output of the code snippet given below when the stack is passed to the given method? The stack is from the top to bottom. The elements that are available in the stack are 2, 1, 9, 6, 7. I am arranging them in the stack. Here the topmost element is 2 and the bottom element is 7. These are the elements that are available in the stack. Now within the function name is Q function. For this function, if you are going to pass this stack as a input parameter, at the end of the execution of this function, what is the output that we have to identify? Now within the function, the first and foremost two lines are representing that we are taking two queues. One queue name is out queue and second queue name is temp queue. Both are empty. Initially both are empty. We can store integer values within that queue. With the help of array dq, we are creating the two queues. One queue name is output queue and second queue name is temp queue. Now coming to the next operation, we have while loop. Within the while loop, the first and foremost condition that we are checking here is from the stack we are performing peek operation. Peek operation in the sense, from the stack you will get the topmost element, but the element will not remove from the stack. Peek operation main purpose is it will return the topmost element of the stack, but it does not remove the element from the stack. Now with the help of peek operation, the topmost element that we are going to get here is 2. It is not at all equivalent to none, so that we can enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, we are taking one value variable, and within that value variable, with the help of pop operation means we can get the topmost element, at the same time we can remove it from the stack. With the help of stack, we are performing pop operation, so the topmost element will be removed and that we are storing within the value. Now after that, we are having one if condition. Within the if condition, value modulus 2 modulus 2 in the sense definitely it will become 0, so that we are adding that value. If the condition is 2 means here we are performing one operation. What is that operation? For the output dq, we are adding that value. What is the value that is available to that we are adding into the output queue? The first element that we are adding in the output queue is 2. Now, so else block is not at all coming into the picture. While loop will be repeating one more time. Now within the while loop, the topmost element, if you are going to observe stack.peek in the sense, the topmost element that is available in the stack is now 1. It is not 2. Already 2 was deleted from the stack, so the topmost element is 1. That is not at all equivalent to none, so that we can enter into the while loop. Now within the while loop, within the value, now we are going to remove the element from the top of the stack, that is nothing but 1, with the help of pop operation, and we are holding it in the value. Now within the value, instead of 2, we are going to hold 1, and we are checking the condition here. What is the condition? Within the if value modulus 2 equal to 0. 1 modulus 2 is always 1. It is not at all equivalent to 0, so it will not enter into the if condition. We will enter into the else condition. Within the else condition, what is the operation that we are doing? Whatever the value is 1, we are adding it to the temp queue. Now within the temp queue, the first element that we are adding is 1. Now after completion of the else block execution, here we are going to iterate the while loop one more time. While at the time of iterating the while loop one more time, if you are going to observe, so within the while loop, the next condition that we are checking is, from the stack we are picking the topmost element, that is 9. It is not at all equivalent to null, and we are going to enter into the while loop condition is satisfied. That's why we are going to enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, from the stack, that element we are going to pop and we are storing it in the value variable. Now within the value variable, the value that we are getting is 9. 9 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0, so that we are not at all executing if condition. We will perform else block related content will be executed. Within the else block, whatever the value that is available, that we are adding to the temporary queue. In the similar fashion, so while loop is repeating for the next element. The next element is 6, so we are going to store it in the value with the help of pop operation. That means we are removing the element from the stack and we are holding it in the value, and value modulus 2, 6 modulus 2 is always equivalent to 0, so that we are adding that 6 element, whatever the 6 that is available, that 6 element we are adding it into the out queue. Now within the out queue, the value that is available is 6. Now in a similar fashion, we are going to repeat the while loop one more time, and in this last iteration, the value that we are picking from the stack is 7. It is the topmost element, only one element is available, it is not at all equivalent to 0, and within the value, now the value that is available is 7. Now if 7 modulus 2 equal to 0, now 7 modulus 2 is not at all equivalent to 0, so that else block will be executed. Within the else block, that value we are adding to the temporary queue. Now within the temporary queue, the value that is available is 7. So now one more time we are going to repeat the while loop. So unfortunately within the stack, none of the elements are available. Already the last element process is also completed. Due to that reason, the stack will be empty, so we are unable to perform peak operation. If you are going to perform, you will get the null. Nothing is there. So due to that reason, this while loop will not allow coming into the picture. The while loop condition will be failed. Due to that reason, we are not at all entering into the while loop. Now coming to the end of the while loop, the next statements are, we are taking one temporary variable temp, and initially the value that is available is 0. Now here we are performing one more while loop. What is that while loop? While temp.peak. So temp queue is the queue. Within this temp queue, the first element that is available is 1. It is not at all equivalent to null, so that here the operation that we are doing is, whatever the temporary variable that is available, for the temporary variable we are polling the element from the temporary queue. So polling in the sense, we are removing that one. Peak operation means we are getting that first element, but we are not at all removing it, but with the help of poll operation we can remove the element from the temporary queue. So now 1 we are removing it and we are adding it to the temp. So temp plus 0 plus 1 in the sense, within the temp the value that we are going to get is 1. The temporary variable we are adding it to the output queue. Already in the output queue, the values that are available are 2, 6. Along with them we are adding one more element, that element is 1. Now if you are going to repeat the while loop one more time, now for the second iteration in the while loop, temp queue.peak, the next element in the temp queue is 9. We are not at all removing it, we are getting it, and it is not at all equivalent to 0, so that with the help of poll operation we are going to remove it and we are adding it to the temporary variable. Within the temporary variable, that value available is 1 updated value. For that we are going to add 9. Totally the temporary update variable value is 10. So that we are pushing into, that we are adding into the output queue. So now the next element that we are adding into the output queue is 10. Now while loop will be iterating one more time. Why? Because we did not finish the while loop till now. So we are going to enter into the while loop one more time. Within this time, the next peak element from the temporary queue is 7. It is the only element that is available in the queue. It is not at all equivalent to null. So that we will poll it. We can remove this element from the temporary queue and we can add it to the temp. The updated temp value is 10. 10 plus 7 in the sense, you will get 17. And that 17, whatever the 17 updated value that is available in the temporary variable, we are adding it to the output queue. Now we are adding it to the output queue. If you are going to iterate the while loop one more time, none of the elements are there in the temp queue, so that the peak operation you will get null not equal to null in the sense condition fail, it will not enter into the while loop, so that you will come outside of the while loop, and finally we are returning output queue from this entire function. Now what is the result that is available in the output queue? 2, 6, 1, 10, 17. These are the elements that are available in the output queue. Try to check in which option we are having 2, 6, 1, 10, 17. So if you are going to observe, within the C option 2, 6, 1, 10, 17 are available. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is C option. Very important. While at the time of attempting these kind of bits, be careful. It will be very easy if you have some basic idea related to push, pop, peek operations as well as pull and add operations with respect to the queue. It will be very easy to solve this kind of. That's coming to the next question. What does the below method do? So we have calculate method is there. For that we need to pass n as a integer value. You can pass any number that should be positive number. Now if I am going to take n equal to some 50 or some 54, what will happen? So within this function we have taken one array dq which is in the format of stack. So within that stack we can hold number of integers. Here I am taking that stack. So the reference variable name itself is stack. It is empty initially. Now try to perform the next iteration. So within this while loop, if you are going to observe, if the number greater than 0, yes, 54 is always greater than 0. Within the n I am taking 54. 54 is always greater than 0. So that whatever the stack that is available, within that stack we are pushing one element. What is that element? 54 modulus 10. 54 modulus 10 in the sense you will get 4. 4 we are going to get, that we are pushing into the stack. Now the value that is available in the stack is 4. Next operation, n equal to n by 10. N equal to n by 10 in the sense 54 by 10. 54 by 10 in the sense you will get 5. So now within the n the value that is available is 5. We are going to check the condition 5 greater than 0. Yes, condition is true, so that it will enter into the loop. Within the loop 5 modulus 10. 5 modulus 10 in the sense we are going to get 5 only. Now that value we are pushing into the stack. Now within the stack the elements that are available are 5 and 4. At the end of this while loop iteration, if you are going to repeat it one more time with the help of n equal to n by 10. Now the n value is 5. 5 by 10 in the sense you will get 0. Now the n value is 0. Whenever we are going to check the while loop condition, 0 greater than 0, condition fails, so that it will not enter into the while loop. Now coming to the next line, we are taking one resultant variable r. Initially the value that is available is 0. Now what is the next operation that we are performing? We are taking one more while loop. With the help of that while loop, we are picking the elements from the stack. That means we are pick upping the topmost element from the stack. We are not at all removing it. Peak operation main purpose is just getting the topmost element in the stack. We are not at all removing it. So we are checking it whether it is null or not. It is not at all null. So the condition is true. It will enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, for the resultant variable, within the resultant the value that is available is 0. For that 0, we are popping the element from the stack. That element is 5 that we are adding to the result. So 0 plus 5, the value that we are going to get is 5. Now here the element that we are removing from the stack is 5 that we are adding to the resultant variable, result r equal to 5. Now if you are going to repeat the while loop one more time, so we are getting the topmost element from the stack with the help of peep operation. Now the topmost element that from the stack is 4. It is not at all equivalent to null. It will enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, the updated value that is available in the result variable is 5. For that 5, we are popping the element from the stack. That element is 4. We are adding it to the result. Result equal to result plus stack dot pop. So 5 plus 4 in the sense the value that we are getting here is 9. Finally within the result we are getting 9. If you are going to repeat one more time the while loop condition, try to check the while loop condition. Stack dot peep, nothing, none of the elements are available in a stack. It is an empty stack, so that we can't do anything with the help of this while loop. The condition will fail. And coming to the next line, from this entire function we are returning the result. What is the result that we are getting? 9. That means whatever the number that we are taking, that number individual digit sum we are getting as a result. So 5 plus 4 in the sense you will get 9. In the similar fashion 36, if you are going to take n as 36, 3 plus 6 the value that we are going to get is 9. 57, 5 plus 7 the output that we are going to get is 12. Like that this entire calculate function will return the sum of the digits of the given number n. So we need to check in which option we are having that particular answer. So within the C, it will take the number n and it is in the format of input, and finally it will return the sum of the digits of the 10. So this is the right option when compared to all the remaining options. It is very simple. So with this question you got the complete idea. Thank you. Coming to the next question. So here in this question we have the stack is available from top to bottom. The elements that are available in the stack are 7, 12, 1, 5, 4, 2. The topmost element is 7 and the bottom element is 2. So the stack name itself is stack. So this is the stack with respect to the given elements. What will be the content of the return stack when the given stack is passed as an input to the given method? So if you are going to pass the given stack as an input parameter to the given method, what is the final resultant stack output that we are getting? We have to identify it. Now the stack is available in the format of input parameter for the calculate method. Now within the calculate method, the first and foremost line is we are taking one output stack. It is an empty stack. Within that we can hold integer values. With the help of array DQ, we are taking that output stack. This is the empty stack. Now what is the first operation that we are doing within the stack? We are going to observe the if and else conditions. Within the if condition, from the available input stack, if you are going to peek the element, peek operation main purpose is you will get the topmost element of the stack. Here the topmost element of the stack is 7. We are going to get it, but we are not at all removing it from the stack. We need to check the condition here. So we are peeking the element from the stack. That means we are not at all removing it from the stack. We are just getting it and we are checking it whether it is null or not. It is not at all null. If it is null means we are returning output stack. Otherwise, so we have to enter into the else block. Now the condition failed. Due to that reason, we have to enter into the else condition. Within the else block, if you are going to observe, we have while loop is there. Within the while loop, what is the statement that we are doing? So within the while loop, the condition that we are checking here is from the available stack, we are performing the same peek operation. From the available stack, the peek operation, we are going to get the topmost element, that is 7. It is not at all equivalent to null. So the condition is satisfied. It will enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, from the available stack, we are popping the element. We are popping 7 element, topmost element, and we are pushing it into the output stack. Now within the output stack, the first element that we are pushing is 7. Now coming to the next statement in the while loop. Within the output stack, we are pushing one more element. That element is from the input stack, we are popping next element. So within the stack, the topmost element is now 12. It is not 7. Already 7 removed from the stack. So that the topmost element is 12. We are removing it, we are popping it, and we are storing it in the output stack. And coming to the next line in the same while loop, within the output stack, we are pushing one more element. That element operation is from the available output stack, we have to pop first element, that is nothing but 12. We are popping it 12 into output stack dot pop. We have to pop one more element from the output stack. That means none of the elements are available. The popping element is 7. 12 sevens. So 12 sevens, the answer that we are going to get is 84. 84. That is available in the output stack. Now within the output stack, the element that is available is 84. Now try to iterate the while loop one more time. Why? Because we are at the end of the while loop. So inner conditions. Now we are going to check the while loop one more time. Within the while loop, the next condition. One more time we have to check the same condition. What is that condition? So stack dot peek. Now from the available stack, the topmost element is 1 now. It is not at all null, so that we have to perform the similar kind of operations. What are those operations? We have to pop 1 from the stack. We have to store it in the output stack. Now within the output stack, you will get 1 here. Next we have to pop one more element from the stack and we have to push it into the output stack. That element is 5. So from the output stack, we are popping the two elements 5 and 1. 5 into 1, the output that we are going to get is 5. That we are pushing into the output stack. Now within the output stack, the next element that is available is 5. Till now 2 elements are there in the output stack at the end of execution of the while loop. In the second iteration, that the 2 elements are 5 and 84. Now if you are going to repeat the while loop one more time, so for this next time within the condition from the stack, it will pick the next element, that is nothing but 4. 4 is the topmost element in the stack and it is not at all null, so that we are going to enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, We are popping that 4 and we are pushing it into the output stack. 4 is available here, and the next element that we are popping from the stack is 2, that we are pushing it into the output stack. Now within the output stack we are pushing one more element. That element is from the output stack we are popping the topmost elements 2 and 4. We are multiplying it 2 4s 8. The updated value that we are going to get is 8. That will be pushing into the stack, so that 8 is available in the output stack. If we are going to iterate the while loop one more time, none of the elements are available in the stack, so that we are unable to pick the element. No element is in the topmost stack. The topmost stack cursor position is now within the -1 index position. None of the elements are available in the stack, so that here condition fail, it will not at all coming into the while loop. It will not execute the while loop and we will come outside of the while loop. Finally we are going to return in the output stack. Now within the output stack, the output elements that are available are 8, 5, 84. We have to check in which option we are having 8, 5 and 84. From top to bottom we have to check. So within the D option we are having those elements 8 and 5 and 84. These are the elements which are available in the output stack. Very simple. Now coming to this question, what is the output of the code snippet given below when the following stack is passed to the given method? So the stack that is available from top to bottom is 7, 5, 3, 1, 2. These are the elements that are available. Let me try to take this stack. So 7 is the topmost element and 2 is the bottom element. Now if we are going to pass this stack as an input parameter to this update stack method, what is the final output of this entire update stack method? Now let me try to evaluate this method. So within the method, the first and foremost line is we are taking one val variable. Within that val variable, stack dot size. Actually the size of the stack is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 elements are there, so that the stack size is 5. 5 minus 1 in the sense you will get 4. So within the value we are storing 4 is the value. Now we are taking one more variable, that is nothing but val1. Within the val1, the value that we are storing is 1. Now coming to the next statement, we have while loop is there. Within this while loop, the entire functionality of the update stack method will be performed. What is that functionality? Within the while loop, when the value greater than 0, within the value that is available is 4. 4 is always greater than 0, so that we can enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, we are taking one variable. That variable name is top element. Within the top element, we are getting the topmost element from the stack. We are removing that. The topmost element from the stack is 7. We are removing it with the help of pop operation and we are storing it in the top element. Now within the top element, the value that is available is 7. Now we are taking one empty stack with the help of ArrayDQ class, and the empty stack name itself is temporary stack. Within that we can store integer values. This is the empty stack. Now after completion of the empty stack creation, we are taking one more variable. The variable name is value2. Now value 2 is the variable. Initially the value that is available is 1. Now within the while loop, we have one more while loop is there, inner loop is there. Now coming to the inner loop, within this while loop, the condition is value 2 less than or equal to value 1. Within value 2, the value that is available is 1. 1 less than or equal to value 1. 1 less than or equal to 1, condition true, so that we can enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, what is the operation that is available? Within the while loop, we are taking one local variable. That variable name is element. Within that element, we are popping the element from the stack. That means already 7 pop from the stack. Now the next topmost element that is available in the stack is 7. That we are popping and we are trying to store it in the element. Now the element that we are going to, the element value that is available in the element variable is 5. Now coming to the next operation, for the available temporary stack, we are trying to push one element into the temporary stack. What is that element? The element is with the operation like element plus top element. Within the element, the value that is available is 5. 5 plus top element value is 7. 5 plus 7 in the sense you will get 12. That is available in the temporary stack. Now after end of this operation, we are incrementing the value to value. Value 2 equal to value 2 plus 1. Value 2 plus 1 in the sense value 2 value is 1. 1 plus 1 in the sense the updated value that is available in the value 2 is 2. Now if you are going to repeat the while loop one more time, value 2 value is 2, 2 less than or equal to value 1, that is nothing but 1, 2 less than or equal to 1, condition fails, so that we need not to enter into this while loop. Now coming to the next while loop, we have one more while loop is available. Within that while loop, we are checking one condition. What is that condition? From the temporary stack, try to pick the element, don't delete the element, don't remove the element, pick the element, try to check it whether it is a null or not. It is not at all null. Why? Because 12 is the element, it is not at all equivalent to null, condition true, so that we are going to enter into the while loop. Within the while loop, what is the operation that is available? We are trying to push one element into the available stack. That element is from the temporary stack, we are popping that element. We are popping whatever the element that is available and we are pushing it into the stack. Now that element is available here. Now after completion of this operation, so try to iterate the while loop one more time. Within the while loop, now the next condition checking is from the temporary stack, we are trying to pick the element. None of the elements are available in the temporary stack, so that this while loop condition will be failed. Now after completion of the while loop execution, try to come to the next line. Within the next line, from the stack, push the element. Within the stack, we have to push one element. That element is top element. So within the top element, the value that is available is 7, that we are going to pushing into the stack. Now the 7 is coming back into the stack. Now updated stack values are 7, 12, 3, 1, 2. Now after completion of this operation, we are trying to increment the value 1 by 1. So now value 1 value will become 2. 1 plus 1 in the sense 2, as well as value equal to value minus 1. We are decrementing value by 1. 4 minus 1 in the sense the value that we are going to get is 3. Now try to repeat the while loop one more time. Now the value is 3. 3 greater than or equal 3 greater than 0. Condition is always true. So that we have to apply the similar kind of operation that what we have performed in the previous iteration of the entire outer while loop. We have to process the same thing, so that at the end of the complete functionality of this entire code, we have to return the final stack. Within the final stack, what is the resultant output that is available? So it is a lengthy process you have to do. Already for the first iteration, I have explained the complete execution flow and what is the output that is available in the stack after completion of the first while loop iteration. Now we have to perform the similar kind of operations multiple times with respect to the value. So here now the while loop will be performing one more time. Next the value will be decremented by 1, so that we will get 2. With respect to that 2, we need to repeat this while loop one more time, and after that we will get 1, and with respect to that 1 also, 1 greater than 0, we have to iterate this while loop one more time. Like that we have to process this entire while loop multiple times. That too within the inner loops we have to repeat them more than one time. So like that it is a lengthy process. You have to do that entire process. After completion of that entire process, we have to find out the resultant stack. Now I will tell you the answer. The answer is, out of all the 4 options, you will get finally at the end of this entire function execution, the output stack content will be 7, 33, 24, 15 and 9. Try to apply the similar kind of methodology that what I have already applied to the first iteration in this entire while loop. You will get the similar kind of output. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is second option. So with this, I think you got the complete idea regarding this question. So thank you, Mahendra. Coming to this question, what will be the worst case time complexity for the below method? So if you are going to observe within this method, demo method, we have if condition is there as well as else condition is there. At a time we can enter into any one of the condition. If you are going to enter into the if condition, means we are not at all entering into the else condition, or if you are going to execute the else condition, means so the if condition is not at all coming into the picture. At a time we can execute only one condition. We are unable to execute 2 conditions at a time. It is not possible. Now if you are going to observe within the if condition, there are nested loops are there. Within the for loop we have another for loop is there. Actually the time complexity of the for loop is order of n. So here we have 2 loops are there, nested loops, so that n into n square. Here the time complexity will be order of n square. And if you are going to enter into the else block, means Here the time complexity of the for loop is order of n, but we are unable to decide in which condition we are going to enter, whether we are going to enter into the if condition or else condition. So that we have to decide that. So for this method the time complexity is order of n square. Why? Because within this method we have nested loops are there. Within one for loop we have another for loop is also say. So that the answer is order of n square. Here the time complexity is order of n square. Consider the hashing methods given below. Three hashing methods are there. One hashing method is key modulus 10, and second one is key modulus 25, and third one is key modulus 50. Which of the hashing method would not lead to collision when the following values are to be stored in the hash table? These are the elements. If you are going to store them into the hash table, which methodology is the best sortable methodology without leading the collision? We have to identify it. Now if you are going to consider the first methodology, key modulus 10. Now with respect to the key modulus 10, try to apply each and every element. Now if you are going to take 80 as a key, 80 modulus 10 means you will get 0. Within the 0 index position you have to insert 80. Now coming to the next element, 20 if you are going to take it as a key modulus 10. 20 modulus 10 means here also you will get 20 only. Within the 0 index position we need to insert that particular 20. Here the collision is occurring. Two elements in the 0 index position we are trying to insert. That means key modulus 10 is not at all suitable methodology. Now coming to the next methodology, key modulus 25. Try to apply it. Now if you are going to take 80 as a key, 80 modulus 25. 80 modulus 25 in the sense 25 3s you will get 75. So that you will get the remainder 5. And within the 5th index position, let us assume if is there any 5th index position, let us assume 5th index position. Within the 5th index position we have to insert that 80. Now coming to the next element, 20 modulus 25, you will get 20. Within the 20 index position you have to insert 20 element. Now coming to the third one, 35 modulus 25, you will get 10. Now within the 10 index position you have to insert 35. Coming to the next element, 45 modulus 25. 45 modulus 25 means within the 20 index position you have to insert that element. That means here 45 and 20 both are inserting in the 20 index position. That means here collision is occurring. It is also not at all suitable methodology. Coming to the last methodology, definitely it will become the best methodology without leading the collision. Try to check it now. Now if you are going to take the first key 80 modulus 50, you will get 30. Within the 30 index position, let us assume. So I will take the 30 index position. Within the 30 index position, that 80 we can insert. Now the next element is 20 modulus 50. 20 modulus 50 means 20. Within the 20 index position we can insert 20 element. Now 35 modulus 50. Within the 35 index position we will get 35. 35 modulus 50 in the sense 35. Within the 35 index position we can insert 35 element. Next element is 45. 45 modulus 50 in the sense we will get 45 only. Within the 45 index position we can insert 45 element. Without having any collision we are inserting. Next element is 25. 25 modulus 50 means you will get 25. Within the 25 index position you can insert 25 element. Now coming to the last element, 90 modulus 50. That means you will get 40. Within the 40 index position you can insert 90. There is no collision at all. All the elements are inserting in different index positions in the hash table. So out of all the methodologies, the best suitable methodology is third methodology. Now here within the given options, only third methodology is the best suitable option in order to provide all the elements in the hash table without leading the collision. Thank you. To the next question, what is the worst case time complexity of linear search algorithm? Here all of you please read this passage so that you will get the clarity about what is the worst case time complexity of linear search algorithm. For linear search, the worst case happens when the element to be searched is not present in the array. If the element, whatever the element that you want to search in the given array, if the element is not available in that array, we have to process through all the elements in the array. We have to search. Here the search function compare it with all the elements of array one by one. Therefore, the worst case time complexity of linear search would be order of n. That point you have to keep in your mind. Out of all the four options, the right option is C option. Very simple. Coming to the next question, given an array of elements, the array name itself is array. Within that totally 9 elements are available. This is the array. How many iterations are needed to find the element 27 using linear search? In the first iteration, it will compare with 9. It is not matching. Within the second iteration, it will compare with 19. Within the third iteration, it will compare with 23. Not matching. Within the fourth iteration,
67 not matching. Within the fifth iteration 33 not matching. Within the sixth iteration we are matching. We are identifying the element in the given array. With the help of linear search, we need to search the element one by one. So whatever the array elements are there in the array list, we are going to compare that element with each and every element. Within the sixth iteration, we are going to identify that element in the array list. Now out of all the four options, so the right option is C. So within the sixth iteration, you will identify the element 27 in the given array list.
Coming to the next question, given an array of elements, the array name itself is array. Within the totally list of elements are available. What should be the searched element to terminate the linear search algorithm after 8th iteration? Very simple. So with the help of linear search, the elements will be searching one by one, so that we need to count the 8th element, and within the 8th iteration, so that is the element will be finding in the format of search element. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the 8th iteration, the search element will be 57. Now, out of all the four options, the right option is B. It is very simple. In the next question, given an array of elements, the array name itself is array. Within that, totally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 elements are there. Now, how many times the loop will iterate if you need to find the element 37 using the linear search algorithm? In the linear search algorithm, the search element will be checking by each and every element in the given array. Now, unfortunately, this 37 element is not at all available in the given array list. So that by using linear search, we are going to search each and every element in the given array in order to identify the 37. So within the first iteration, it is not possible. We are unable to identify it. Within the second iteration, it is not matching. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. After completion of the searching of all the elements in the given array, we are unable to identify the 37 element in the given array. So that how many times the loop will be iterating, in the sense the number of elements that are available in the list, up to that number of elements at the end of the array, it will search all the elements, so that the array size is 9. So 9 iterations it will take in order to identify the element 37 in the given array. But unfortunately, 37 is not at all available. If the element is not at available in the given array, means all the elements we have to search by using linear search. We are unable to identify 37 in this particular array. So the total number of iterations the loop will take here is 9. Now out of all the four options, the right option is 9. To the next question, how many iterations will be required if you have to search the number 25 using binary search from a list containing the numbers from 1 to 50 in ascending order? For example, if you are having the list which is having 1 to 50 numbers in the ascending order, and that too 1 will be starting from 0 index position and 50 will be ending in the 49th index position. If you are having this kind of list, we have to search the element. The element is 25 by using binary search. Now how to identify it? How many iterations that we need to take in order to identify this 25 in the given list? Now with the help of binary search algorithm, first we have to calculate the mid value. How to calculate the mid value? We can calculate the mid value by using lower index position plus higher index position by 2. What is the lower index position for 1? 0, and what is the higher index position? 49. 0 plus 49 by 2, in the sense you will get 24.5, but we have to round it and we need to get the integer value. Now we will get 24. So within the 24 index position, if the element, what is the searching element that we have to search? 25. If the element 25 equivalent to array of, for the given array, within the mid position, mid value is 24, array of 24th index position, within the 24th index position, the element that is available is 25. So that automatically within the mid position the element is identified. For this we need to take only one iteration, that is nothing but we are checking the element with the mid value of the array, so that the element we are easily identifying in the array within the mid position of the given array. So out of all the options, the right option is second option. Within that we have only one iteration is required in order to identify the 25 in the given list of array from 1 to 50. So why? Because the mid value is we are getting 24. Within the 24th index position, the element that is available is 25. Within the first iteration itself, it will check the condition like if the element is available in the array of mid position, within the mid position, So the 25 is available, so searching element is available in the given element. So the right answer is 1, only one iteration. Coming to the next question, consider the array given below. So within that array, the list of elements are available like 125, 126, 127 and so on. All the elements are in ascending order. Now the question is, which is the best suitable algorithm to find the element 818? So the array list is available in the format of ascending order, so that it is better to consider binary search. With the help of binary search, we can divide the list into, as per the mid value, we are going to divide the list and we are going to search the element with respect to the mid element. If the element is greater than the mid value, means we will check the right hand side of the list, and if the searching element is less than the mid value, means we are going to search in the left hand side. But coming to the linear search, with the help of linear search, we need to search the element within the array elements one by one. We have to search each and every element in the given array. Now out of all the two algorithms, the best algorithm is binary search. Use binary search in order to search the element in the given array. Why? Because in the array all the elements are in ascending order. Now coming to the next question, number 14 needs to be searched using binary search in the following sorted list of numbers. The list of numbers are 1, 3, 7, 9, 14, 19, 45. How many comparisons will be required to calculate the number 14 is to be found in the fifth index position? Note, we have to use integer division for finding the mid element, and the index will start from the 0. Okay. Now these are the list of elements. The index position will start from 0 and the end of the index position is 6. Now first, with the help of binary search algorithm, we need to identify the mid value. Now the lower index 0 plus upper index 6. 0 plus 6 in the sense you will get 6, by 2 in the sense you will get the mid value. The mid value is 6 by 2 in the sense you will get 3. This is the mid value that is available now. Now with respect to the mid, let me try to take one comparison variable. Within that, initially the comparisons are 0. Within the first comparison, with the help of binary search algorithm related code, within the array index position with the respect to mid index position, the mid index position is 3. So a of 3, within the a of 3, the element that is available is 9. We are comparing it with the key. The key is 14. 14 is not at all equivalent to 9. Here one comparison is completed. With that first comparison, we are unable to identify that 14 is not at all equivalent to 9. Now what is the next condition that we have to check? It is failed. So that we are going to enter into the else if. Within the else if, key is less than that mid value. No, key is greater than the mid value, so that we have to enter into the next else if. Within the next else if, so we have to check the remaining array. Here now the lower bound will become mid plus 1, so that 4 is the lower bound and upper bound is 6. 4 plus 6 in the sense 4 plus 6 you will get 10 by 2. 10 by 2 in the sense, so we have to check the next element within the fifth index position. 10 by 2. 10 by 2 in the sense you will get 5. Within the fifth index position we have to check. So now the mid value is 5. Now as per that mid value, let me try to compare one more time. If a of mid, now the mid value is 5. A of 5 index position, array of 5 index position, the element that is available is 19, and this 19 is not at all equivalent to 14, so that within the second comparison also we did not get the matching element. So that we need to check the next else if condition. Why? Because if condition failed here, now we need to enter into the else if condition. Within the else if condition, we have to check whether the key value is less than a of mid value. Yes, array of the mid value is 19, 14 is less than 19, so that the upper bound we have to minus it, minus 1. Lower bound is 4. Now upper bound is actually 6. 6 minus 1 in the sense, so the value that we are going to get is 5. Now we have to calculate the mid value. 4 plus 5 in the sense, 4 plus 5 9, 9 by 2 in the sense you will get 4.5. That within that we need to take only integral part. Now the integral part is 4. 4 is the mid value. Now with respect to the fourth index position, what is the element that is available? 14. Now a of mid in the sense the mid value is 4. A of fourth index position, the element that is available is 14, which is equivalent to the key 14. Within the third comparison, now within this third comparison we are getting the value. Within the first comparison not matching, within the second comparison not matching, within the third comparison we are matching with the 14. So totally the binary search algorithm that will take in order to search the element in the given list, the element itself is 14. For this, in order to process it, it will take 3 comparisons. The right option is 3. Now coming to the next question, Peter has come up with 4 different algorithms with different step counts as shown below to solve the problem. There are 4 algorithms with different step counts. Now which is the best algorithm among these based upon the big bone notation? If you are going to observe the first algorithm, it is taking step count log n plus 2 power n plus n factorial. So it is not at all best one. So now the next one is n square plus 2 into n. Now the third one is n plus log n, it is optimal one. And coming to the fourth one, log n plus n square. Now out of all the 4 algorithms, the best and suitable algorithm to get the problem solution, that is algorithm 3. Now out of all the 4 options, the right option is first option. Coming to the next problem, consider the list of numbers given below which should be sorted in ascending order. We need to arrange them in ascending order. At the end of the 4th pass, the status of the list will be in this format. Which sorting algorithm is being used to sort the list? Now out of all the sorting algorithms we are using here is selection sort. Within the selection sort only, within the 4th pass, you will get the updated list in this format. Let me try to perform the operation with the help of selection sort. In the selection sort, first we need to take the first element. The first element in the given list is 91. We have to compare it with the entire list. We need to identify the minimum element in the entire list. Now the minimum element in the entire list is 3, and in between this first element and the minimum element we have to apply swapping operation. Now 3 will come here and 91 will be available here. So after the first pass, the updated list is 3, 68, 12, 83, 72, 3, 47 and 65. Now coming to the next element, try to take the next element and we have to compare it with the all the elements. We have to identify the minimum element in the remaining list. The minimum element in the remaining list is 12. Now we have to swap these 2 elements. 12 will be coming here and 68 will be available in this location. Now at the end of the second pass, the updated list is 3, 12, 68, 83, 72, 91, 47 and 65. Now coming to the third element, 68, we have to take it. Now we have to identify the remaining entire list. Within that entire list, what is the minimum element? The minimum element is 47. Now we have to apply the swapping mechanism in between these 2 elements. 47 will come here and 68 will be available in this location. Now at the end of the third pass, the elements will be 3, 12, 47, 83, 72, 91, 68 and 65. Now coming to the next element, the next element that we have to take here is 83. Now try to compare it with the help of minimum element in the given list. The minimum element that is available in the given list is 65. Now we have to apply the swapping mechanism. 65 will come here and 85 will be available in this location. 83 will be available in this location. After end of the 4th pass, if you are going to observe, the updated list will become 3, 12, here 47, next 65 and the next element is 72 and as well as the next element is 91 and another element is 68 and last element is 83. Now within the 4th pass, at the end of the 4th pass, the updated list is in this format. So it is matching to the available updated list. So that with the help of selection sort only, within the 4th pass you will get this updated list in this given program. Thank you. To the last question, consider the below given numbers, list of numbers 43, 89, 15, 29, 7, 25, 0, 99. Merge sort algorithm is used to sort the above list of numbers in ascending order. How many times list will be merged? So merge sort algorithm is always following divide and conquer technique. First we need to divide the entire list into 2 sublists. Here we are dividing it, and again that sublists are dividing into multiple sublists, and until or unless we are going to get each and every element is as a sublist, we are dividing the elements into multiple sublists, and after getting that multiple sublists, with the help of conquer technique we are going to merge them. So in the ascending order, if you are going to observe here, the first merge operation that we are performing is 43, 89. We are going to combine them and we are forming 43, 89 sublist, and with the help of 59 and 23 they are in ascending order. The second merge operation we are performing here, this is the first merge and this is the second merge,
and within the third match 17 and 25 which are in the ascending order. This is the third match, and coming to the 0 and 99 which are in the proper order, so that this is the fourth match. Now coming to the fifth match, within the fifth match totally 2 sublists are there, so that the 2 sublists we are going to merge together and we are forming 4 elements in the sublist. Now here we need to arrange them in appropriate manner. 15 will come first, after that 29 will get, and next 43 and 89. Here this is the fifth match, as well as here within the sixth match the sublist that we are going to get here is 0, 7, 7, 25, 99. And finally within the seventh merge operation you will get the complete list in the ascending order. Here in this seventh merge operation 0 will come here, 7 will come here, 15 will come here, 29, 25 will be coming here, as well as 29. We need to arrange all the elements from these 2 sublists and we need to arrange it in a proper ascending order. So the final list will be in this format after completion of all the merge processes. Here we required 7 merges. Now out of all the 4 options we are going to observe, B is the right
Travel
option in order.
agent plans trip for tourism from Chicago to Miami. He gives them 3 ways to get from town to town. The 3 ways are air, airplane, and as well as bus and train. Once the tourist arrive, there are 2 ways to get to the hotel. The 2 ways are, one is hotel van and second one is taxi. Through the taxi or hotel van they can go to the hotel. So the cost of each and every type of the transportation is given in the table below. Now the question is, which data structure can be used to represent all the possible ways to go from Chicago to Miami? It is very simple. So as per the explanation that is providing in the question, so it is like we have different paths are there, different ways are there. Now out of that ways, from source to the destination we have to travel from one place to another place, and that too for each and every related travel plan, that related transportation type and as well as the cost is available, so that we have to choose the correct data structure in order to represent this problem. So it is very simple. You can take the graph, so that with the help of graph only from the source to the destination we can easily identify the minimal shortest path, so that how to travel from one location to another location. And due to that region, here out of all the data structures that are given in the option, like tree is available, graph is available, queue is available, stack is available, the most suitable data structure in order to represent this problem is graph. So that from the graph we can find out the shortest path from one source to the another place. That means source to the destination we can easily identify the best path among all the possible paths with the help of graph. Graph is the suitable data structure for this given problem. And in this question, in an ATM, a customer can get a mini statement of his or her last 5 transactions. What is the most appropriate data structure to model the mini statement? It is a very simple question. We have to get the last previous 5 transactions, that means the recent transactions that was done by the customer. For this, the better suitable data structure that we have to identify out of all the 4 options. So if you are going to consider stack, so as per the stack principle, stack is always following one important principle, that is nothing but last in first out, LIFO principle. Last in first out means the element which is inserted last will be deleted first. In a similar fashion here, so out of all the transactions that was done by the customer, we have to get the last recent 5 transactions. In order to get them, it is better to choose stack data structures, so that with the help of stack data structures, the elements which are inserted last will be available in the topmost position in the given list. So now out of all the 4 options, the right option is stack. Very simple. Now coming to the next question, which is the most appropriate data structure to model the token for cash withdrawal in a bank? Here the question is, first token is provided to the first person who has arrived to withdraw money, and as well as the next person is provided the next token, second token. The person who got the first token will be served first. It is very simple. If you are going to observe out of all the 4 options, the principle that we are following in the queue is, so queue is always following first come first out or first come first serve. So the element which will be inserted first, that will be deleted first. In the similar fashion here, the candidate who are going to enter into the bank, the first person will be served first. So out of all the 4 options, the right option is queue. Queue is the better data structure in order to model this problem, so that out of all the 4 options, second option is the right option. Very simple. Now coming to the next question, Mary wants to model all the items in a retail store under various categories and subcategories. That means here we have some categories are there. Under the categories we have subcategories also there. That means parent-child relationship is there. Categories are acting as like as a parent. Under the categories we have some subcategories. That means some children categories are there. Now which of the below data structure can be used to optimally represent it? In order to model it, the best data structure that we have to choose. It is very simple. Tree is always following parent-child relationship, so that within the tree each and every we have one root element is there. From the root element we have some subchildren elements are there. So here in this question also, in order to form the retail store, if for each and every category we have some subcategories also there. So the better suitable data structure in order to model this problem is tree data structure. This is the right option among. Now coming to the next question, consider a treasure hunt game in which you are handed a clue that leads you to another clue and so on until you find the treasure. The first clue links are pointing to the location of the next clue. The second clue links to the location of third and so on. What is the data structure can be optimally used to model the treasure hunt game? It is very simple. From one clue to we are pointing to another clue. That means so from within the one clue we can get the location of the another clue. So in order to represent this entire model, it is better to choose linked list concept. Within the linked list concept, one node is pointing to another node as well as that another node is pointing to the next node. Likewise, we can form the chain hierarchy with respect to the linked list. So out of all the four data structures, the better suitable data structure in order to form the treasure hunt game model is linked list. Now coming to the next question, consider a customer service hotline. Sometimes when a call comes in and there are no enough operators to handle the call, then it will placed on hold. When the next call comes in, it is also placed on hold and this continue till the operator become available. Now when the operator become available, the first call that was put on hold gets assigned to him or her. So which of the below data structure is optimal to represent the calls on hold? It is very simple here. So if you are going to observe this particular line, the first call that was put on hold get assigned to him. That means it is always following first in first out or first in first serve. So that means out of all the three data structures, if you are going to observe Q is always following first come first serve or first in first out. So that out of all the three data structures, the better data structure that we have to choose in order to prepare this service customer service hotline is Q data structure. So that whatever the calls that are putting on hold, whenever the operator is available, so that he will try to pick the first call which is already in the hold. Then after completion of the first call, he will try to pick up the second call. Like that, the process will be continued. So we have to take the Q data structures in order to process this model. Very simple. Now coming to the next question, it is hash table related question. So now within this question, the following values are to be stored in a hash table arriving in the order shown below. Here we need to follow this order and using the hash function h of k equal to k modulus 5. So assume that the hash values are stored in ascending order. Identify whether the collision will occur while mapping the values using the hash function. Now we have to try to apply this hash function in order to store all the elements into the hash table. Now if you are going to take the first element 81, if you are going to take it as a key, 81 modulus 5 means you will get 1. Within the 1 index position you can store 81. Now there is no collision occur. Why? Because initially the hash table is empty. Within the first index position the element is available is 81. Why? Because with respect to the hash function 81 modulus 5 in the sense you will get 1. Within the 1 index position you can store 81. Now if you are going to take the second element 20 modulus 5, if you are going to take 20 as a key, 20 modulus 5 means you will get 0. Within the 0 index position you can store 20. There is no collision occur here. And if you are going to take 34 modulus 5, 34 modulus 5 means you will get 4. Within the 4th index position you can store 34. There is no collision. And the next element is 42 modulus 5 in the sense you will get 2. Within the second index position you can store 42. There is no collision occur here. If you are going to take 21 modulus 5 in the sense you will get 1 within the 1 index position. Already the element that is available is 81. So now here we need to insert 21 also. That means in this 1 index position we are getting collision. Why? Because at a time 2 elements we have to insert in the first index position. The 2 elements are 81 and 21. Till now the collision that is occurring with respect to the first index position. Let me try to use next element. The next element is 45. 45 modulus 5 means you will get 0. Within the 0 index position already the element that is available is 20. Within the same place we have to try to insert 45 also. That means here we are getting the collision. Already one element is there and we need to insert one more element with respect to the 0 index position. So after completion of this hash function upon all the elements within 2 index positions we are getting collision. Already the elements are available. Instead of that elements we have to insert some other elements in the hash table. So within the 0 index position as well as the first index position we are getting the collision. We have to check in which option we are having 0 on first. Collision will occur at position 0 and 1. Yes, A is the right option. So B only 0 index position, C only 1 index position, D within the third index position. In the third index position none of the element is available. It is not at all correct. Remaining all options are wrong options. And if you are going to consider E also, no collision. Already collision occurred, so that we can eliminate this option also. The right option is A option. Within the 0 and first index position we are getting collision with respect to the given hash function. That's all. Coming to the last question, the following values are to be stored in the hash table: 24, 35, 45, 90 and 43. Which of the below hash function is best? We have to identify it. Hash k modulus 5 is there, k modulus 4 is there, k modulus 3 and as well as k modulus 2 is there. We need to identify the best hashing function without having the collision in order to store all the elements in the hash table. If you are going to apply k modulus 5, try to apply it. So 24 modulus 5. The first element if you are going to take 24 modulus 5 means you will get 4. Within the fourth index position you will get 24. There is no collision occur. Now if you are going to take the next element 35. 35 modulus 5 means 0. Within the 0 index position you can store 35 as well as 45. If you are going to take 45. 45 modulus 5 also we will get 0 only. Within the 0 index position only we need to insert one more element. That element is 45. Here we are getting the collision. And 90 modulus 5 if you are going to take the next element 90 modulus 5 in the sense here also we are getting 0 only. Within the 0 index position the next element that we have to insert is 90. That means within the same index position 0 index position we have to insert 35, 45, 90. That means here we are getting collision. And coming to the next element 43. 43 modulus 5 in the sense you will get 3. Within the third index position we can store 43. So this is with respect to the k modulus 5. So that after applying the k modulus 5 hash function within the 0 index position totally 3 elements are there and we are getting the collision here. Let me try to apply k modulus 4 upon the same elements. K modulus 4 means, so 24 modulus 4, the first element is 24. 24 modulus 4 in the sense you will get 0 and within the 0 index position you can store 24. And come to the next element 35. 35 modulus 4. 4 8s are 32 and remaining value is 3. That means 35 modulus 4 means we are going to get 3. Within the third index position you can store 35. Next 45. If you are going to take 45, 4 11s are 44. So that you will get 1 as a remainder and that we within this 1 index position you have to store 45. There is no collision occur here. Now if you are going to take the next element 90. 4 22s are 88 and you will get the remainder 2. 90 modulus 4 in the sense you will get the remainder 2. Within the second index position you can store 90. Here there is no collision. And the next element is 43. 4 10s are 40 and within the third index position already 35 is there. Within the same index position we have to store 43 also. After completion of the k modulus 4 as function within one index position we are getting collision. That too 35 is available. We have to store 43 in the same index position. Now let me try to apply k modulus 3 hash function. With respect to the k modulus 3 hash function 24 modulus 3. So 24 modulus 3 in the sense 3 10s, 3 14s, you will get 3 7s, 3 8s, 3 8s 24. 3 8s 24 in the sense you will get 0. Within the 0 index position you can store 24. And next one is 35. 35 modulus 3 in the sense 3 11s are 33. You will get the 2 here. 35 modulus 3 in the sense you will get 2. Within the second index position you can store 35. And the next element is 45. 3 15s are 45. Within the 0 index position only, that means 45 modulus 3 means you will get 0. Within the 0 index position only, we have to insert 45 also. Here we are getting collision. And as well as 90. 3 30s are 90. Within the 0 index position, here we are getting 0 only. 30 modulus 90 modulus 3 in the sense you will get 0 only. Within the same 0 index position, you have to insert 90 also. That means within the same index position 45, 24, 90, that all the elements we have to insert in the 0 index position. Next 43, if you are going to take 43, 3 10s 30, 3 14s 42, you will get 1. So 43 modulus 3 in the sense you will get 1. Within the 1 index position you have to insert 43. Now try to apply k modulus 2 hash function. With respect to the k modulus 2, 24 modulus 2. You will get 0. 24 modulus 2 in the sense you will get 0. 2 12s are 24. Within the 0 index position you can store 24. Next 35 modulus 2. 35 modulus 2 in the sense 3 15s are 2 15s are 30. 2 17s are 34. Within the first index, that means 35 modulus 2 in the sense you will get 1. Within the first index position you can store 35. As well as 45. 45 modulus 2 in the sense 2 22s are 44, you will get 1. Within the 1 index position you can store 45 also. Within the same index position, first index position only, we have to store 45 also. And try to use next element 90 modulus 2. 90 modulus 2 in the sense 2 40s are 80, 2 45s are 90. 2 45s are 90 in the sense within the 0, that means you will get the 0. 90 modulus 2 in the sense you will get 0. Within the same 0 index position you have to insert the 90 element also. Here we are getting collision. In the two positions we are getting collision. Within the first index position 35 and 45 we have to hold, and within the 0 index position 24 and 90 we have to hold. And if you are going to consider the last element 43. 43 modulus 2 in the sense 2 20s are 40, 2 21s are 41, 42, and 43 modulus 2 in the sense you will get 1. Within the first index position only we have to insert 43 also. So 43, that means within the first index position 35, 45, 43, that all the elements we have to insert in the first index position. So after completion of all the hash functions, we are going to observe which is the best suitable hash function. If you are going to consider k modulus 5, within the same 0 index position at a time we have to insert 3 elements. That means we are getting collision in between 3 elements. And k modulus 4 in the sense, so there is no problem for 24, 45, 90, but with respect to the third index position at a time we have to insert 2 elements. In between 2 elements we are getting collision with respect to the k modulus 4. But what about k modulus 5, k modulus 3? With respect to the k modulus 3, here within the 0 index position collision is occurring in between 3 elements 45, 24, 90. So that means after evaluation of k modulus 5, k modulus 4, k modulus 3 up to here, the best hash function is k modulus 4. Why? Because within the k modulus 4, for the 24th element 45, 90 there is no problem at all, but we are getting the collision in between 2 elements with respect to the third index position. But when compared to the fifth k modulus 5 and k modulus 3, within the k modulus 5 and k modulus 3 we are getting the collision in between 3 elements. And if you are going to consider k modulus 2 also, within the k modulus 2 with respect to the first index position we are getting the collision in between 3 elements 35, 45 and as well as 43. As well as we are getting the collision in between 24 and 90 with respect to the 0 index position. So out of all the 4 hash functions, the best hash function in order to store, that means we are getting minimal collision with respect to the k modulus 4. We are getting only collision in the third index position, that too the collision is occurring in between 2 elements only. But remaining all the functions, if you are going to consider remaining all the functions, we are getting collision with respect to minimum 3 elements. So that's why out of all the 4 hash functions, the best hash function out of all the 4 options is B option. h of k equal to k modulus 4 is the best hash function in order to store all these elements, so that we are getting minimal collision when compared to the remaining all the four hash functions.